And it's the summer season rush, so trains at this time of the year across India are completely packed. It's the summer rush season. So, at this point of time, trains will usually be packed to capacity. However, what has happened is, like I said, those two coaches, the parcel vans, means that the passenger coaches of the trains have largely suffered minimal damage. And the casualties that have come, or the injuries that have come from the coaches that were towards the rear of the train. And these, of course, are the coaches that have suffered the most injuries. And those people have been rushed to hospital. Around 50 is what we're being given to understand. Again, this is an area near an urban sprawl. So accessing hospitals, etc., would not be that difficult. And the people are being treated at hospital. But what you will see is perhaps questions on Kavach and the speed at which it needs to be implemented across the railways, and also the fact that there have been one too many railway accidents that easily could have been avoided with Kavach in place.
Absolutely. Well, Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has now posted a tweet saying that the centre has enhanced the ex gratia compensation that is being provided to the victims. What are we learning now is that 10 lakh rupees will be provided in case of death and 2.5 lakh rupees towards grievous and 50,000 rupees for minor injuries. Well, the compensation has been announced. Of course, Prime Minister Modi also has taken stock of the situation. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is on his way to reach the site of the accident. We are learning Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also had earlier tweeted and said that all possible assistance was being provided to those who were injured, and she's also on her way to reach the site of the accident. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has already taken stock of the situation. That is what she informed, and she is in regular touch with the authorities and officials on the ground. That is the latest coming in at the moment. But yes, the important fact at the moment remains that the information that has been provided by the railways top official, that the Kavach system that needs to be implemented on this very critical route that connects this area to the northeast that connects the northeast with the rest of the country. Well, the route, this route crosses the narrow strip of land that is called the Chickens Corridor, and it links the northeast with the rest of the country, and it's a very important route. And questions are being asked at the moment now that rescue operations are over, that accountability, of course, needs to be fixed, and much more that needs to be done in order to minimize the risk of such accidents in the future. What we are learning is that, as per information that is coming in, the goods train that had hit the Kanchenjunga express train from behind had overshot the signal. The signal disregard is believed to be the cause of the accident. And also the railway CEO in a press conference earlier said that the prima facie a human error is suspected. That can't be ruled out, but more investigation is needed. All right, Saurav, we do believe that an investigation has already been ordered in connection with this case.
Yes, of course. It's a matter of procedure that when there is a railway accident, there will be a board of inquiry that will be constituted, and a report will be submitted that will not only look at what's responsible for the accident, but also suggest measures to prevent such accidents. That's part of procedure. It's part of the drill as far as railway functioning is concerned, and that will happen. An inquiry will be ordered. An inquiry, in fact, has been ordered, as we know, and the railway board chairperson Jaya Verma very categorically clarified that all of that will happen. The primary focus now for the railways at this point, there are stages to this. One is, of course, first get the people who are out trapped, get them to hospital, save lives. Once you're past that stage, then the primary focus shifts to restore connectivity, rail connectivity. Let train movement begin, because, like I said, critical rail corridor, connectivity to all northeast states, connectivity to North Bengal, Assam, Agartala, Arunachal, all of these states.
Well, that seems to have been interrupted at the moment. What is being done in the second stage? What is being done in that regard? The third stage, of course, is once all of this happens, is also ensure an inquiry, fix responsibility, and find out what led to it and suggest measures. So
there are three
Right.
stages, and all of those will of course happen in due time.
The connectivity, as you've been saying, that seems to have been interrupted, of course, because of this tragic incident that took place. What is being done in that regard to restore the connectivity?
Well, North Bengal and all of these places in the northeast have been witnessing, heavy rainfall in the last few days, and connectivity by train is very important. And a lot of people, those who can't afford flights, usually everybody depends on the Indian Railways. It's the Railways
Right.
practically is the lifeline of the country. Most middle class people, when they move from one place to another, depend on the railways. Flights are not the first choice. Obviously, for the entire northeast, and for entire North Bengal, this is the main line. There is one alternative line, but this is the main line. That's a single line. So obviously it cannot handle the traffic of this line. Then also there is a lot of this line is strategically important. It connects to all your forward areas. So all of these things, looking at all of these things, this railway line is crucial for India, and therefore restoring is the priority now. What we are being given to understand is by end of day or early evening or late evening mostly, that they will be able to restore railway traffic on this route.
All right, more information are coming in at the moment. We're learning that the trains have been passing through that route have been diverted now through an alternate route, bypassing the accident site. What sources are also telling NDTV that there is a likely possibility that the route on which the accident has taken place could be cleared by this evening itself. However, efforts are being made at the moment to clear the debris at the moment and clear the route for movement of traffic, but that is of course going to take some time, and that is the latest coming in. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that and get you more in just a bit. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Bengal train tragedy, 8 killed, at least 50 others injured. The fatalities include 3 railway officials. Goods train rams into Kanchenjunga Express in Bengal. Bengal Chief Minister as well as the Union Railway Minister en route accident site. Train officials say human error is suspected. The Railways says goods train had in fact disregarded the signal. Goods train driver killed in accident. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa appears before the CID, questioned in a POCSO case. Remember, Yediyurappa has been accused of sexually assaulting a minor. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Political face-off fueled in Karnataka. BJP protests against the fuel price hike. It's once again scapegoating the middle class. And US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in the national capital meets Ajit Doval, his counterpart, as well as External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, focus on deepening military tech ties. Our top focus, 8 people, including 3 railway employees, have in fact died and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal. Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Shialda in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from behind, hit it from the rear near Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. 3 coaches of Kanchenjunga Express were derailed in the crash. One factor which limited casualties in the accident is the fact that the rear part of Kanchenjunga Express comprised of the cargo van and the guard's coach, and the passenger compartments were further ahead. Railways says that human error is suspected to be the top reason for this accident and that the goods train had in fact disregarded a key signal. As per the latest, unaffected portion of the Kanchenjunga Express has left the site. It's headed towards Malda in Bengal, and restoration work of the site is in progress.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site, divisional officers of Katihar division. Senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
25 बताया, पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
But now opposition is targeting you, the railways especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
Right, let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, first of all, an update in terms of, we believe the rescue operation has been completed. The unaffected portion of the train, Kanchenjunga Express, is also on its way to Malda. But in terms of the ground operations, what is the current status?
Well, you know, the operations currently are focused on restoring rail connectivity on this route. It is, like I said, a very strategic and important railway route, and therefore the focus remains on restoring railway connectivity. What we are being given to understand that would be possible likely by evening or end of day at best, and train services should resume on the route with speed restrictions at the accident site for the next few days. Now, apart from this, yes, there is, of course, the confirmation of the death of the two motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express. The portion of the Kanchenjunga Express that's been unaffected. Like I said, what has really played a savior in this accident are the two parcel coaches that were attached to the end of the train. Those parcel coaches actually took most of the impact. And the deaths that have come of passengers and also of the guard or train manager of the Kanchenjunga Express are from the next coach, the third coach from the rear, as this impact, happened because of the collision of the goods train that came and rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express from behind this morning at around 8:30 in the morning. Also, what we know is that, the Prime Minister has tweeted, the Railway Minister is on his way to the spot, and also officials are already there. We understand that the relief and rescue operations at the site have come to an end in the sense that they don't believe that more people are trapped inside. The unaffected portion, like you said, has already been moved towards the Malda town direction with passengers, and that train is, of course, expected to move further on to, Sialda, which is its destination. But obviously, this is yet another railway accident. Kavach, the railway, anti-collision device that is now, of course, being installed at several places, was not installed yet on this route. And also what we know is that perhaps these old ICF coaches that climb atop one another in the case of a collision also need to be replaced sooner, along with the Kavach, which is now becoming a more and more urgent need for the Indian Railways in the wake of accidents that we've seen in the last year or so.
Right. Saurabh, as you were mentioning, that there are, of course, the rescue operations, the large part of it is over, but there are still ground operations going on, restoration of the site. What kind of reinforcements are being rushed by the Bengal government? I believe the Chief Minister herself is en route.
Yes, the Chief Minister is expected to be there, but what we know is that the Bengal government has, given all possible assistance to the railways in terms of, rushing senior officials for crowd management, for law and order management, and also, clearing traffic for those injured to be taken to hospital, along with ambulances and other support that is required when there is an accident like this on site by the railways. That is something that the West Bengal government has extended full support to, with leaders of the Trinamool Congress also there. The Darjeeling MP was also there. Other top railway officials were also there, and also we are expecting the railway minister to be there, and the chief minister also, perhaps, or sometime later in the evening, if she's going there to the accident site.
Right. Saurabh, for the benefit of our viewers, also explain the significance of the train and this route. Actually, this train operates through the Chicken Neck route as we speak. So explain for the viewers that how crucial and important, and also it's one of the oldest routes actually in that region, connecting between Agartala and Sialda.
This is a very, very old train. Kanchenjunga Express has one of the oldest trains on this route. In fact, a lot of newer trains have come in after that, but Kanchenjunga Express remains one of the oldest trains to be plying on this route. Earlier, it used to go up to Guwahati. Then, of course, now it goes up to Silchar and Agartala, depending on the day. But also, this is also a very, very important route, like I said, because this particular railway line that we're talking about is the rail connectivity route for the entire Northeast, North Bengal and Assam. There is an alternate line, and that is a single line though, and some important trains are being diverted to that alternate line, but otherwise this is the most important railway route in the region. It passes through that narrow corridor which is called the Chicken's Neck or the Siliguri corridor, providing connectivity to entire Northeast, and also it's a strategic railway route because remember a lot of military supplies etc. pass through the route. So it is a very, very important route. It's a very, very important railway connectivity, and that's why work is on in full swing to restore that railway route as soon as possible. What we've been given to understand, like I said, that the non-affected part of the train has already moved on, and now of course it's clearing the tracks, restoring the tracks to see if there's any damage or not, restoring the OHE, the overhead electrification lines, and then perhaps running a few trials before the first train is cleared to pass through that accident site in the evening.
Right. Saurabh, stay with us. Before I let you go, there are some important updates that I want to point out for our viewers. There's, of course, the helpline numbers that we are running on our screens there. There's also a war room which has been set up in the national capital in order to coordinate with the rescue operations that are going on. The centers, of course, is extending all sorts of assistance to the Bengal government on this matter, on this accident. There's still, of course, a lot of assessment and reviews being conducted. Thankfully, at the moment, what we do know that the death toll has not climbed up beyond 8, but the officials there, both from the centre as well as the state government there, of course, keeping a close watch on the situation. At the same time, what we do know is that, as we mentioned, that the Union Railways Minister as well as the Bengal Chief Minister, both of them are headed to the location, and there's restoration of the site which is currently in progress. The ex gratia amount has been increased by the centre to 10 lakhs for kin of the deceased and 2.5 lakh for those kin of those who have been injured. Let me go back to Saurabh. Saurabh, one last question. You know, this entire issue about Kavach, about the security apparatus which can probably go on to save many lives and alert people about any such dangers ahead. As they mentioned that there was no coverage on this route, but as you were also pointing out that this is one of the oldest trains which has been plying on this very important route in the eastern part of the country. So what actually justifies there being no additional security apparatus like coverage on this route?
You know, Kavach has, of course, been a program that the railways have rolled out in the past couple of years, but it's not been rolled out at a pace that perhaps could cover the entire railway network in India by, say, 2-3 years. And it's taking a lot of time. It's taking a lot of time, as railway officials explained, because of the intricacies and the technological challenges and the complicated engineering that comes along with the Kavach. But having said that, it is something that by now should have been speeded up a lot more. At least the major routes of railway connectivity, let's say the routes on which Rajdhanis ply. This is a route on which the Rajdhani Express, the Dibrugarh and the Agartala Rajdhani Express ply on this route, and these are important trains. So obviously perhaps these routes should have been covered by Kavach by now, and it's not. And mind you, the Kavach is a system that's designed exactly for a situation like this, where if a train overshoots a signal or ignores a red signal, then the system automatically kicks in and applies the brakes and brings the train to a stop before the collision can occur. And that is the primary feature of Kavach, and that's something that perhaps railways now need to look at rolling out in a much more fast-paced manner. They've been trying to do it, but it's not happened at the pace at which the modernization plan of the Indian Railways should be taking off. I mean, it's fine to have newer trains, it's fine to have more luxurious, more comfortable trains, it's fine to build new railway connectivity, new tracks, develop railway stations, provide modern amenities at railway stations, clean them up, provide interconnectivity. All of that is part of railway development. But most important is running trains safely on these tracks. And that, many believe, should be the primary priority beyond all of these things. So that's something that perhaps the railways will need to look at, because this accident is yet another reminder of how important that Kavach system is and why it needs to be implemented so quickly.
Right, Saurabh, the focus right now, of course, will be on the restoration work and relief operations, but several such questions that the railways will have to answer. We'll leave it there for now, but of course, keep tracking all updates coming in on this very important big story that we have been following since morning. But for the moment, we'll slip into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Right, welcome back. Now we are shifting our focus to other important stories that we have been following, and one of them is that of former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa appearing before the CID. In fact, he's being questioned as we speak in a POCSO case. Remember, the BJP veteran has in fact been accused in a molestation case. Allegedly, a molestation case involving a 17-year-old. Yediyurappa, of course, has denied all charges, saying that he is being falsely implicated, but he has in fact appeared before the CID for the first time for questioning. And remember, the statements of the victim and the mother have already been recorded by the CID, and this questioning of B.S. Yediyurappa comes in just days after the court had in fact issued a non-bailable warrant against the BJP veteran.
He is being questioned right now. He's been questioned for the last couple of hours. We expect the questioning to come to a close at any moment now. Remember, this was anticipated. He had given a commitment through his lawyers to the High Court that he will appear before the CID for questioning. This was after a fast-track court had issued an arrest warrant against him, and he had gone to the High Court, A, for quashing of the case itself, which he says is a false case and he's been falsely implicated, B, to ensure that there was no arrest or no action taken by the police, given that he's going to cooperate with the investigators. So this was expected. So he had reached the CID office by about 11:15 this morning. He's been questioned since then by the officials. Obviously, they will be listening to his version of the events, also put forth before him evidence that they've gathered. Remember, a mother and a 17-year-old daughter had gone to Yediyurappa to seek help, allegedly, for other cases they'd filed against other officers in February 2024, when the alleged assault happened on the 17-year-old girl.
Right.
The allegation is that he molested her. The mother, of course, is no longer alive, but the police have recorded statements of several witnesses and others in this case.
And staying with news from Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's move to hike fuel prices. In fact, he claimed that the fuel prices in his state is still less when compared to others. Remember, Karnataka recently raised fuel prices by about ₹3 per litre. Commenting on BJP's protest today on the issue, Siddaramaiah called it the party's double speak. Hitting out, he said that the BJP must protest against the centre, as the centre's fuel tax levies were much higher.
now raised on petrol, sale tax. 3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
Right, time for some breaking update that we are getting right now on the bulletin, and BJP is now gearing up for state elections. What we're given to understand is that several union ministers have in fact been put in charge of specific states which are scheduled to go, where assembly elections are scheduled if not this year, at least by next year, next couple of years. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha for more on this. Vasudha, what is the breakup? Who's been assigned to which state?
Tanuma, it's very important to understand here that the BJP is, agreeing to go with its whole, trend of continuity. We saw that reflect in the cabinet portfolio allocation. And Ashwini Vaishnav, the railway minister, and Bhupendra Yadav, who is the environment minister. And these are the two people who were in some ways seen as responsible for turning around the situation in Madhya Pradesh in 2023 last year, when the party started out on a weak wicket, but of course swept the state with over 156 seats. So these are the two people who were the Prabharis and the Sub Prabhari. The team has been repeated for the state of Maharashtra, where the BJP faced a huge setback. Its numbers went down from 23 to 7 this time, and in fact Mahavikas Aghadi, the opposition, has actually done well, getting about 30 out of 48 seats. So Maharashtra is a critical state for the BJP, and the crack team of Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnav are being sent there as Prabhari and co-Prabhari. Incidentally, Mr. Vaishnav has gone to Bengal today. He's facing the flack for this railway accident that took place, but of course railway ministry is working on a war footing to ensure that the rescue operations are on. The second important state is Dharmendra Pradhan, who's also a seasoned, experienced BJP leader, a minister. He has been given the responsibility of Haryana, another poll-bound state, and former Chief Minister of Tripura, Biplab Deb, has also been appointed the Prabhari. He's already handling Haryana for the BJP. And Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the surprise minister that we saw in the cabinet, who has been given this huge agriculture plus rural development portfolio, has been given charge of Jharkhand, where the BJP lost all tribal seats. Apart from him, it's Himanta Biswa Sharma, the magic man of the BJP, the face of Northeast India for the party. He has been also appointed as a Prabhari, and Kishan Reddy, of course, gets the responsibility of J&K. These are the important points, the important appointments that have been made, but clearly points to a direction that the BJP has already started working on Maharashtra, Jharkhand and Haryana polls, which are very critical, especially after the party saw reduced numbers in the Lok Sabha Assembly polls of 2024.
Exactly, and Maharashtra and Haryana is likely to take place later this year, if not, or early next year. Vasudha, any surprises in terms of the states which have been allocated to each of these ministers to be in charge in terms of election preparation? As you were saying, that Shivraj Chauhan, of course, has come across as one of the reliable, dependable people that the BJP has in fact clearly elevated, even in terms of his central portfolio. But in terms of the has there been any sort of significant reshuffle, if you would look at it that way, in terms of the states that were being handled by some of the ministers during the Lok Sabha elections and now for the state assembly elections?
Well, I think, Tanima, that's a great question. But, Bhupendra Yadav has been he's handled Maharashtra for the party in the past. So it was expected that it would be given to a senior person. Bhupendra Yadav has also been responsible for the party's work in 2020 Bihar elections. He has also handled very important and critical elections for the BJP, including 2017 Gujarat elections. And Gujarat and Bihar are seen as critical states where he has, worked consistently at the organization level. Ashwini Vaishnav has handled Madhya Pradesh along with Bhupendra Yadav. But what happened in MP was seen as a complete surprise, because at some point it did seem like Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh were seen as rising, and Congress itself was rising, especially after the 2018 assembly elections, where the Congress managed to get more seats than the BJP. But of course, Dharmendra Pradhan is also somebody who has handled very important states like UP and also Karnataka, where caste matters a lot. He is somebody who's seen as someone who understands caste, and he has been given the responsibility of Haryana. So critical responsibility is given out here, and the announcements have come well before in time. So I think they're using the MP Chhattisgarh model, where they will make these decisions much before the elections actually, get worked out, the campaign actually starts, so that the Prabharis have a lot of time to understand who the probable candidates are, what needs to be done, what the problems are, especially with Maharashtra, because there are 6 parties there, and they need experienced hands. And both Ashwini Vaishnav and Bhupendra Yadav have proved themselves in Madhya Pradesh, which is why I think they've been given this responsibility.
Vasudha there bringing us details of this breaking update that we are following. Focusing now on the national capital, and Delhi water crisis continues to be one of the major pain points for the people here. In fact, after several questions were raised about water theft, especially in key canals, now there's police protection for pipelines as well. This move comes after a demand made by the Delhi government alleging water theft at several locations. As we've mentioned in the past, there was water theft allegation at Munak Canal as well. What the Delhi government said, that there were tankers actually pilfering water from the Haryana side of the canal. But nonetheless, amid this intense heat wave in Delhi, we can see that this is yet another measure being put in place, and desperate residents in different parts of the city are still being seen waiting in long queues, running behind water tankers as well. My colleague Tanushka has in fact sent this report, as well as Delhi Water Minister's latest reaction. Listen in.
जो पानी की पाइपलाइन सोनिया विहार से आती है, पूरे साउथ दिल्ली को पानी प्रोवाइड करती है, कल उस पानी की पाइपलाइन में लीकेज हुई। उस लीकेज और काफ़ी सिवियर लीकेज हुई। आप ये देख सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी लीकेज वहाँ पे हो रही थी। जब हमारी पेट्रोलिंग टीम को ये पता चला तो रिपेयर के लिए टीम भेजी गई। वहाँ ये पाया गया कि बहुत बड़े बड़े बोल्ट, 12 इंच के बोल्ट, 4-4, 5-5 सेंटीमीटर लंबे बोल्ट को काट कर वहां पर छेद किया गया था पाइपलाइन में। तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ षड्यंत्र हो रहा है, और मैंने इसी संदर्भ में आज पुलिस कमिश्नर को लेटर भी लिखी है। मेरी पुलिस कमिश्नर से बात भी हुई है कि जो हमारी मेन पानी की डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लाइंस हैं, उन पानी की पाइपलाइंस को पुलिस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी दी जाए।
I'm outside the Sonia Vihar water treatment plant right now, where whole of South Delhi gets its water supply from, and there are a lot of BJP workers here who are protesting against the water shortage in Delhi, which they claim is a man-made fabrication of the Aam Aadmi Party. As you can see around me, there are a lot of BJP workers here who are protesting against the issue. Let us get into the crowd and try and talk to one of the protesters here. We have the BJP Zilla Adhyaksh of North East here, पूनम चौहान मैम। यहाँ पर आप आज किस लिए मौजूद हो? पानी की किल्लत जो हो रही है, आपको क्या लगता है किस वजह से हो रही है?
देखिए, केजरीवाल सरकार की एक तो नीयत साफ नहीं है, क्योंकि 10 सालों से वो सत्ता में है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद हर बार गर्मियों के मौसम में दिल्ली को इसी तरह की परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। जिस मुद्दे को लेकर, फ्री बिजली पानी के मुद्दे को लेकर केजरीवाल ने सत्ता को हथियाया था, गरीब जनता के मंसूबों को पानी फेरा है उसने, और आज वो शराब घोटाला हो, जल घोटाला हो, टैंकर घोटाला हो, इसमें लिप्त है, परंतु जो जनता की मूलभूत सुविधा साफ पानी देने में सक्षम नहीं हो पा रही है। उनकी जो जल मंत्री है कृषि, वो भी झूठे आरोप दूसरी पार्टियों पे लगा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका क्या काम है ये वो करने में असमर्थ हैं।
So that's what we're getting right now from the BJP Zilla Adhyaksh of North East section here, is that they believe that this is a water shortage that has been created by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that the water shortage is in fact a case of water theft and wastage of water by the Aam Aadmi Party deliberately. As you can hear around me, there's a lot of sloganeering going on by the BJP workers here, and they're moving towards the Sonia Vihar water treatment plant right here, and they're claiming that Delhi Minister Atishi, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, is corrupt and is engaging in such corrupt practices.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Aditi Bhardwaj and let's tell you what's happening around the world. The USS Dwight D. Eisenhower may be one of the oldest aircraft carriers in the US Navy, but it is still fighting despite repeated false claims by Yemen's Houthi rebels. The Houthis and online accounts supporting them repeatedly have alleged they hit or even sank the carrier in the Red Sea as it leads the US response to the rebels' ongoing attacks targeting both commercial vessels and warships in the crucial waterway. That's put its leader, Captain Christopher Hill, and his social media profile directly in what has become an increasingly bizarre internet front line as the campaign goes on. And while he shrugs off his posts, they represent the new level of information warfare the Navy is having to fight as it faces its most intense combat since World War II and tries to keep the morale of the nearly 5,000 personnel aboard the Eisenhower high and munitions ready as their deployment stretches on.
I think most of the false claims that have occurred about us, for instance, saying that we've been sunk, I think it's been about 2 or 3 times in the past 6 months we've allegedly been sunk, which we have not been, is almost comical at this point, right? The enemy attempting to, they're attempting to maybe inspire themselves through misinformation, and it doesn't work on us. So if I can post pictures of sons and daughters, husbands and wives out here, or even fathers and mothers, get it out there, it just kind of brings the family closer to us. Again, that's our support network. But it also took on another role because everyone else was watching to see what we're doing. So I can communicate. What I intend to do is just continue to communicate like I normally do, regardless of what's going on. So we're going to celebrate Taco Tuesdays because it's my absolute favorite day of the week. That will never end. I will show videos of our ship's facility dog because he makes a difference here. People like having him around. He improves moods. So that, if you call that an information warfare campaign, you can. It's just who I am.
Now shifting our attention to another story, hundreds of pro-China demonstrators, human rights protesters and democracy advocates gathered outside Australia's parliament on Monday as Chinese Premier Li Qiang met with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The pro-China supporters and anti-China protesters carried flags and banners, occasionally shouting and jostling with each other amid a large police presence. The two leaders were meeting to discuss thorny issues including lingering trade barriers, conflict between their militaries in international waters, and China's desire to invest in critical minerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?
Now, Chinese Premier Li Qiang said he agreed with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Monday to properly manage their nation's differences era in which minister-to-minister contacts were banned and trade barriers cost Australian exporters up to 20 billion Australian dollars a year. We won't always agree, and the points on which we disagree won't simply disappear if we leave them in silence, Albanese said while addressing a luncheon at the Parliament House. Lee later said China and Australia shared broad space for deepening the cooperation. US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in India today in what marks the first visit of a senior American official after Prime Minister Narendra Modi-led government returned for a third term. Sullivan is in Delhi for the second meeting of the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, a comprehensive discussion on a broad range of bilateral, regional and global issues. After meeting Sullivan, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that he is confident that India and US strategic partnership will continue to advance strongly in our new term. US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is on an official visit to New Delhi from 17th to 18th June 2024 at the invitation of Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor of India. He is accompanied by a delegation of senior US government officials and industry leaders. The two NSAs have regular consultations on bilateral, regional and global issues. The current visit continues their high-level engagement on the robust and multifaceted agenda of the India-US Global Strategic Partnership. A sense of unease hangs in the air of Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, even at a bustling marketplace. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of Pir Panjal region. Highly trained Pakistani terrorists holed up in the green cover. Here's a report. Take a look.
A bustling marketplace in Poonch as people go about their daily lives and prepare for Eid. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of Pir Panjal region. While the army intensifies patrolling after spike in terrorist attacks, searching these dense forests is a most challenging task. It's in these mountains highly trained Pakistani terrorists are hiding and carrying out attack after attack.
It was after a gap of 18 years militancy resurfaced in Poonch Rajouri region. The first major attack was carried out in these forests of Surankot in October 2021. Since then, attack after attack and troubling reality of Pir Panjal mountains has upset all the security calculations about Jammu and Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370.
The recent attacks and targeting of Yatra bus last week has evoked a strong response from the central government. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi asked security forces to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities, Home Minister called high-level security review meet on Sunday to deal with the challenge. On ground zero, the first major concern is the security of Hindu community in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley regions. It's in these areas terrorists had targeted and massacred many Hindus before they were eliminated 2 decades ago. After attack on Yatris, police say terrorists are trying to create situation like 1990s and vow to finish them one by one.
फिर उसी तरीके का एक चैलेंज अगर हमारे सामने दुश्मन रख रहा है तो हम एकदम से दृढ़निष्ठ हैं, हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि हम इनको मुंह करारा जवाब देंगे, चुन चुन कर एक एक कर, हम ज्यादा तो तादाद नहीं है, हम इनको मार गिराएंगे.
As the terror threats looms, police have revamped the village defense guards. The civilian militias armed by the government to defend against terror attacks. Most of 2800 VDGs in both Doda and Poonch, Rajouri region are drawn from Hindu community. In this village in Poonch, police are sensitizing VDGs to remain extra alert after recent attacks.
हमें लगभग 20 साल हो गए हैं। इससे पहले भी हमने जब मिलिटेंसी पीक पर थी तो हम दिन रात जो अपना फ़र्ज निभाते रहे और शाना बशाना जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सेना के साथ खड़े रहे।
सर कुछ ऐसे हमले हुए हैं, कुछ बाहर हुए हैं, कुछ कहीं हुए हैं। इसकी वजह से हमको JK पुलिस ने एक्ट रखा हुआ है कि कभी भी कहीं भी आपकी ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, आपके गांव में ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, कोई ऐसा दिखता है हमको फ़ोन करके बताओ।
उठाया सर, देखते हैं अब जैसे बार बार हमले हो रहे हैं, जैसे हमें पुलिस ने बताया कि आप अलर्ट रहो, हम अलर्ट हैं। सर इतने ज़्यादा टाइमिंग तो चल पर इतनी हिम्मत रखते हैं, इतना तो कर लेंगे।
प्लानिंग से ज़्यादा हिम्मत
है अपनी सर, वो कर लेंगे।
देश की सेवा, अपने परिवार की सेवा, खुद की सेवा करने के लिए। जो यात्रियों पे अटैक हुआ है और भी 2-3 हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से हमें एक्टिवेट किया गया है सर।
In 2003, a successful joint operation by the army and police with the unwavering support of locals literally eliminated militancy. But since 2021, there's been a disturbing resurgence. The deadly attack that started in Poonch and Rajouri has now spread to Doda region. Syed Afadul Mujtaba, a former police officer who led the elimination of militancy in Rajouri in 2003, says resurgence of terrorism in the region can be defeated only if local population is on the side of the government.
We are not dealing with, as police officers, we are not dealing with the territory, we are dealing with the population. And if more of the population is on your side, the task becomes easier. So there was a need and there is a need to do a comprehensive policing in which you carry along all the people so that the flow of information comes to you.
June 9, 2024, 9 pilgrims were killed after attack on bus in Riyasi. May 4, 2024, attack on Air Force, 1 airman killed and 5 injured. December 21, 2023, an army vehicle ambushed in which 4 soldiers were killed. November 5, 5 soldiers including 2 captains killed in ambush. April to May 2023, 10 soldiers killed in twin attacks. In the year 2023, 18 personnel killed in 5 terror attacks. 39 soldiers killed since 2021 in the region. In May 2022, 4 pilgrims killed in terror attack on a bus. At least 20 civilians killed since 2021. Sources say at least 3-4 terrorist groups are operating in Poonch and Rajouri region, an almost equal number in Doda region. In November last year, Army said that 25-30 Pakistani terrorists are operating in Poonch and Rajouri. None of them was killed so far in the region. The terrorists, who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare, are using state-of-art weapons including US-made M4 carbine and armor-piercing bullets. The micro-satellite communication system, which is hard to intercept, has also made it to terrorist wherewithal. Despite large-scale detention of locals after every attack, security forces appear to be clueless. After major attack on Army Special Forces in November, the Army said that the terrorists have been trained several countries including Afghanistan and Pakistan.
इनकी ट्रेनिंग कई देशों में हो सकता है हुई हो, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान हो सकता है वहाँ भी इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई हो, और ये काफ़ी ट्रेंड फॉरेन टेररिस्ट थे और इसलिए इनको ख़त्म करने में थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन हमारे बहादुर जवानों ने प्राणों की चिंता ना करते हुए भी ये सराहनीय कार्य किया।
Among the fallen commandos of Special Forces was Havaldar Abdul Majid. His family at Ajot village, right on the line of control in Poonch, say that they are proud of the sacrifice of their fallen commando for the nation, but they worry about the repeated infiltration.
उनकी इस शहादत पे मुझे फ़ख्र है। उन्होंने ये अपने देश को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान गंवा दी है। चलो इस पे मुझे फ़ख्र है।
ये कहीं कुएं से नहीं पैदा होते, कहीं दरख्तों से नहीं पैदा होते, ये बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके आते हैं। जो भी आतंकवादी आता है बाहर से आता है।
Officials say series of attacks on armed forces and innocent civilians in Jammu region is a clear intent to escalate situation and create communal strife. The cross-border drug trafficking, which has become a serious challenge over the last 4 years, is also seen as a major enabler of resurgence of deadly militancy. And dealing with this challenge is more complex than it may appear. In Pir Panjal, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the
And viewers, the big story on NDTV continues to be the train tragedy where 8 people lost their lives, including 3 railway officials. Now, over 50 people have been injured, and as we speak, West Bengal Governor Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose is also proceeding to the accident site. Meanwhile, we are also getting this information that Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is also en route, as well as West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is also going to be reaching at the accident site. Rescue operations have been completed so far. From Prime Minister to President to everybody has highlighted that there is a need to speed up and ramp up the relief operations that are underway right now. The injured have been shifted to hospitals. The police officials are also at the site, as well as the NDRF and the SDRF teams. Now, just to jog down your memory, viewers, 2 trains collided in North Bengal, in Darjeeling district, and the visuals, the tragic visuals that you can see on your screens was the level of the tragedy that on which it took place. Now, Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sialda in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near Rangapani station.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site, divisional officers of Katihar division. Senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
25 बताया, पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
But now opposition is targeting you, the railways especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
to New Jalpaiguri, and then of course onwards to Guwahati and other state capitals of the northeast, including Arunachal and Silchar and Agartala and all these railheads that are there in the northeast. This is the only line that connects to that route, apart from the alternate route, which is also through this same corridor, the Chicken's Neck corridor, the Siliguri corridor as it's known. And if you see the map of India, it's a narrow strip of land that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. All road, rail traffic to the northeast move through this corridor, and therefore the focus of the railways now is to ensure that A, the route is cleared and the rail route is thrown open for railway traffic as soon as possible. Early this evening or end of day is what we are hearing from railway sources. We also know that 3 railway staff, including the 2 motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, and the guard or the train manager of the Kanchenjunga Express, have also lost their lives in this accident. And also what we know so far is that this accident of course has led to the loss of 8 lives, including 5 passengers, 3 staff, and the fact that one thing perhaps has been a savior in this case is the 2 parcel vans that were attached at the end of the train. The 2 parcels vans have been instrumental in ensuring that the primary impact of the collision is suffered by the parcel vans which don't carry passengers. And it is only then of course you have the guard train manager's bogie which has suffered damage, and another bogie which has suffered damage. So the casualties have come from there. And also the engine of the the goods train which rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, the 2 motormen of that goods train. So those 2 parcel vans extremely important in this accident.
Right.
And like you said, Kavach is something that's designed specifically for the situation like this. Had it been installed on this route, this wouldn't have happened. But again, it's a large process. It's a complicated engineering system that has to be deployed across the country. And that's something that perhaps the railways have been saying that we are doing it on a mission mode, but one needs to look at the speed of installing this system for a critical service like the railways in India.
Now viewers, shifting our focus to another big story. Well, days after days, we are just witnessing how the political blame game is rising while the Aam Aadmi in the national capital is suffering and getting no clean water. Insufficient water supply has made people in Delhi, life of people in Delhi very difficult, while the Aam Aadmi party continues to bat that there is a demand to provide protection to pipelines. And on your screens are the visuals of the now police officials present at key water pipeline sites. And also, meanwhile, BJP is demanding that Arvind Kejriwal, who is inside jail in the Lickagate scam, should resign quickly so that the jailed Sarkar that the Aam Aadmi party is running while people in Delhi are suffering should end. They're also demanding that Atishi should resign quickly so that the new minister can take charge and resolve the miseries. However, there is a reaction coming in from Delhi Water Minister. Listen in.
जो पानी की पाइपलाइन सोनिया विहार से आती है, पूरे साउथ दिल्ली को पानी प्रोवाइड करती है। कल उस पानी की पाइपलाइन में लीकेज हुई। उस लीकेज और काफ़ी सीवियर लीकेज हुई। आप ये देख सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी लीकेज वहाँ पे हो रही थी। जब हमारी पेट्रोलिंग टीम को ये पता चला तो रिपेयर के लिए टीम भेजी गई। वहाँ ये पाया गया कि बहुत बड़े बड़े बोल्ट, 12 इंच के बोल्ट, 4-4, 5-5 सेंटीमीटर लंबे बोल्ट को काट कर वहां पर छेद किया गया था पाइपलाइन में। तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ षड्यंत्र हो रहा है, और मैंने इसी संदर्भ में आज पुलिस कमिश्नर को लेटर भी लिखी है। मेरी पुलिस कमिश्नर से बात भी हुई है कि जो हमारी मेन पानी की डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लाइंस हैं, उन पानी की पाइपलाइंस को पुलिस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी दी जाए।
And we are getting breaking inputs coming in that the ex-Karnataka Chief Minister was questioned by the CID and has now left the CID office. Well, B.S. Yediyurappa was questioned for 3 hours and now the ex-CM has left CID office. Remember viewers, former CM B.S. Yediyurappa has been accused in a POCSO case. We also have Veera joining us for more on this. Veera, the questioning went for over 3 hours.
That's right. As expected, the questioning went on for about 3 hours, and he's now left the center. Obviously, the questioning would have focused on the loopholes and the points that investigators found needed answers to. And now that the questioning is over, we'll have to wait for an update from investigators on how they plan to move forward, whether there will be another round of questioning, how the investigations will move forward. As you mentioned right now, it is a POXO case, so the charge is very, very serious. A mother and her 17-year-old daughter had accused Yediyurappa of molesting the 17-year-old victim when they had gone to seek help from him at his residence in February 2024. The help that they'd gone to seek was regarding cases that they had filed against several other officers, including IPS officers. And that was when they had accused the incident had happened. The mother, of course, is no longer alive. The 17-year-old victim's statement has been recorded. So was the mother's statement, and several other witnesses were also questioned by the investigators before they had Yediyurappa for questioning today.
Right. Thank you so much, Veera, for giving us the latest inputs, and we will be continuing to keeping a close track on what happens next. Shifting our focus to another story, viewers, a lot of Indian tourists seem to be heading to Japan this holiday season. But a chilling rise in cases of a rare but lethal human flesh-eating bacterial infection has gripped Japan. As such cases surge in Japan, Parmeshwar Baba takes us through what is the cause behind such outbreak, the symptoms and the finer details.
Ever since Japan started issuing e-visas for Indian tourists, we have seen a surge in the number of Indians visiting the country. And if you happen to be one of them, this demands your attention. Did you know about the existence of a rare bacteria that actually feeds on flesh that can, as per reports, claim a human life in under 48 hours? Well, according to the latest updates coming in from Tokyo, Japan is battling a disease caused by this rare bacteria. In fact, the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention states that streptococcal toxic shock syndrome is a rare but serious bacterial infection. It can develop very quickly into a life-threatening emergency, and the treatment actually focuses on managing low blood pressure and multiple organ failure. But STSS often results in complications from organs shutting down and the body going into shock. Complications can include needing surgery to remove infected tissue or limbs to control the infection. But the CDC warns that even with treatment, STSS can be deadly. In fact, out of 10 people with STSS, as many as 3 people will die from the infection. Now, cases of streptococcal toxic shock syndrome, the disease caused by a rare flesh-eating bacteria, is on the rise in Japan as per a Bloomberg report. While as many as 941 cases of STSS were reported in the country in 2023, that number of cases, till the 2nd of June, it stands at a record 941 this year. This is what Bloomberg clearly states. The data was attributed to the National Institute of Infectious Diseases, which has been reportedly tracking incidences of the disease since the turn of the century. Now, streptococcal toxic shock syndrome, it carries a mortality rate of 30%, and Tokyo is bracing for as many as 2,500 cases by the end of this year, as per Bloomberg. According to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, it is people aged over 50 who are most vulnerable to this bacteria. Now, anyone can actually get STSS, but some factors can increase the risk of getting it. People with an open wound are at increased risk. People with diabetes or alcohol use disorder, previously known as alcohol dependence, are also at increased risk for STSS. But I must highlight that the CDC says it is very rare for someone with STSS to spread the infection to other people.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see, हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं, sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left or sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस, लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं, चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने, एंड आई मीन you don't know कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा. Guys, I have a tip for you, and the simple tip is you can turn off the notification previews. तो वहाँ पे वो जो मैसेज का कंटेंट है वो लिखा हुआ नहीं आएगा. Maybe let's say if it's a WhatsApp message, it will just show one new message. It won't show कि मैसेज किसने भेजा है या मैसेज के अंदर क्या लिखा है. Guys, please go on to your settings. वहाँ पे you can easily tweak to
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Bengal train tragedy, 8 people killed, at least 50 others injured. Fatalities include 3 railway staffers. This as a goods train rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express in Bengal. Bengal Chief Minister and the Union Railway Minister en route accident site. Train officials say human error is suspected. Railways officials claim that the goods train actually disregarded a signal, a key signal. Goods train driver killed in the accident. Row over EVM manipulation charge in Mumbai. This row over unauthorized mobile phone use at a counting center. Despite clarifications, political war of words rages on. Yet another mid-air horror story. Metal blade in food served on an Air India flight. 7 days on, Air India confirms the incident, says that the blade from a vegetable processing machine had been left over. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa being questioned by the CID. The former Chief Minister grilled for over 3 hours in a POCSO case. Remember, Yediyurappa has been accused of sexually molesting a minor. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Political face-off fueled in the state as BJP protests against Karnataka's fuel price hike. And this, of course, once again leads to scapegoating of the middle class. Our top story, 8 people, including 3 railway employees, have died and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal this morning. Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Shialda near Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri in West Bengal. 3 coaches of Kanchenjunga Express were derailed in the incident. One factor which limited casualties is the fact that the rear part of Kanchenjunga Express, comprised of the cargo van and the guards coach and the passenger compartments, were much further ahead. Now, Railways has said that human error is suspected in the incident and that the goods train had disregarded a key signal. As per the latest, unaffected portion of Kanchenjunga Express has left the site towards Malda in Bengal, and restoration work of the site is in progress.
कंचनजंगा ट्रेन जो कि अगरतला से सियालदा जा रही थी, उसका एक्सीडेंट हुआ है रियर एंड से. एक गुड्स ट्रेन ने पीछे से सिग्नल को डिसरिगार्ड करके आके उसको हिट किया है. उसकी वजह से जो सबसे पीछे का गार्ड का डिब्बा था वो बुरी तरह से क्षतिग्रस्त हो गया है और आगे 2 पार्सल वैन लगे हुए थे, जिनकी वजह से ज़्यादा क्षति और पैसेंजर्स को नहीं हुई. हमारा एरिया ऑफिसर एनजीपी में न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी में है, जो कि करीब 10-15 किलोमीटर दूर है. वो लोग वहाँ से और उनके साथ एक एडीआरएम और उनकी टीम, वो लोग सबसे पहले पहुँच गए. स्टेशन का स्टाफ पहुँच गया और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पहुँच गया. एम्बुलेंसेज आ गई.
फ्रंटियर रेलवे ने कंफर्म किया 8 आदमी का देहांत का कैजुअलिटी का खबर मिला है. उनमें से 3 जो है वो रेलवे एम्प्लॉई है
2 उसमें लोको पायलट और 1 गुड्स गार्ड है।
और मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 घंटे में पूरी तरह ये ट्रैक क्लियर हो जाएगी। और बहुत ही दुखद घटना है जो दार्जिलिंग के इस रंगापानी इलाके में हुआ, जहां करीब जो है सवेरे 8:30 बजे जब कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस एनजीपी से छूट के सियालदा यानी कलकत्ता की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, पीछे से आकर के मालगाड़ी ने टक्कर मारा है। और पीछे जब टक्कर लगी तो 2 पार्सल कोच और 1 गार्ड रूम का कोच पड़ा और उसके अंदर में ये घटना घटी है। और मैं आभारी हूँ गांव वालों का, इमीडिएटली आकर के पहला रिलीफ गांव वालों की तरफ से मिला और उसके बाद पूरा पुलिस प्रशासन और एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और रेलवे के तमाम अधिकारी और कर्मचारी यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं।
I have spoken to Railway Minister regarding the accident. We doubt because the train was from Tripura. It has passes through Assam. So there will be many passengers from Assam. We remain concerned about the passengers. We are waiting for details. My Chief Secretary is in constant touch with Railway Authority. Whatever we need to do, we will do. But first of all, we have to get clarity from the Railway Department. So we are waiting for that as of now.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. And the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site. Divisional officers of Katia Division, senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
आवाज़ मतलब मेरा तो B1 कोच था, बहुत जोर से मतलब झटका दिया है। तो जैसे झटका दिया तो सब ऐसे बोल रहा था कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया, हम भी चिल्ला रहा था, सब रो रहा था। फिर हम तुरंत बाहर आके देखा कि यहाँ पीछे से एक्सीडेंट हुआ है ट्रेन का। अच्छा, तो अभी क्या है, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ आपने देखा है कुछ, या आपके बॉगी में कितने लोग इंजर्ड हुए? मेरा बॉगी में तो मैं एक इंजर्ड हुआ, मेरे सिर में लगा है, बाद बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है। ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है, हमें यही देखा है। अच्छा, अभी आप लोग को रेस्क्यू किया गया है? हाँ, रेस्क्यू किया। अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए।
खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है। तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना, फिर जाकर मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं। ये तो जो है बहुत, क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आके जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद। एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था? जी 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 हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद। तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है? वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेथ बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है जो है। हाँ, लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी। हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे भी। अच्छा जी, तो अभी क्या रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है? जी, अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है। यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है।
And my colleague Vasudha, in fact, joins us on the broadcast. Vasudha, we have seen railways officials actually coming out and talking about the fact that it's suspected it's likely a case of human error of the goods train driver actually overshooting a key signal. But is that what it is in terms of the information that we have as to what actually caused this accident, or is there any other strand of or any other angle that the railways is looking at?
Tanima, the emphasis on train safety cannot be, underscored more, and especially after the Balasaheb incident that took place last year, and there was a lot of spotlight on how, while we are expanding and modernizing our railway infrastructure, safety has to be the highlight of it, and that is something that the Railway Ministry has been working on. So today Jaya Verma also spoke about this, and she has basically made two important points. One is, of course, the fact that 50 people have been injured and 8 people have been dead. And, of course, the focus now is to ensure that the restoration of the line takes place. The rescue operations are already over. And now, of course, the railways will also start looking at what really led to this. In Balasore also, while there was a lot of talk about CBI inquiry, the railway did put in place a committee. And then it was basically, seen that it was a human error. And today, Jaya Verma also said that even if it is one in this case, that needs to be controlled, which is why there's a lot of emphasis on Kavach systems, anti-collision devices, and there is also, importance being given to the production of it. Now, that is for later. What I know right now is that the minister has already left for Jalpaiguri, which is in North Bengal. He could be reaching there anytime soon. Mamata Banerjee is also going to be there. She's the Chief Minister of West Bengal, so there's clearly some politics that will play out. But more than that, I think the spotlight is again on the safety of passengers, which really can't be ignored. There's a lot of answering that Railway Ministry will have to do, because we're focusing a lot on freight, we're focusing a lot on increasing the speed of existing trains, expanding and modernizing our railway infrastructure, but safety has to be paramount, and that is something that this accident has also shown.
Right, Vasudha, of course, as you said, there will be lots of questions that the railways officials will have to answer. But just for the benefit of our viewers, what exactly is the selection process, or how does the railways decide which route Kavach will be operating on? Because this was one of the key routes in the eastern part of the country. Kanchenjunga Express is a very old train. It was connecting Agartala to Shialda. So, does this particular route does not deserve Kavach? How exactly is that selection done by the railways?
What I understand is that Kavach has to be employed in almost 3,000 kilometers is what even Jaya Verma was talking about today. And Bengal also needs that Kavach. And like you rightly pointed out, this is a very strategic train. It's on a very strategic route, because this is the chicken corridor which connects the east of India with the northeast of India. This particular train has been running for years. It connects Sialda and, of course, Silchar, which is in some ways, it's the lifeline of the east and northeast of India, connecting states like Tripura, Assam, and also West Bengal. So I think, Jaya Verma also pointed out that this, of course, Kavach was supposed to be installed here as well. But, Tanuma, there is also an emphasis on manufacturing and ensuring that we produce our own anti-collision devices, because most of these anti-collision devices which come from, outside, abroad in foreign countries are also very, very expensive. And there are other problems also with respect to that. So the government has been focusing on self-reliance and ensuring that we produce our own technology. There's been a lot of training that's been given to railway officials, and there have been tendering processes that have been on to ensure that we get the best companies to come up with anti-collision devices that are customized to our own needs, to sort of fit into our tracks, which is why, government and the ministry has also been emphasizing that while collisions have been coming down in the last few days, in the last few years, if you look at the CAG report also, which says that at one point we used to have 90% accidents happening due to collisions, which has really come down now. But at the end of the day, safety is important. Human error has to be dealt with, for which Kavach seems to be the only way forward. And like Jaya Verma said today, I think that will be something that the ministry will focus on, and also ensuring that the parameters for which the selection is done is sort of reviewed, and there is some sense of assurance that more routes have this device in place.
Vasudha Venugopal there, getting us all the updates as far as this train tragedy in Bengal is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to another important story that we've been following, and that is the political slugfest over EVMs. Now, this is particularly specific to a charge which has emerged in Maharashtra, where there has in fact been allegation that there was a particular booth in which and there was unauthorized use of a mobile phone. In fact, there has been political comments being made by several parties on this issue, and the latest that we do know is that the Uddhav Sena has in fact talked about this, saying that this particular incident, which took place in Mumbai North West, one of the counting centers in Mumbai North West, they have in fact now raised questions about the candidates' win in that area, and saying that the person who has won, the MP is won from that particular area, Waikar, shouldn't be taking oath, and now that his win is under suspicion. Uddhav Sena
also went on to say that they filed a complaint at a local police station over this unauthorized use of a mobile phone at the counting center. BJP, on the other hand, because questions are being raised about their candidate, has hit back saying that the opposition is spreading a false narrative.
अब ये फोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल। वो हारा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वनराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
Right, so questions being raised. This entire, there has in fact been over the weekend also, we've seen a lot of conversations which have taken place in terms of the whether or not an EVM is completely hack-proof. This, of course, is not related to that. But the Election Commission also, remember, has come out with its own clarification on this entire matter, saying that even though there is, it is under probe that there was an unauthorized use of a mobile phone inside the counting center, but there's no way an OTP could have been used to operate or open an EVM. Let me go across to my colleague Sujata for more on this. Sujata, I just mentioned a little bit about what the Election Commission officials' reaction to this entire charge by the opposition has been, but take us through the details of how the poll body has in fact tried to dispel all the allegations which are being made by the opposition parties with regard to this unauthorized use of a mobile phone at a counting center in Mumbai.
Well, certainly, and we see that now after the Election Commission, as well as Raut, that is the returning officer, Vandana Suryavanshi, addressed a press conference yesterday where she spoke about the role of the Election Commission into the process, and she definitely clarified that it is not possible to use or else access the EVM through an OTP that the Vandra police station had registered the FIR against, and it clearly stated that it is impossible to access the EVM through a mobile OTP. Which the relative of the newly elected MP is set to be operating that on the day of 4th June. But now that we see that Amol Kirtikar, who was the opposition, has come out and asked for the recounting of the process. And he also stated that an application will be filed in the Bombay High Court seeking recounting and also to get access of the CCTV footage to understand what exactly transpired after the 21st round of counting that happened. So at the NEPCO Center, where the counting was underway until the 21st round, all of the process was going smooth, after which the RO is set to be what, as per the Amol Kirtikar's party, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, says that it was the RO who was also involved into the matter, and at present action should be initiated against her as well. However, in the press conference, Vandana Suryavanshi had stated that in no manner it is possible to access the EVM, and also the counting was done as well as the announcement was made as per the aforesaid process, and there was no such a mobile phone that was brought in. However, there were people using mobile phone, but it is not clarified, or it is not possible to access the EVM through a mobile phone or an OTP that comes on the mobile phone. So somewhere the Election Commission definitely is in the matter, and also the parties are demanding that action should be initiated against the RO. However, at this point in time, it is said that an application will also be submitted to the Election Commission to ensure that the CCTV footages are made public, so that all the parties get access to it to understand and also to understand the important as well as the important turn-up events that happened on that particular day on the 4th of June. And also here the RO comes into the question to understand that when the matter happened on the 4th of June, why was the FIR registered on the 14th of June, that is exactly 10 days after the incident, for which we see that not only the opposition parties but also the opposition candidate Amol Kirtikar, who's been raising questions stating that it is the mobile phone which has been seized for the forensic lab for the further investigation. They say that the mobile phone has also been swapped with that of the original one, for which at present action is being taken accordingly.
Right, Sujata, very importantly, the another aspect which is in which is in play over here is the fact that the difference between the winning candidate Ravindra Waikar, as you were saying, and that of the Uddhav Sena candidate Amol Kirtikar was very small. So a lot of questions are being raised about EVM tampering or in any way manipulation when it comes to this small margin of wins or losses, whichever way you want to see it. And you have in fact given out details of what the poll body has been saying. The returning officer from the Election Commission has given a complete clarification, completely debunking the charges which have been made by the opposition. But still, we can see that opposition parties have been raising questions about this. They filed a complaint in the police station. Has there been anything which has come forth from the police so far on this? Because we can see that there's, of course, a back and forth going on between the ruling government over there, the Mahayuti, and the MVA on this entire issue.
Well, that's right. And we also see that now the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders have now come forward seeking that there has been a game that too, a sort of swapping of the entire EVM as well as the mobile phones, for which we see that now the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders addressing press conference state that there should be action initiated against the RO officer. And also, if we try to understand on that particular day when the results were being counted at the NESCO center, it was Amol Kirtikar who was initially declared as the winner, after which there was a demand of recounting done by the Eknath Shinde camp, in which again it was Ravindra Waikar who was declared as the winner of the Mumbai North West constituency just by mere one vote, after which there was a recounting demanded again by the Amol Kirtikar gang, and it was this time Ravindra Waikar again winning with a margin of 48 votes, which led to not only the party workers but also the senior party leaders of the Mahavikas Aghadi raising questions of how could, when Ravindra Waikar was losing and it was Amol Kirtikar who won the elections by a great margin, it was the recounting that led to him to their candidate losing and Ravindra Waikar winning instead, which led to this time it is, not only the Mahayuti leaders who are stating that it is their win, but it is also the Election Commission who is now set to decide whether to reveal and let out the CCTV footages or not, where the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders are accusing the RO officer of receiving calls and letting the people as well as the other authorities using mobile phone inside the voting center, which is not allowed, and also for the voting counting center, which turned out to be a fray of such a controversy. Over to you.
Sujata Dwivedi there reporting from Mumbai. Thank you so much for joining us with that. We'll slip into a short break at this point, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Welcome back. Now, another big focus story that we are looking at is former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, being questioned by the CID. Remember, he has been named in a molestation case, a POCSO case of molestation involving a 17-year-old girl. That is the allegation on him. Now, the former Chief Minister, Yediyurappa, of course, has denied all these allegations, claiming that he's been falsely implicated, but he turned up at the Karnataka CID office today. Those are the pictures on your screens there of him reaching. Remember, this comes in just days after the POCSO court had in fact issued a non-bailable warrant against Yediyurappa, and though at this point in time the hearing is still on this case, but the court had also directed the BJP veteran to at least join investigations and appear for questioning.
He is being questioned right now. He's been questioned for the last couple of hours. We expect the questioning to come to a close at any moment now. Remember, this was anticipated. He had given a commitment through his lawyers to the High Court that he will appear before the CID for questioning. This was after a fast-track court had issued an arrest warrant against him, and he had gone to the High Court, A, for quashing of the case itself, which he says is a false case and he's been falsely implicated, B, to ensure that there was no arrest or no action taken by the police, given that he's going to cooperate with the investigators. So this was expected. So he had reached the CID office by about 11:15 this morning. He's been questioned since then by the officials. Obviously, they will be listening to his version of the events, also put forth before him evidence that they've gathered. Remember, a mother and a 17-year-old daughter had gone to Yediyurappa to seek help, allegedly, for other cases they'd filed against other officers in February 2024 when the alleged assault happened on the 17-year-old girl.
Right.
The allegation is that he molested her. The mother, of course, is no longer alive, but the police have recorded statements of several witnesses and others in this case.
Staying with news from Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's move to hike fuel prices. In fact, Siddaramaiah claimed that the fuel prices in his state is still less when compared to others. Remember, Karnataka recently raised fuel prices by about 3 rupees per litre. Commenting on BJP's protest today on the issue, Siddaramaiah called it the party's double speak. Hitting out, he said that the BJP should actually protest against the centre, as the centre's fuel tax levies were much higher.
Raised on petrol, sale tax, 3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
We'll be heading into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
8 people killed and at least 50 others injured in the train accident in West Bengal. Fatalities include 3 railway staffers. A goods train rammed into Kanchenjunga Express near Darjeeling. Bengal Chief Minister and the Union Railways Minister both en route to the accident site. Initial probe shows human error. That's what Railways officials say. Railways adds that the goods train driver had in fact overshot a key signal. The drivers among those killed in the accident. A Maha row erupts over EVM manipulation charge in Mumbai. There's a row over unauthorized mobile phone usage at a counting center. Now, despite clarifications by the poll panel, political war of words rages on. Another incident of mid-air horror, metal blade found in food served on an Air India flight. 7 days on, Air India confirms the incident, says that the blade was left behind from a vegetable processing machine. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa questioned by the CID in a POXO case. The former Chief Minister grilled for at least over 3 hours. He's been accused of molesting a minor. And under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Political face-off fueled in Karnataka. BJP protests against the fuel price hike in the state. Once again, the middle class, a scapegoating of the middle class taking place. You're watching NDTV, and the top story that we're looking at is the train accident in West Bengal. 8 people, including 3 railway staffers, have been killed and about 50 others injured after an express train collided with a goods train in Darjeeling district of West Bengal. Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Shialda in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near the Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. 3 coaches of Kanchenjunga Express were derailed in this incident. One factor which limited the number of casualties in the accident is that the rear part of the express train comprised of the cargo van and the guards coach, and the passenger compartments were further ahead. Railways, in fact, has said that as per their initial assessment, human error is suspected and that the goods train driver had overshot a key signal. Now, as per the latest information, the unaffected portion of Kanchenjunga Express has left the site and the train is now headed for Malda. Restoration work at the site is also in progress.
और मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 घंटे में पूरी तरह ये ट्रैक क्लियर हो जाएगी और बहुत ही दुखद घटना है जो दार्जिलिंग के इस रंगापानी इलाके में हुआ, जहां करीब जो है सवेरे 8:30 बजे जब कंचनजंगा एक्सप्रेस एनजीपी से छूट के सियालदा यानी कलकत्ता की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, पीछे से आकर के मालगाड़ी ने टक्कर मारा है और पीछे जब टक्कर लगी तो 2 पार्सल कोच और एक गार्ड रूम का कोच पड़ा और उसके अंदर में ये घटना घटी है। और मैं आभारी हूँ गांव वालों का, इमीडिएटली आकर के पहला रिलीफ गांव वालों की तरफ से मिला और उसके बाद पूरा पुलिस प्रशासन और एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और रेलवे के तमाम अधिकारी और कर्मचारी यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं।
I have spoken to Railway Minister regarding the accident. We doubt because the train was from Tripura. It has passes through Assam. So there will be many passengers from Assam. We remain concerned about the passengers. We are waiting for details. My Chief Secretary is in constant touch with Railway Authority. Whatever we need to do, we will do. But first of all, we have to get clarity from the Railway Department. So we are waiting for that as of now.
It happened because the goods train collided with Kanchenjunga Express from behind, which resulted in 4 bogies getting affected, 1 SLR, 2 parcel van and 1 GS coach. We have 8 deaths till now confirmed, and there are 25 injuries. The injured have been moved to nearby medical centers for medical attention. They are non-fatal till now. and the rescue operations have already started. Divisional officers have already reached the site. Divisional officers of Katia Division, senior officials from the zone, general manager with his team have rushed to the site and are about to reach very soon.
25 बताया पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
But now opposition is targeting you, the railways especially. They are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the accusations by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you कि safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
आवाज़ मतलब मेरा तो BU1 कुछ था, बहुत जोर से मतलब झटका दिया है. तो जैसे झटका दिया तो सब ऐसे बोल रहा था कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया, हम भी चिल्ला रहा था, सब रो रहा था. फिर हम तुरंत बाहर आके देखा कि यहाँ पीछे से एक्सीडेंट हुआ है ट्रेन का.
अच्छा, तो अभी क्या है, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ आपने देखा है कुछ, या आपके बॉगी में कितने लोग इंजर्ड हुए?
मेरा बॉगी में तो मैं एक इंजर्ड हुआ, मेरे सिर में लगा है, बाद बाकी किसी का नहीं हुआ है. ऐसे तो पीछे से देख रहा था 2-3 आदमी आपका क्या डेथ हुआ है, हमें यही देखा है.
अच्छा, अभी आप लोग को रेस्क्यू किया गया है?
हाँ, रेस्क्यू किया. अभी मेरे बोला ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, अभी आया ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए.
खबर आया कि हमारे यहाँ 2 किलोमीटर अंदर एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना हुई है. तो हम लोग जो है मतलब इसको तो लाइव नहीं देखा, हम लोग सुना. फिर जाकर मतलब जब हम लोग को पता चला, फिर हम लोग यहाँ स्पॉट आके अभी देख रहे हैं. ये तो जो है बहुत,
क्या देख रहे हैं आप, क्या नजर
यहाँ तो मतलब जो है एक ट्रेन शायद खड़ी हुई थी और एक ट्रेन आगे जो है इनसे टकरा गई शायद.
एक ही लाइन पे, एक ही पटरी पे था?
जी हाँ, एक ही पटरी पे शायद एक ट्रेन खड़ी थी या जा रही थी, शायद स्लो थी, और मतलब एक ट्रेन आ रही थी, आके जो है मतलब ऐसी दुर्घटना हुई है शायद.
तो कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, कुछ खबर आपको मिला है?
वो तो पता नहीं, मतलब 1-2 जो है डेड बॉडी मैंने अभी देखा है. जो है हाँ,
लोकोमोटिव जो है वो भी बॉडी अटका हुआ है अभी भी.
हाँ, वहाँ एक लोको पायलट जो है वहाँ तो अभी अटकी हुई है वहाँ पे भी.
अच्छा
जी,
तो अभी क्या, अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है?
जी, अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं, मतलब उतने सारे अभी नहीं है. यहाँ जो लोकल पब्लिक है ना, यहाँ का जो लोकल पब्लिक है बहुत हेल्प की है.
To New Jalpaiguri, and then of course onwards to Guwahati and other state capitals of the northeast, including Arunachal and Silchar and Agartala and all these railheads that are there in the northeast. This is the only line that connects to that route, apart from the alternate route which is also through this same corridor, the Chicken's Neck corridor, the Siliguri corridor as it's known. And if you see the map of India, it's a narrow strip of land that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. All road, rail traffic to the northeast move through this corridor, and therefore the focus of the railways now is to ensure that A, the route is cleared and the rail route is thrown open for railway traffic as soon as possible. Early this evening or end of day is what we are hearing from railway sources. We also know that 3 railway staff, including the 2 motormen of the goods train that rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, and the guard or the train manager of the Kanchenjunga Express, have also lost their lives in this accident. And also what we know so far is that this accident of course has led to the loss of 8 lives, including 5 passengers, 3 staff, and the fact that one thing perhaps has been a savior in this case is the 2 parcel vans that were attached at the end of the train. The 2 parcels vans have been instrumental in ensuring that the primary impact of the collision is suffered by the parcel vans which don't carry passengers. And it is only then of course you have the guard train manager's bogie which has suffered damage, and another bogie which has suffered damage. So the casualties have come from there. And also the engine of the the goods train which rammed into the Kanchenjunga Express, the 2 motormen of that goods train. So those 2 parcel vans extremely important in this accident.
Right.
And like you said, Kavach is something that's designed specifically for a situation like this. Had it been installed on this route, this wouldn't have happened. But again, it's a large process. It's a complicated engineering system that has to be deployed across the country. And that's something that perhaps the railways have been saying that we're doing it on a mission mode, but one needs to look at the speed of installing this system for a critical service like the railways in India.
Right, shifting focus now to another incident of mid-air horror coming to light, and in this case, a passenger aboard a flight, or about an Air India flight, found a metal blade in his meal. In fact, pictures from that meal there, which the passenger himself had posted online on your screens at the moment. Now, Air India has issued a statement about this incident today. Air India has confirmed that a foreign object was found in the food and that the blade was left behind from a vegetable processing machine. The Air India passenger had in fact, remember, flagged a very serious concern. Incident took place on a Bengaluru-San Francisco flight. Passenger had in fact written on his social media post that the blade could have cut my tongue, injured him. Those are the pictures there on your screen of this horrific incident, shocking incident rather, being reported, another incident of a horror aboard a flight there. Shifting our focus back to one of our political stories, and that is the slugfest over EVM unlocking charge in Maharashtra. Now remember, the opposition in the state, especially the Uddhav Sena, has in fact raised several questions about an unauthorized entry of a phone which has been found in this particular incident. But I'm being told now we should cut across to a press conference by Union Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. Listen in.
They are series of other lies. What are those lies? That somebody else is responsible, we are not responsible. Arey bhai, the price of petrol and diesel at the bunk is determined in large part due to the international prevailing price, because we import 85% of our requirements of crude oil or kacha tel. And I have done some statistics, madam, I knew you were coming. Between 2004 and 14, the price of petrol and diesel in Bengaluru went up by 84%. This is a Congress time. And it went up, in diesel it went up by 111%. Why did it go up? Because an international price had gone up. And to that you add cost of insurance, cost of freight, refining margin, etc. Now, in our time, 2014 to 2024, there was turbulence in the international situation. There was a Russia-Ukraine war situation, which is still going on. There was problem closer to home in the Red Sea, attacks by Houthi rebels, etc. Yet, we have been able to navigate the international situation, and Bharat is the only country, madam, where prices of petrol and diesel over a representative period have come down. In the case of petrol by about 2% or so, and diesel by a little percent, instead of going up. Now, how did we manage this? How did we manage this? Essentially, because the Honorable Prime Minister reduced the excise duty levied by the centre on two occasions, November 21 and May 2022. As a result of which, central excise duty came down, and all the BJP states also reduced the VAT that they charge. If you go into the VAT figures, it becomes clear. But let me give you what this resulted in. I'll give you some states. I have got some figures. The difference in price between Itanagar and Chennai is 9 rupees 90 paisa on petrol. The difference in price between Lucknow and Telangana is 12 rupees 76 paisa. The difference in price between Gandhinagar and Bengaluru is 8 rupees 21 paisa. Difference between Panaji and Kerala is 12 rupees 35 paisa. Guwahati and Kolkata, 6 rupees and 80 paisa. Why? Because BJP ruled states followed the centre's lead and reduced their price, their VAT. Now I come to diesel. It's very interesting. Difference between Itanagar and Chennai is 12 rupees. In between Imphal and Ranchi is 7 rupees 37 paisa. Lucknow and Telangana is 7 rupees 89 paisa. Gandhinagar and Kerala is 6 rupees 11 paisa. Now I'll give you another interesting statistic. If we are in a situation where the large percentage of our requirement of crude oil is imported, clearly you are dependent on international prices. But that's not how there's no change in that. Because the economy is booming, maybe the domestic consumption is booming. But what have we done? We have done action for which we have responsibility, for which we can take the action. And we assume that responsibility for today. You know what the Congress did? Between 2004 and 14, they introduced something called petrol bonds. What are they? You floated, say, 1,41,000 crores. Today, madam, we are having to pay back 3,20,000 crores. So it is irresponsible. Irresponsible in terms of the actions they took. And today they're compounding their lies. They're going on saying now कि ये किसी और की गलती है. गलती आपने एक्शन लिया है. आपको तो वो खटाखट महंगाई खत्म करनी थी, वो खटाखट महंगाई बढ़ गई है. And now they are compounding their lies. And I'm surprised that somebody in a position like that of the chief minister is going around and saying ये किसी और की गलती है. अरे भाई, ये कैसे हो सकता है कि बीजेपी रूल स्टेट्स में दाम जो है 10 रुपए कम है और आप कह रहे हैं गलती किसी और की है जब एक्शन आपने लिया है.
एक क्वेश्चन सर इससे रिलेटेड ये भी है कि हमेशा प्राइस हाइक जब भी होता है, कांग्रेस या ऑपोजिशन पार्टी हमेशा ही बीजेपी रूल जहां भी सरकारें हैं वहां पे प्रश्न खड़ा करती है. अब चूंकि कांग्रेस रूल गवर्नमेंट में जहां पर स्टेट में जहां पर सरकार है वहां पर ऐसा हो रहा है, कैसे आप
नहीं देखिए,
हमेशा से ये सवाल रहा है.
नहीं सवाल तो कई होते हैं कि ये क्या हो रहा है, आप क्यों कर रहे हैं, चुनाव आ रहे हैं इसलिए कम हो रहे हैं. देखिए, मैंने कई बार समझाने की कोशिश की है कि इसमें केंद्रीय सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है. केंद्रीय सरकार ऑल्सो कलेक्ट्स टैक्सेस, एक्साइज ड्यूटी, पर हम अपनी तरफ से उसको कम कर रहे हैं. तो एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट should also reduce its tax burden, whatever taxes that they levy. अब ये कर कह रहे हैं कि आपने टैक्सेस बढ़ा रहे हैं, फिर कह रहे हैं कि ये किसी और की गलती. अरे भाई, हमने तो एक्सप्लेन किया, हमने कम किया है. सो इसका कोई लॉजिक नहीं निकल रहा इनकी बात में. और मैं समझता हूं आने वाले समय में देखिए, क्योंकि ये और गलतियां करी जा रहे हैं. अब ये कहेंगे, कुछ बात करेंगे, फिर वो झूठ निकलेगा. इसलिए मैंने आपको आंकड़े जो है आपके सामने दिए हैं. हमने आपको एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स दिए, क्या प्राइसेस हैं, और जो कंज्यूमिंग पब्लिक है वो ये खटाखट से क्या हुआ है, झूठम झूठ इनका पकड़ा है.
Right, breaking update coming in, and sources from the Congress party have in fact said that an official decision on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi giving up his Wayanad constituency seat is going to be formally conveyed very soon. So in a way, Congress sources are saying that it is almost a done deal, that Rahul Gandhi, remember, has won from 2 seats, Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh and Wayanad in Kerala. And now the latest information is that Congress sources are saying that Rahul Gandhi is going to give up the Wayanad seat, and that this is a decision which is going to come out very soon. In fact, there is a Congress meeting which is also scheduled to take place on this, but important information there that Congress sources suggest that it is just a matter of time before that decision is officially announced by the party, that Rahul Gandhi is going to give up the Wayanad seat, will retain Raebareli, of course, but it's likely that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will in fact make her political debut in a sense, rather the debut in terms of an MP there. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, what do we know in terms of the fact you'd already in fact said that, that this had been reported earlier as well, that Rahul Gandhi is likely to give up the Wayanad seat, but what is the latest information that we have as of now?
Well, the latest information is that there's an official high-level meeting with the Congress, two former Congress presidents, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, will be meeting with Mr. Kharge at 5 o'clock this evening at his residence to take a formal call it will be conveyed about Rahul Gandhi, because today is actually the last day, about the fact that he has to choose between Raebareli and Wayanad. And as you rightly pointed out, we at NDTV have reported this on the 6th of June when the India meeting was underway. And it's from that they have taken that decision that Rahul Gandhi will continue to be from Raebareli. And the fact that, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is going to, of course, no formal decision will be taken. There's still time for that because there's a notification and the entire process. But many would like to see her contest from Wayanad. Having said that, there are other issues to be decided. For example, the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, who it will be. Many wanted Rahul Gandhi to become the leader of opposition and take that role, because that will give him cabinet rank status and effort to work with Indian alliance partners, as well as to ensure that the Congress puts its best foot forward on various issues of concern. But that seems unlikely at this present juncture. Rahul Gandhi is not inclined towards that post, and the choices now are between, a few of them. One, of course, is Gaurav Gogoi. The other is Kumari Selja. And we'll have to wait and see what Sonia Gandhi decides and who she nominates. This, of course, in consultation with the Congress president about who it will be. The pro-term speaker, just for the information of our viewers, will be sworn in by the President of India. And it's likely to be K. Suresh, who's the senior most member of parliament. The other one, of course, was Dr. Virendra Kapoor, who's now become a union minister, so he's not eligible. And K. Suresh is a veteran Congress leader from Kerala. And that's the reason why he will be sworn in, and he will then administer the oath of office to the Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, and all other members of the 18th Lok Sabha.
Right. Sunil, as you mentioned, a number of important decisions are, of course, being deliberated in this meeting of the Congress. But most interest and attention, of course, will be on the fact that these two constituencies that Rahul Gandhi had won from, one of them he is now deciding to give up. That is a decision which we are expecting to come through in that particular meeting. But if we are to believe the sources suggesting that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra might be asked to contest, we've seen a bit of a resistance over the years from her end in terms of actually making her electoral debut. But is that also something in a way which is sort of finalized in case Rahul Gandhi does give up the Wayanad seat, that it is likely to be taken over or contested by his sister?
Well, as I said, that immediately is not going to be decided, because there's a long way ahead, and that will need a lot of deliberations. You'll have to speak to the KPCC, the unit, the people in Wayanad and everything else. So those things are, I don't think a formal decision will be taken immediately on who will be contesting from Wayanad at this given
Sunil,
meeting.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but we will have to go back to the Bengal train incident, I believe. Mamata Banerjee has reached the spot.
আমি যেহেতু কোনো যাতায়াতের ব্যবস্থা ছিল না, চেষ্টা করা সত্ত্বেও সেই জন্য দেরি হলো, কিন্তু আমি অপারেশনটা টোটাল করে দিয়েছি। আমি এখান থেকে নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজে যাব।
Okay, Mamata Banerjee there saying that she is about to, she is in fact going to head to the North Bengal Medical College now, which is where a lot of those injured have in fact been hospitalized.
জানিয়েছি, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে স্পটে যেতেও বলেছিলাম, ও নিশ্চয়ই টেক কেয়ার করেছে, বাদবাকি প্রশাসনও করেছে। আমি নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজটা করে আমি তারপরে রাতে আমি শিলিগুড়িতে নিশ্চয়ই থাকছি না, কারণ আমি একটু কুচবিহার চলে যাব ডাইরেক্ট, কারণ কালকে আমার দুটো কাজ আছে, আমি ওটা করে তারপরে আবার কাল সন্ধ্যের পরে ফিরে আসবো, এইটুকু প্রোগ্রাম।
She also says that she'll be heading to Kuch Bihar after that, will not be staying overnight at Shiliguri, which is of course one of the locations close to this accident site.
এই শুনুন, অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস নামটাই অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস, ওরা কিসের কি নাম দেবে তা আমার দেখার দরকার নেই। অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি যখন রেল মিনিস্টার ছিলাম তখন করেছিলাম, এবং এর জন্য আমি কোঙ্কন রেলওয়েকে কাজে লাগিয়েছিলাম মুম্বাইতে, গোয়াতে। আমি নিজে মাডগাঁওতে গেছিলাম।
When she was the railways minister, of course, remember in the Vajpayee era, she's saying that she had introduced the anti-collision device in
যদি
the
ড্রাইভারও ঘুমিয়ে
railways.
পড়ে অ্যালার্ম দেবে, দুটো ট্রেন কাছাকাছি চলে আসলে আটকে দেবে, এরকম নানা রকম সিগন্যালিং সমস্ত। সুতরাং ওরা ওদের ভাষায় প্রত্যেকটা জিনিস, ভাতটাকে এখন কেউ ভাত বলবে, কেউ রাইস বলবে, কেউ চাল বলবে, কেউ আবার আরও কিছু নতুন ভাষা যুক্ত করতে পারে, সেটা তার নিজের ব্যাপার। মানে আগে মানুষের রক্ষা কবচ হল, তারপরে এই সমস্ত নানা রকম কথা বলবেন। রেলে একটা স্ত্রী ছিল, আজকে তো আমি অনেককে শুনেছি, এটা ক্রিটিসিজম নয়, এটা একান্তই প্যাসেঞ্জার অ্যামিনিটিস এত কমে গেছে যে যাত্রী নাইট জার্নি করে, এমনকি যেগুলো স্লিপার কোচ, এমন বিছানা দেওয়া হয় শুতে, তাতে নানা রকম ডার্টি থিংস থাকে, বাথরুমগুলো পর্যন্ত ক্লিয়ার করা হয় না।
Mamata Banerjee also saying that facilities or amenities for passengers on trains by the railways has in fact drastically reduced. She is of course listing a number of things like the items which are kept for passengers and also the cleanliness inside train coaches and the washrooms there. She's highlighting that there has been a drastic reduction in quality of services at the railways.
Only you can see railway at the time of inauguration, so many talking points and so many beautification of words, and just like it's a fashion, but they don't take care about the passenger amenity. I'm sorry, I worked as a railway worker, so I know the things. Even they are not taking care for the railway officials, railway engineers, railway technical staff, safety security officials, and the workers also. They are also in problem. Their old pension is being withdrawn, whatever I have seen through the newspaper. But totally, I am totally with the railway employees and railway officials. They are trying their best, but this government is careful only to take so many measures about the election, how to go for hacking, how to go for manipulation, how to go for...
Right, Mamata Banerjee there. She is, of course, talking about that she is going to meet the injured in this incident, in this accident very shortly, but also talking about how, according to her, the facilities or the amenities provided to the passengers has drastically reduced. She's, of course, saying that the railways in a whole, the kind of safety, security and services which are being provided by the railways has drastically, the quality of it has drastically fallen over the years. We'll have to slip into a short break at this point, but stay tuned to NDTV for more news and updates.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Welcome back. Now, another important story that we've been following is that of the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan being in Delhi. Now, Jake Sullivan has also met Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor of India, of course, his counterpart, and also the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. There, those shots on your screen of Jake Sullivan meeting Jaishankar, and the focus between the two sides is on deepening military technology ties between India and the United States of America. We'll be heading into a short break at this point. Stay tuned to NDTV for more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you're trying to show someone a photo in your gallery.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Key security review meet on the Manipur unrest situation. Home Minister Amit Shah will chair the meeting with top officials in a short while from now. A special report from the Jammu region. Militancy back in Poonch, Rajouri after 18 years. NDTV report day after Kashmir review meeting by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. 9 killed, at least 50 people injured in the Bengal train tragedy. Goods train had rammed into Kanchenjunga Express. In the early morning hours, railways officials say goods train disregarded the signal. Politics erupts over Bengal train accident. The opposition has accused the Modi government of neglect. Rahul Gandhi says it was utter mismanagement for 10 years. Mamata Banerjee says passenger safety was compromised. In the actor Darshan case, Sandalwood star has spoken out. Kicha Sudeep says justice is different from friendship, and the top star has sought swift justice in the murder case. Maharashtra over EVM manipulation charge. The controversy erupts over unauthorized mobile at a counting center in Mumbai. Despite clarification, political war rages on. A metal blade has been found in a food plate served on Air India flight. 7 days on, Air India confirms incident, says the blade was from a vegetable processing machine. All right, we're starting with some breaking news that's coming in at the moment. We are learning a Delhi flight that was bound to the train mishap site has been delayed for several hours. We are learning by more than at least 1.5 hours. We are learning this flight that was to reach the Bengal train mishap site has been delayed. It's an Indigo flight that we are learning. We'll try and get more details. The flight has been sitting on the tarmac for over an hour, we are learning, and the Indigo crew has informed the passengers that the delay is due to a technical snag, but the passengers are facing a very difficult time at this moment. Many of them have tweeted also. We have Vedant, my colleague, also joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vedant, we are learning this flight has been delayed by over an hour now. You've also been traveling in the same flight, trying to reach the mishap site. But we're learning the flight has been sitting on the tarmac for over an hour. And what is the explanation now that is being given by the Indigo crew?
That's right, Kitty. As rightly pointed out, the flight was supposed to take off at about 2:10. And it's been over nearly 2 hours, and the flight is still sitting on the tarmac. In fact, it's just returned to the bay And what we've been told now by the Indigo crew is that they'll be deboarding shortly and perhaps arrange another aircraft. There's no clarity on that yet. But it sat on the tarmac for about an hour and a half, after which it returned to the bay. We are now sitting on the bay, and the deboarding has still not begun. So, of course, as you said, the passengers getting extremely impatient on the flight as well. And this is one of the 3 flights to the train mishap site. In fact, this is the last flight to Bagdogra, which is perhaps less than 60 kilometers from the very train mishap site in West Bengal near Jalpaiguri. So, of course, this is the latest in the many sort of incidents that we have seen in the past couple of days, where there have been massive delays on Indigo flight. What the latest that we're getting from Indigo PRO is that there was some sort of high temperature triggered some technical snag, which is why refueling could not be done properly. Perhaps that is what the inane reason that has been given by Indigo as of now. But the update is that still sitting on the bay, and deboarding could begin shortly.
Okay, for over an hour you're saying that the passengers have been facing difficulty there. Any facilities that are being provided for the passengers? We've seen how in the past also, this is not the first time that such an incident has been reported. Now, are the passengers being provided any sort of facility and clarification as well from the Indigo crew?
Well, Kitty, it's been nearly 2 hours, in fact, because the flight was supposed to take
2 hours
off
now, you're saying?
Yes, because the flight was supposed to take off at 2:10. So, it's been almost 2 hours now, and refreshments, etc., are being served. Water is being served constantly, but of course, that doesn't really make up for the fact that it's been 2 hours and the flight has still not taken off. Of course, a lot of passengers tried to seek answers from the Indigo crew as well. The crew, of course, as always, Kitty, as we've seen in the past as well, says that they have no information and there's no clear communication from the crew, and that is something that really sort of angers passengers and makes them even more impatient. In fact, let me also tell you there are a lot of media channels on the flight as well going to the train mishap site. So more than 2 hours and the flight, there's still no update on that. And of course, a lot of passengers also told me that they've heard of the train mishap that happened there, and many of their relatives were also on that train. So a lot of anxiety around this, and no clear communication from the Indigo crew.
Okay, there has been no communication so far from the Indigo crew as to what's leading to this delay in the flight. Initially, they tried to assuage the concerns of the passengers, but then since then, as my colleague Vedant also has been traveling, he's supposed to travel in that flight, but we do understand the flight has been delayed by over 2 hours. He was trying to reach the train mishap site in Bengal, but has been unable to do so because Indigo has not been able to provide any clarification. Also, so far, it's been more than 2 hours that the flight has been delayed, but Indigo crew has not been able to provide any comfort, any clarification also to the passengers who've been waiting since hours now, more than 2 hours now. We realize that the flight has been delayed, but nothing we do believe is being done in this regard as to assuaging the concerns of the passengers there. But all right, we are learning that the communication that has come in recently is that it's supposed to fly in some time from now, but how long is that going to take? That also remains to be seen. We'll keep an eye on this big story that we continue to track at the moment. Meanwhile, we have some more news that we are looking at this point in time. A Q security review meet is taking place regarding the Manipur unrest situation. The Home Minister is chairing this key meeting with his top officials. Well, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also had met the Manipur governor yesterday. And after this is the second meeting that is taking place on the Manipur situation at the moment. My colleague Aishwarya is also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more details about this meeting. Aishwarya, yesterday we've seen how Union Home Minister had met the Manipur governor regarding the Manipur unrest. And now this is the second meeting, we believe, that is taking place regarding the Manipur situation. What more details are coming out? Any directions that are likely to be given?
Well, certainly it is Government of India which is committed to bring back peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur, and that's what the directives had been given by the Home Minister straight to the Manipur administration, the Chief Minister over there as well, in several of the past meetings that had taken place. And today, this meeting comes when there had been several incidents of violence and unrest being reported from the state, especially in those hilly areas where there is Kuki dominance. On the other side, it is also seen as a day when the Manipur governor yesterday had been called in, and there was a short meeting, and Home Minister was apprised by the Manipur governor about the current situation. Remember, there had been several incidents in the past, certainly where the convoy of the Chief Minister was attacked. There was fire that broke out just near the Secretariat, and also several violence incidents. Remember, it was Home Minister Amit Shah during the violence that erupted 5 to 6 months back. It was Amit Shah himself stated that the Government of India will bring back peace and normalcy in the state, and that's their commitment. In next 6 months this will happen. But certainly the unrest and violence is being reported on a frequent basis since last few months. The opposition parties had been cornering the government on the situation of Manipur as well, and the recent statement of the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat on Manipur also clearly had sparked the entire row over the security situation over there. Remember, it was Mohan Bhagwat who stated that the normalcy should be restored in the state of Manipur, and this should be done at all costs. And certainly soon after that, we have seen that how the Government of India had come out in action as well. Today, just behind me at the Home Ministry over here, the DGP of Manipur, Mr. Rajiv Singh, it is also the advisor to the Government of India for the state of Manipur, and the top officials from the CISF and the security forces, including the Assam Rifles, had also arrived just few moments back at the MHA, and we have been told that the meeting has now started at the Home Ministry, and it is being chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah himself. Certainly, as I mentioned, the Government of India has just one word to say, and they had stated that they are committed to bring back peace and normalcy at all costs in Manipur, and that's where the directives will be followed up to all the security officials over here.
All right. Right, Ishwarya. Thank you so much for getting us all those details there. This is an important meeting that is taking place regarding the Manipur situation at the moment at the MHA. Those are the latest visuals that are coming in. We're learning Army Chief Manoj Pandey is also at the Home Ministry. Manipur DGP is also at the MHA, participating in this meeting, uprising the Union Home Minister of the current situation on the ground. There have been incidents that have been reported in the recent past. The violence has been, of course, reported in the last 1 year, and the unrest on the ground continues to prevail in Manipur, and the Union Home Minister is taking stock of the situation, as well as we are expecting that some directives are likely to be issued to the concerned officials in this regard. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at the moment. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is going to be visiting the train mishap site in Darjeeling in West Bengal. These are latest visuals that are coming in at the moment of Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. We believe he is at present at the site of the mishap. He is seen with the security officials and sitting on a bike here and traveling to the mishap site. Other security officials also can be seen along in these visuals. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav in a tweet also earlier had promised all possible assistance to those who are injured or are affected in the train accident that took place in the early hours today in Darjeeling district of West Bengal, and he had also informed that he'll be reaching there shortly. These are latest visuals coming in. Union Railways Minister boarding a bike, sitting on a bike and reaching the spot of the accident site. We believe due to the issues on that route. We believe the connectivity is also, of course, a big problem, and the railways minister can be seen sitting on a bike behind a youth who's riding this motorcycle and reaching the accident spot. These are latest visuals now coming in. However, we do understand after 9 people lost their lives in this tragic train accident and more than 50 people are injured, a blame game has also erupted, with Congress leader Rahul Gandhi also blaming the central government for mismanagement and neglect. That is what he said in his tweet, that it's the mismanagement of the Modi government of the last 10 years that has resulted in this train accident. And also the TMC has hit out at the center over the same. Well, that is the latest meanwhile coming in. However, we do understand the rescue operations are already over. And at the moment, the focus now has shifted to providing assistance to those who've been affected. Well, the Railways Minister has already announced rupees 10 lakh compensation to those who've to the kin of those who've died in the accident, and to those who've been injured as well. Compensation has been provided to them also. Prime Minister Modi also had taken stock of the situation earlier. He had put out a tweet also saying that the central government is providing all possible assistance to those who've been affected in the accident that took place in the early hours today. Well, these are latest visuals coming in. Well, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is also expected to be present at the spot shortly. She'll be reaching, we are learning. Mamata Banerjee also had put out a tweet earlier informing that she will be reaching the spot of the accident site, and Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also now, just a short while back, he's reached the accident site sitting on that motorbike. As we can see, he was en route the site of the accident. The accident took place early in the morning today when a goods train had hit a passenger train, that is the Kanchenjunga Express, early in the morning from behind, and there were 2 bogies at least of the train that were derailed. Many people were injured. At least 9 people have lost their lives. That is what is being reported at the moment. Well, the Railways Minister has already announced an ex gratia, 10 lakh rupees as compensation to those who've died in the accident, to their kin is being provided, and to those who've been injured as well, compensation is being provided to them by the centre. However, we do understand Congress leader Rahul Gandhi also had put out a tweet earlier in which he criticized the central government, saying that they didn't do much to ensure that the situation was properly handled. He had expressed his condolences to the families of those who had lost their lives in the accident, and said the government should immediately provide full compensation to the victims or their families. But he also said in that tweet, and I quote, "The increase in railway accidents in the last 10 years is a direct result of mismanagement and negligence of the Modi government that results in loss of lives and property of passengers on a daily basis." Remember, this also comes in the light of the fact that the top railway official, that is the railways chairperson Jaya Verma, earlier in that press conference today had informed that there was no covered system that was installed on that route where the train was traveling, and the Kanchenjunga Express was passing through a very critical route. It is it is that route that connects the northeast to the rest of the country, and that is how it becomes so important. But the railways chairperson had informed that there was no covered system that was installed, and arrangements were being made now to do the same. But after that, now we do see that not just the Congress party, but the TMC also taking a dig at the centre over the accident. All right, my colleague Saurabh now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more. Saurabh, we can see in those visuals Ashwini Vaishnav sitting on a motorbike travelling to the site of the accident there.
That's right. This is of course a little away from Rangapani station, which is not very far from the airport, Bagdogra airport, and it's about barely half an hour to 45 minutes drive from the Bagdogra airport, the Rangapani station. Like I said, it's located in that crucial, strategically important Chicken's Neck or the Siliguri corridor. Now, there are a list of dignitaries who are headed there. Ashwini Vaishnav, the railway minister, amongst them. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is taking a flight to Bagdogra. West Bengal Governor also taking a flight to Bagdogra. Also, Shukanto Mojumdar, the state BJP chief, and the Union Minister of State for Education, also heading to Bagdogra. So, a lot of political visits there, and at the Bagdogra airport, they will all head to the accident site. Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, will also go to the North Bengal Medical College and Hospital. So will the Governor of West Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose. And this, of course, seems to be the itinerary for the evening. Meanwhile, the railways are working on a war footing to restore rail connectivity. But Mamata Banerjee has raised the issue of Kavach and, of course, said that, questioned the railways on the implementation of Kavach, because to give you perspective, only around 1,500 kilometers of the Indian Railways is covered by Kavach, which is, of course, the anti-collision system that has been developed for the Indian Railways. What does this do? Well, if two trains are on the same track and headed for a collision, the system kicks in, applies the brakes automatically and prevents a collision. On this route, this would have prevented an incident like this from happening. But unfortunately, it's not yet been installed on this route. And many are now questioning the pace of the installation of Kavach, even though it is a very complicated piece of engineering system that needs time, and there are the challenges of scalability and coverage of Kavach. Those challenges seem to be bogging down the installation of Kavach along a larger part of the Indian Railways network. Every year, of course, 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers is what the railways targets.
Yes.
But given the size of the Indian Railways and the number of passengers it carries, that needs to be way more. Apart from that, the railways are saying that they will try and restore rail connectivity on the route by the end of day or late evening is what the target the railways have set. Union Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav already there.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Saurav, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, as we've been informing earlier, that political war of words has also erupted over the accident that took place in the Darjeeling district in West Bengal in the early morning hours today, with Rahul Gandhi as well as Mamata Banerjee taking a dig at the Modi government. Now, Mamata Banerjee, while speaking to the media earlier, had spoken about the Kavach system and said that the passenger safety was compromised, and her MP also earlier had given a statement saying that the present rail minister should take a class from the best railway minister in the century, that is Mamata Banerjee. All right, let's listen into what Mamata Banerjee had said recently.
Food quality also became very bad. Rail have become totally parentless. Only you can see railway at the time of inauguration. So many talking points and so many beautification of words, and just like it's a fashion, but they don't take care about the passenger amenity. I'm sorry, I worked as a railway worker, so I know the things. Even they are not taking care for the railway officials, railway engineers, railway technical staff, safety security officials, and the workers also. They are also in problem. Their old pension is been withdrawn. Whatever I have seen through the newspaper. But totally, I am totally with the railway employees and railway officials. They are trying their best.
Okay, that was Mamata Banerjee speaking on the train accident in Bengal that took place today. We also have political analyst Rajalakshmi Joshi also joining us on the broadcast here. Ms. Rajalakshmi Joshi, both Rahul Gandhi as well as Mamata Banerjee have blamed the central government, taking pot shots at the Modi government on the train accident that took place today. While Rahul Gandhi says it's the mismanagement and negligence of the Modi government in the last 10 years that so many train accidents are being reported. Mamata Banerjee here is saying that, in that statement that she's made just recently, that passenger safety is compromised and it's the central government that is to be held responsible for it. What would you say?
Very firstly, my heartfelt condolences to all the victims in this tragedy. It's a very tragic accident, and there has to be absolutely no politics over this. And I think the very first concern of everybody should be the rescue operations, and after that, the restoration also. That is happening simultaneously, as I understand. Now, coming to the politics that's happening over all of this, at first glance, prima facie, it does look like there was this manual error by the probably by the signaling officer or by the locomotive engineer. That has yet to be looked into. So all of that has still to happen. All that investigation has still to happen. And even before any of that has come out, it's shocking that the opposition is jumping head over heels in trying to prove that it is something that this is something that is the failure of the minister. So at least they can wait for the investigation. They can focus on the rescue operations
Mr.
first.
Joshi, it really reminds us of the Balasore incident that took place last year. Many lives were lost that time also, and a similar kind of blame game also erupted. Now, it's not new for India that we've seen how railway ministers have resigned in the past when such accidents or tragedies have happened. Now, during the Balasore accident also the same thing happened, that the opposition parties had been gunning for the railway minister's post. But this time around, in a year's time, another accident that has happened. This is absolutely shocking. And, that time around also, last year also, many people said, many analysts we spoke to, many experts we spoke to, they said that, there needs to be accountability that needs to be fixed. There needs to be new ways to improve our system, and, things need to be put in order, put in place so that no such accidents take place ever again. But just a year down from there, we have another accident here in West Bengal.
Yes, that is true. But the thing is that even you might be aware that our entire railway system, it has a route of I think it's something in the range of 68,000 kilometers. And it is a huge task, and there is this initiative, there is the scheme of the Kavach. So which is actually, I think it is a mammoth task. So looking at the number, like what the figure I told you, 68,000 kilometers is, I think it is the fourth largest railways in the world. And this is something that is happening. It's a work in progress. And I am not here going to defend anybody without even knowing the details of what exactly happened. But yes, if and when the Kavach system happens completely, I think then there is this kind of a safety net, you would say, where even if somebody jumps or somebody bypasses, or even somebody sabotages the signaling system, then even then there are safety measures in place. So to make sure that there are this kind of a collision.
Do you think there has been some kind of delay? Because this is a very critical route. This is the route, it's a daily train that passes through that route, and a lot of tourists also, make use of it. This is the route that connects the northeast to the rest of the country. Do you think there has been some sort of delay in making sure that things were put in place?
Like I said, that kind of an investigation still has to happen, and I am myself personally not very sure for me to be able to comment on that. But yet, what I understand is that the railways have put in a tender for around 10,000 kilometers of for the Kavach, and out of that, a part of it has been done yet. Already, and some of it is still in progress. So I think that this is definitely going to take some time.
Right.
And in the meantime, we will have to actually look into who exactly is to blame for all of this, because this is not something that you can take for granted. Even one life is something that you can't afford to lose.
Well, absolutely, and it's a matter of 9 lives. The same was spoken during the time when the Balasore accident was also happened. More than 250 lives were lost in that accident, not to forget that. And once again, we see this accident that now, another accident taking place here in West Bengal now, with the 9 lives being lost and more than 50 people who are fighting for their lives in the hospitals at the moment. Well, accountability, of course, needs to be fixed, and that is what we are talking about here. We do hope that happens. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Ms. Joshi, for speaking to NDTV and sharing your views on that. With that, it's time for a short break. More continues on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Welcome back after the break. A key Congress meeting is expected to be held at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence at around 5 p.m. today. We are learning Congress leader Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are expected to meet the Congress president. The decision on Rahul Gandhi choosing between Wayanad and Raebareli is expected to be taken up. In this meeting. We are learning, sources are telling NDTV that Rahul Gandhi might give up Wayanad and choose Raebareli instead. That is the latest coming in at the moment. We'll try and get more details about this meeting that is going to take place and what more we are learning about this meeting at the moment. My colleague Sunil Prabhu will also be joining us in just a bit. Meanwhile, the latest information that is coming in is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Congress MP Rahul Gandhi will be meeting the Congress president shortly, and a decision on whether to retain Wayanad or not is going to be taken in this meeting. Well, sources are telling us that Rahul Gandhi may actually give up Wayanad and choose Raebareli as his seat. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu now joins us on the broadcast. He's getting us more on this big developing story that we are tracking at the moment. Well, Sunil, that is what we are learning. A decision is likely today whether Rahul Gandhi will give up Wayanad or not. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Sunil Prabhu in just a moment. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in. We'll come back to this story in a bit. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at the moment. Shifting our focus now, political slugfest over the EVMs is taking place in Maharashtra. Shiv Sena UBT has said that Waikar, the candidate, shouldn't be taking oath. He had won Mumbai North West seat by 48 votes, while Sanjay Raut has said that Vaikar's win is under suspicion and he shouldn't be allowed to take oath. Well, Sanjay Raut has said that a complaint has been filed at Vanrai police station in this regard. Meanwhile, the BJP, on the other hand, has said that the opposition is trying to spread false narrative, and this is the latest that's coming in from the BJP as well as the Shiv Sena UBT on this issue.
अब ये फ़ोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल। वो हारा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फ़ोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वनराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
if you see the debate that has been joined by the Congress people, most of these people are people who are so happy with the narrative that the EVM can be had, that they don't want to understand the underlying logic or technology. And at least 85-90% of the people who are so, including Rahul Gandhi and his cronies, who are jumping on this debate, have absolutely no sense of what the EVM as a system is.
इलेक्शन कमीशन और सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि ये विश्वास न उठ जाए, अगर कंफ्यूजन हो तो क्लियर हो जाए। उसके लिए जो भी आगे जाते हुए रणनीति करनी हो, जिसके विपक्ष के लोगों को विश्वास में लेते हुए एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसीजर करके एक फैक्ट चेकिंग या क्रॉस चेकिंग करने की जरूरत है।
My colleague Sujata also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sujata, the political war of words has intensified over this very issue, and we do believe Sanjay Raut is informed that a complaint also has been registered in this regard, and the Shiv Sena UBT here maintaining that Waikar, unless the issue is sorted out, Waikar shouldn't be allowed to take oath.
Well, certainly, and we see that it is now Sanjay Nirupam who has also said in a press conference today that not only Aditya Thackeray but also all the opposition members who have been raising questions in regards to the EVM and its manipulation should make a public apology for and also seek, some sort of acceptance for their wrong statements that they have been making so far. And also, yesterday the press conference that was addressed by Vandana Raghuvanshi, who was the RO officer posted at the NESCO Center for the counting of the Mumbai North West constituency. She stated that the CCTV footages cannot be handed over to anybody unless and until it is the court who provides the order for the same. So far, it is the Mahavikas Aghadi as well as the opposition leaders who are currently seeking and asking for the CCTV footage so that everything can be clarified, while it is the RO who states that it cannot be done so. And also at present, we see that it is Amol Kirtikar and his party, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena, who have been demanding that Waikar should not be sworn in as the MP for now, unless and until this entire matter is cleared out and there is an outcome on the same. Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sujata, for getting us all those details. Well, there are allegations that have come to the fore that the winning Shiv Sena MP Ravindra Waikar's relative was seen with a mobile phone at the counting center, and it was used to generate an OTP to unlock the EVM, regarding which the complaint has been filed by the Shiv Sena UBT, and this fight seems to have intensified now. Let's see how this really pans out. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back after the break. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's move to hike the fuel prices. Siddaramaiah has claimed that the fuel prices in his state were less than compared to other states. Remember, Karnataka recently had raised fuel prices by ₹3 per litre, and he spoke about the BJP's protest also. Siddaramaiah called it BJP's doublespeak. He said the party must protest against the centre as the central's fuel tax levies were much higher. Listen in.
Now raised on petrol, sale tax, ₹3 on petrol and ₹3 on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel. They are keeping quiet.
All right. We also spoke to Union Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri. Let's listen into what he had to say.
Prices, including that of petrol and diesel, and this has led to a political war, a political blame game between the BJP and the Congress. Joining me right now is the Petroleum Minister at the centre, Mr. Hardeep Puri. Thank you, Mr. Puri, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is defending his move for freezing petrol and diesel prices by saying that the prices are still lower than that of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, which are which are equal, which are similar economy-sized states, and which are also NDA ruled.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka has, I think, ma'am, made two basic points. One is that in their 10-year period, representative period, the hike was much less. And the second, that it's not his fault, it is the fault of the centre, because the centre is not devolving or is not passing on the required funds to the state governments. I want to take this opportunity, thanks to your hospitality, to respond to both of these things. They're both absurd, because I'll give you the figure, first of all, on what the hike was in Bangalore, Karnataka, between 2004 and 14. Insofar as petrol is concerned, the hike was 84%. 2004, 2014, 84% increase. In other words, from 43 rupees 7 paisa, the price per litre went up to 79 rupees 24 paisa. For diesel, the hike means a hike from 28 rupees 41 paisa to 60 rupees 1 paisa. In our 10-year period, I mean the NDA's 10-year period, 2014 to 2024, our hike was 26%. It has gone up from 79 rupees 24 paise to 99 rupees 84 paise, 26%, as against 84% then. Even now in April 24, it was only 99 rupees, as against their 79 rupees 10 years later. Okay, we didn't let it go up. 26% as against 84%. In the case of diesel, it has gone up to 43% as against their 111%. So this first charge that under their watch, we didn't let a hike take place. Now both the 10-year periods, the UPA 10-year period, and then we were dependent on imports. We continue to be dependent on imports, and the price at the bunk is largely dependent on the cost of imported oil, cost of importation, that is freight, insurance, refining, etc. Now what have we done? How we were able to lower it? It's very simple. They floated something called oil bonds. In other words, they borrowed 1,41,000 crores, and we are having, as a result of that borrowing, and that borrowing was to keep the price of petrol and diesel down at that point of time. If they had not done that, it would have shot up. Now we are having to pay back 3,20,000 crores. Okay, now we are repaying their oil bonds. Plus, in addition to that, what we are doing is we have reduced the excise duty which the centre charges on two occasions, November 2021 and May 2022. Which brought down the price of petrol and diesel by 13 rupees and 16 rupees on account of excise.
Well, that was Union Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri speaking on the recent hike in prices of fuel in the state of Karnataka, and how the Chief Minister of Karnataka earlier had hit out at the centre over the fuel prices. The BJP has been criticizing the decision in the state, but now Union Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri countering Siddaramaiah's statement on the fuel price hike earlier. Well, we have some more news now coming in. We are shifting our focus now. A key meeting is taking place at the Ministry of Home Affairs. We are learning over the Manipur situation. Home Minister Amit Shah is chairing this review meeting at the moment. This is a key security review meeting that is taking place over the prevailing situation in Manipur. Remember, tense situation continues to prevail in the state of Manipur, which has been hit by violence and unrest over the past 1 year. There have been scenes of unrest playing out in the last few days as well. Once again, after the situation seemed to have normalized a bit in between. Now, the centre is taking stock of the situation with Union Home Minister Amit Shah at the MHA meeting key officials regarding the Manipur situation. Remember, yesterday also an important meeting had taken place between Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Manipur governor. The Manipur governor had arrived at the MHA to meet Home Minister Amit Shah and had apprised him of the situation on the ground. Now we are learning the army chief is also present in this meeting that is taking place. Those are latest visuals that are coming in at the moment. Manipur DGP is also present in this meeting that is taking place over the situation in the state. We'll be getting more details in just a bit. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in. Well, the officials present in the meeting have apprised Union Home Minister Amit Shah of the prevailing situation in Manipur. Manipur has been hit by incidents of violence as well as unrest that continues to prevail in this state since about a year. And the centre has maintained that it's making all possible efforts to bring the situation under control and bring normalcy in the state of Manipur. There has been a lot of criticism also from the opposition parties regarding the ethnic unrest in the state of Manipur over how the situation is being dealt by the Modi government. However, the centre has been making all efforts to assuage all concerns of the concerned communities as well as making efforts to bring the situation under control. My colleague Aishwarya now joins us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, we have latest visuals coming in of the Union Home Minister meeting with top officials in this meeting regarding the Manipur situation. Any details now that are coming out as to what has been discussed and what is the likely plan of action that is going to be from the centre regarding the Manipur situation?
Well, there should be constructive dialogues between the communities, both the communities, in fact, Tukis and the Metis in Manipur. And for that, remember, it was Union Home Minister Amit Shah when visited the states, clearly gave directives, and there were several peace committees that were formed to have words with them as to what their demand is. And maximum of the demands were fulfilled at that point of time as well. Certainly, but it is more than a year when the ethnic clash has broke out between these communities in the state of Manipur. There have been several violence that has been reported. Unrest has been reported from the state as well. In the recent past few months, we have seen, the convoy of Chief Minister being attacked. It was fire that broke out just near the Secretariat in Manipur, and also there had been ethnic violence that was reported in the hilly areas as well. Looking at that, particularly yesterday, Manipur governor met Home Minister Amit Shah, apprised about the current situation of the state, and today to form a new strategy, how to go along as far as to bring back peace and normalcy. A high-level meeting had been called in. It's been almost 15 to 20 minutes now that the meeting is on. Home Minister Amit Shah is chairing that meeting, and top officials from the Assam Rifles, from the CISF, and the security personnel who are being deployed over there, they are present, including the DG Rajiv Singh, who is of DG Manipur, is also currently holding a meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Keep an eye on the developments on that. We'll come back to you later for more. Meanwhile, some more news now. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is at the site of the Kanchenjunga Express train accident in Darjeeling district. Those are the latest visuals that are coming in at the moment. He's also spoken to the media just a while back. Listening to what he said.
उनके प्रति पूरे
सभी प्रयत्न किए जाएंगे जिससे कि जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक हो। दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी, कमिश्नर रेल सेफ्टी के द्वारा दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी और अभी हमारा सारा फोकस है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ है, अभी रेस्टोरेशन पे पूरा फोकस है, ये मेन लाइन है और किसी भी तरीके से इस दुर्घटना के जो कारण है उस कारण पे भी पूरा ध्यान देके उस तरह के कारण फिर से कभी ना हो वो व्यवस्था की जाएगी। ये पॉलिटिक्स का समय नहीं है, अभी सारा फोकस होना चाहिए रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन पे। पैसेंजर सेफ्टी के लिए बहुत बड़ा फोकस है, कंप्लीट फोकस है, जैसा आप स्वयं जानते भी हैं। मैं इसके बारे में बाद में डिटेल में चर्चा करूंगा। अभी मैं जरा पहले रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन ऑपरेशन का पूरा जायजा ले लूं और उसके बाद में पेशेंट की मिलने जाऊंगा।
Okay, Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw, they're saying that providing relief and rescue to those who need it at this time is the priority of the sector and not politics. That is what he said. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Welcome back. After the break, we have breaking news now coming in. After the Indigo flight to the West Bengal train mishap site was delayed for more than 2 hours, we are learning the airlines has issued a statement now saying that it's the heat wave effect on the Indigo flight and that is the reason it has been delayed. The high ground temperatures have delayed the flight operations and they are taking steps to enable departure at the moment. My colleague Vedant also now joins us on the broadcast. He's been traveling in the same flight and trying to reach the train mishap site in West Bengal, but his flight has been delayed for more than 2 hours, close to 3 hours now. Vedant, we believe the flight has been delayed and Indigo now says it's making efforts, taking steps to enable departure, but so far that looks like it's all in vain.
That's right, Kitty. In fact, I'll share the latest update with you, and that is that all the passengers have been deboarded and aircraft has now been arranged, and the aircraft has to take off in another half hour, as we've been told. Deboard. And Indigo put out some out with the statement.
Okay, Vedant, there is some technical problem there in your line. We'll try and reconnect with you. Meanwhile, that is the latest that's coming in. We'll try and reconnect with Vedant in just a moment. He's traveling in the very same flight, but so far as we could hear, he said that the passengers have been deboarded and probably another flight is being arranged at the moment. We'll try and get more details on that in just a bit. That is the latest coming in. Well, the flight from Delhi to Bagdodra in West Bengal has been delayed for many hours now, more than 2 hours. Well, 2 o'clock was the time when the flight was to take off, but it's close to 5 p.m. now. For about 3 hours now, the Indigo flight has been delayed, and earlier we believe the Indigo crew did not even inform the passengers. As my colleague Vedant, we had spoken to earlier, had said that there was no information regarding as to how much time could it take for the flight to take off was given to the passengers. And finally, a statement now coming in from Indigo saying that these are factors that are beyond the airline's control. We are taking steps to enable the departure of the flight. All right, my colleague Vedant joins us back on the broadcast. Vedant, you were saying that another alternate flight is being arranged now?
That's right, Kitty. In fact, all passengers have been deboarded and another aircraft that's to take off in the next 5 minutes. Is what we have been told. That's the communication from Indigo. out an official statement also after a lot of outrage from passengers saying that the ground temperature as the fueling process could not properly, which is why the aircraft had to sit on the tarmac for about 2 hours, more than 2 hours in fact. And even now, all the passengers have been deboarded and they have been waiting at the airport, and the flight is taking off, and also the flight is taking off in the next half an hour. Kitty?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Vedant, for getting us all those details there. We do hope that the departure takes place as soon as possible now that the alternate flight is being provided to the passengers who've had a really harrowing time trying to board this flight. For about 3 hours they have had to wait. However, the flight was sitting on the tarmac for so long, and now another flight, an alternate flight, is being arranged for the passengers to reach Bagdogra. Now, there is a statement also coming in from the GMR group. Delhi Airport has given a clarification on the voltage imbalance. The GMR group has said that there has been a significant voltage spike around 2 p.m. and we had to switch to generators as soon as possible. We did that. The backup was operational in a few minutes and the grid had stabilized by 3 p.m. However, the situation with the passengers remains same at the moment. Well, that is the latest statement that is coming in regarding the power supply disruption at the Delhi airport today. My colleague Ishika now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishika, we believe this is the statement now that has been released by the GMR, giving a clarification on the power supply disruption.
Well, yes, Kitty, as you rightly mentioned today, we did see that how, in fact, passengers who were waiting at the T3 terminal, all of them, took to social media saying that there was, in fact, a power supply cut that was there at the airport, and because of that, the baggage counter, the DG Yatra, e-gates were impacted. Now, after that, now the Delhi airport, in fact, has issued a clarification over this and said that around 2 p.m., there was a significant voltage spike at the grid that was, in fact, reported due to a tripping of a 765 kilowatt line, which in fact had impacted all the IGI terminals and, thus impacting the baggage acceptance and the e-gates. But, to maintain the essential services, all the terminals, in fact, were switched to DG load. The power backup system also that has been installed in the Delhi airport was operationalized within a few minutes is what the Delhi airport authorities continue to say, and they say that all the backup procedures were initiated to facilitate passengers at all the touch points in just few minutes. They say that at 3 p.m. the grid voltage was in fact stabilized, and it was then again transition back from DG load to DTL grid load. So what the Delhi airport basically says that it was due to a voltage spike that the power, disruption was there at the airport, but it was only for a few minutes, and all of it was, restored by 3 p.m. But in the middle of it, it was in fact a transition to the DG load. But we did see how the people were saying that they faced a lot of difficulty because the baggage acceptance, the DG Yatra gates, all of that were impacted in the
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details there. Well, that is the latest we're picking up at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the situation there and get you more on that big story that we continue to track. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're looking at the moment. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in the national capital, and he's met Ajit Doval as well as Foreign Minister, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. The focus on the talks between S. Jaishankar as well as the U.S. National Security Advisor has been on deepening military as well as tech ties between the two countries. All right, on the second and final day of the Ukraine Peace Summit, India decided to avoid any association with the joint communique and any other document emerging from the conference. Shri Pawan Kapoor from the Ministry of External Affairs, who led the Indian delegation at the summit, emphasized on the use of dialogue and diplomacy as India's approach to achieving lasting peace in Ukraine. In his address, Ambassador Kapoor said that India will continue to work with all stakeholders committed to resolving the conflict. India is among several other countries that have refrained from signing the statement, including Saudi Arabia, Mexico, UAE and South Africa.
India shares the global concern over the situation in Ukraine and supports any collective desire to facilitate a peaceful resolution of the conflict. India's participation in the Summit on Peace in Ukraine, as well as in the preceding NSA political director level meetings based on Ukraine's peace formula, is in line with our clear and consistent approach that enduring peace can be achieved only through dialogue and diplomacy.
The format of the summit is absolutely working, and I thank you all for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, all those present, now we see that we all made the right choice. The choice of 2 security and 1 humanitarian points to start moving towards the restoration of full security and a just peace.
All right, on that note, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
High-level meet currently underway on Manipur. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs meet with top Manipur officials on the security situation in the state. Bengal train tragedy claims 8 lives. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw reaches the accident spot. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's stinger to center on anti-collision devices. Maha war erupts on EVM manipulation, on alleged EVM manipulation rather. In Mumbai, there is a row over unauthorized phone use at counting centre. Opposition says that the candidate's win is under suspicion now. BJP, in fact, hits out, says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics fuels over the price hike in the state. BJP protests. Siddaramaiah calls it doublespeak. Petroleum Minister says that Congress-ruled states are being irresponsible. Rahul Gandhi to hand over Wayanar baton to sister Priyanka. Decision likely in a key Congress meet. Buzz over Priyanka Gandhi contesting the Wayanar by-polls. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dissolves war cabinet. Netanyahu disbands 6-member war cabinet in the country. Right, we will of course be looking at a number of stories, but the key focus in this news show is on the tax burden on the middle class. The peg, of course, is that there is a fuel price hike in another fuel price hike rather this time around in Karnataka. But we are also looking at what's the way out for governments from this issue. But for the moment, let's go across to Railway Minister speaking.
आप स्वयं जानते भी हैं, मैं इसके बारे में बाद में डिटेल में चर्चा करूंगा. अभी मैं जरा पहले रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन ऑपरेशन का पूरा जायजा ले लूं और उसके बाद में पेशेंट से मिलने आ जाए, उसके बाद में ही कुछ पता चल पाएगा. उससे पहले कुछ भी कहना गलत हो. सर, कवर सिस्टम नहीं था.
Union Railways Minister, beg your pardon, Ashwini Vaishnaw there at a hospital near that accident spot in Bengal. We are given to understand that the Railway Minister, of course, has assessed the situation in the sense that he has reached the accident site. We saw him in fact, reaching the spot there on a bike just a short while back, and now he is speaking from the hospital where he is, in fact, meeting doctors who are looking at the injured passengers. Let's listen into what Ashwini Vaishnaw had to say once again.
अभी हमारा सारा फोकस है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ है, अभी रेस्टोरेशन पे पूरा फोकस है. ये मेन लाइन है और किसी भी तरीके से ये पॉलिटिक्स का समय नहीं है. अभी सारा फोकस होना चाहिए रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन पे. पैसेंजर सेफ्टी के लिए बहुत बड़ा फोकस है, कंप्लीट फोकस है, जैसा आप स्वयं जानते भी हैं. मैं इसके बारे में बाद में डिटेल में चर्चा करूंगा. अभी मैं जरा पहले रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन ऑपरेशन का पूरा जायजा ले लूं और उसके बाद में पेशेंट से मिलने आ जाए, उसके बाद में ही कुछ पता चल पाएगा. उससे पहले कुछ भी कहना गलत हो. सर, कवर सिस्टम नहीं था.
Right, the Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw saying that the focus is on relief operations. He is not going to get into details as to what happened, what went wrong, how the accident took place. Remember that this is, of course, an incident which took place around 8 in the morning when a passenger train, a goods train, beg your pardon, collided with, hit the rear end of Kanchenjunga Express, a passenger train. But fortunately, the rear end, the compartments did not hold passengers. They were primarily the goods compartments of the train. But another scare there, railway scare, 8 people's lives lost, including the driver of the goods train. And what we are given to understand from the railways, though, is that it seems to be a case of human error. Of course, these are too early days to come to any sort of a conclusion as to what went wrong. But what the railways has found out so far is that the goods train driver allegedly overshot a signal. That is what is being told as of now. The Railways Minister has reached the accident spot there what we can in fact see is Ashwini Vaishnaw talking to the media present at the location. Let's also take a look at some other remarks which have come in on this story.
$25 बताया पर मे बी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं.
The railways, especially, they are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the acquisition by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी, एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है. ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है. ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है, और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा. नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है, पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए. आप जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
Right, that is the Railway Board chairperson who was talking about the initial probe, what it has shown in terms of what could have been one of the motives for the accident taking place. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also spoke a short while back, essentially saying that, commenting on the anti-collision devices, saying that it was in her times when she was the railway minister in Vajpayee era that she had in fact introduced anti-collision devices on rail tracks, but in a way, raising questions about the efforts which are being put by the centre in order to make rail tracks safe for passengers. Let's take a listen to what the Bengal Chief Minister had to say.
অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হতেই পারে, অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট কারো হাতে নেই, এটা ফ্যাক্ট, কিন্তু সাথে সাথে এটাও ফ্যাক্ট অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি তৈরি করে দিয়ে এসেছিলাম। এই যত দেখছেন কলকাতা মেট্রো থেকে শুরু করে বেহালা থেকে শুরু করে যত নতুন মেট্রো, যত ইভেন এই যে গঙ্গা কি যেন বন্দে গঙ্গা টঙ্গার কি সব নাম দিয়ে যেন চালাচ্ছে বন্দে ভারত, এটা দুরন্ত একমাত্র স্পিড আপ হয়েছিল আফটার রাজধানী। সেটা কোথায় আমি জানি না, হয়তো সেটাকেই নকল করে একটা যেটুকু না করেছে তার থেকে বেশি ভাড়া বাড়িয়েছে।
This anti-collision device, which was the brainchild of Madam Mamata Banerjee, has not yet been implemented by the present railway department. So the responsibility has to be taken by the railway department and the rail minister. And once again I suggest that present rail minister should take a class from the best railway minister in the century, Madam Mamata Banerjee, how to run the rail department properly.
And at the same time now, of course, political war of words has begun on this entire incident. Now, we are seeing several opposition members, in fact, raising questions on this, how this accident actually took place. 9 people have died in this entire incident. Now, what we are given to understand is that there are several opposition leaders who have commented on this. Rahul Gandhi saying that the news of the death is extremely sad, but the government should immediately provide compensation. He's also, in fact, raising questions as today's accident is yet another example of the reality, as a responsible opposition will continue to question the blatant negligence and hold the centre responsible. We also, of course, heard Mamata Banerjee there, Bengal Chief Minister, raising questions as to what was in fact done with the anti-collision devices which had been, which she had said that she had raised, which she had in fact introduced in her era, but what use is being made of that by the centre, that is a question that she is asking. We saw the TMC MP there also, Shantanu Sen, raising these questions. So the opposition there already raising questions about the safety standards which are being followed by the centre as far as railways and trains are concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, coming to the focus of the train accident first, in terms of the fact that at the moment, of course, what we know is that 9 people have died and restoration work is still on at the site. We've seen Union Railways Minister reaching there. Mamata Banerjee also saying that she's going to meet the hospital victims soon. But questions being raised about the safety protocol followed by railways and whether or not there is a huge gap still which needs to be looked into.
Well, the railways had developed Kavach as an anti-collision device, a system that would stop 2 trains from colliding with each other if they were on the same track. However, the scalability and coverage of Kavach has been less than satisfactory. It's a instrument, it's a system that covers only 1,500 odd kilometers of the railway tracks that are available in India. To put it in perspective, the Indian Railways is, of course, the largest service provider in terms of rail services, and lakhs and crores of passengers travel on it every year. But the Kavach system hasn't been scaled up at the level that it should have been, many feel, and as a result, several key important routes still don't have the Kavach system, which is the anti-collision system that's been set up to prevent this kind of accident. Now, apart from that, what we also know is that at this point, the train, unaffected portion of the Kanchenjunga Express has moved towards Sialda and is expected to arrive at Sialda. Also, what we know is that there is this whole, effort now to clear the railway tracks and, ensure that there is no one on the railway tracks and train services can resume, I beg your pardon, on those railway tracks, because it is a very key railway route connecting the entire northeast of India and also northern Bengal to the rest of the country. Also, it is, of course, through that narrow Siliguri corridor known as the Chicken's Neck. So it's of immense strategic importance, and efforts are on to restore railway services, which should be done by late evening. And as a result of the disruption in railway services, several trains have been cancelled. A dispatch from the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Northeastern Frontier Railway, which is headquartered in Maligaon in Guwahati, says that several trains have been cancelled, and these include the Vande Bharat Express, the Rajdhani Express, and also the Saraighat Express, the Guwahati-Bengaluru Express, New Jalpaiguri-Howrah Vande Bharat Express, Kamakhya-Gaya Express, Dibrugarh-Howrah Kamrup Express, New Tinsukia Tambaram Express, Bamanhat Sialda Uttarbanga Express, and Dibrugarh Kanyakumari Express. Several trains have been cancelled as a result of the disruption in railway services. But now, of course, the focus is on restoring the services and getting railway tracks up and running so that train services can resume on these railway tracks.
Right, Saurabh there, keeping an eye on all the developments taking place on this big story we are following. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to the national capital, and there is a key security meeting which is being chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah at the Home Ministry office, of course, the building there, on Manipur and the status of security in the state. Now, Home Minister is meeting, the shots on your screen there, he's chairing the meet with top officials on Manipur. He also met Manipur Governor yesterday at the MHA on the same issue. The Home Minister there taking stock of the situation in Manipur, and there are several other key officials related to Manipur as well as the army chief who's present in that meeting. Aishwarya, it's been a year almost since ethnic violence actually broke out at Manipur. There has been, of course, the situation on ground is much improved, but there are still sporadic incidents which keep coming up time and again, which is why this high-level meeting which is being chaired by the Home Minister there.
Well, certainly, and it was Home Minister Amit Shah himself who visited the state of Manipur, stayed there for 3 days, went to several of the places where the violence broke out, and met the people and representatives of both the communities over there, the Kukis and the Metis, and there were several peace committees that were also, had initiated the talks between these communities, and the demands were fulfilled at a large level as well. There was certainly a CBI probe that was initiated by the Home Ministry as well during that time. But recently, we have seen several violence and unrest incidents that had been reported in the state of Manipur. Certainly, post that, we have seen that there was an attack on the convoy of Chief Minister. Fire broke out just near the Secretariat building. There had been incidents of violence at the hilly areas as well. And looking at this condition, certainly the central government is committed to bring back peace and normalcy. And therefore, the reason perhaps this high-level meeting had been called up by Home Minister Amit Shah today at the Home Ministry. We've been told that the DG of Manipur Police, Mr. Rajiv Gupta, along with the Assam Rifles DG and the security personals who had been deployed in large numbers. The top officials had also been summoned today to meet Home Minister Amit Shah to form new strategy as to how soon peace can be brought in the state of Manipur. Now, yesterday it was Manipur Governor who arrived at the Home Ministry, and she also apprised Home Minister about the current situation and how they are dealing with the unrest and the violence that had reported from the state of Manipur. Certainly today, fresh guidelines, fresh initiatives will be done as far as the Home Ministry is concerned to bring back again the normalcy in the state. But of course, the level of violence that was seen in last 1 year had been reduced according to the Home Ministry. There have been several incidents of clashes and violence that had come down because of the talks that had been done by the central government along with the state government over there in Manipur. Today it is Chief Minister of Manipur who is not attending this meeting. What is the reason that we still don't know? But of course, this is a review meeting on the security, and also fresh guidelines will be issued is what we have been told by the sources in the Home Ministry.
Right, Aishwarya there, tracking all the updates coming in from that meeting. We'll keep coming back to you as there is further update on this. Moving on to another one of our top political stories, and this is the political slugfest over EVMs, or rather questions being raised about EVM operations. Now, this is emanating from an incident of an unauthorized use of a phone inside a counting center in Mumbai on counting day. Now, Uddhav Sena has now latched on to this entire incident once it came to be reported, saying now questions should be raised about the candidate because it was a very slim margin by which the Shinde-Sena candidate had in fact won from this particular seat in Mumbai North West. Now, Uddhav Sena is raising questions about it, whether or not this candidate's win can be taken on face value after this question is being raised on whether or not there was an OTP generated from that mobile phone present inside the counting center, and whether or not that had anything to do with the EVM machine inside that center. BJP, of course, has completely negated this, saying that the opposition is spreading false narrative on this issue. The poll body, Election Commission, has also come out saying that while there is an incident of an unauthorized use of mobile phone being looked into at that counting center, there's no question of an EVM manipulation being possible through an OTP.
If you see the debate that has been joined by the Congress people, most of these people are people who are so happy with the narrative that the EVM can be had, that they don't want to understand the underlying logic or technology. And at least 85-90% of the people who are so, including Rahul Gandhi and his cronies, who are jumping on this debate, have absolutely no sense of what the EVM as a system is.
अब ये फोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल, वो हारा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वनराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
इलेक्शन कमीशन और सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि ये विश्वास न उठ जाए, अगर कंफ्यूजन हो तो क्लियर हो जाए। उसके लिए जो भी आगे जाते हुए रणनीति करनी हो, जिसके विपक्ष के लोगों को विश्वास में लेते हुए एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसीजर करके एक फैक्ट चेकिंग या क्रॉस चेकिंग करने की जरूरत है।
Now, there's a key meeting which is going to take place at the Congress President's residence at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence in Delhi today. And as per sources, one of the outcomes expected from this meeting is that Congress MP Rahul Gandhi may in fact announced that he's giving up the Wayanad seat, keeping the Raebareli seat, but giving up the Wayanad seat. And this has in fact fueled a lot of speculation as to whether or not this would actually mark the electoral debut of his sister Priyanka Gandhi or not. Let's go across to my colleague Sunil, who's been tracking this particular meeting. Sunil, I know this meeting is going to look at multiple other aspects as well in terms of the Congress's preparation for the upcoming parliament session. But all eyes on whether or not Rahul Gandhi is going to, or the Congress party for that matter, is going to make that announcement about Wayanad seat.
Well, today is the last day and they have to make that announcement. He has to decide one way or the other whether he's going to keep Raebareli or Wayanad. As we've been reporting on NDTV as early as the 6th of June, he's likely to keep Raebareli. Wayanad is what he's going to give up, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's also participating in this meeting, is expected to be the candidate, but that formal decision won't be taken immediately at this present juncture, but they're hoping that she would contest from Wayanad, and that's the plan. Having said that, he's also, it's what we have been able to learn from our sources is that the leader of opposition, whoever becomes the leader of the Lok Sabha, gets the leader of opposition status, a cabinet rank. Many wanted Rahul Gandhi to take up that job, but what we have been told is not inclined towards it. And the big question is now, who will Sonia Gandhi nominate? Will it be Kumari Salja, a Dalit leader from Haryana who has won and has been a veteran parliamentarian? The other, of course, is Manish Tiwari, Gaurav Gogoi, amongst Dipandur Hooda, as well as, of course, Shashi Tharoor. But the problem being for the Congress that they have already got the south face in the Rajya Sabha with Mr. Kharge as the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. So who will it be? from the Lok Sabha. It's expected that somebody from the north or the northeast will be projected as the leader.
Right.
The big question is, who will it be? Will it be Kumari Salja? Will it be Gaurav Gogoi? Or anybody else? Manish Tiwari, amongst others.
Right, all eyes on that big meeting taking place. Those are the pictures on your screens there of Rahul, Priyanka and Sonia Gandhi actually entering Mr. Kharge's residence there in the national capital. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us with the latest on that. With that, we'll slip into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see, हमारे mobile phones जितने smart हो जाएं, sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फ़ोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फ़ोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left or sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस, लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने एंड आई मीन यू डोंट नो कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा. आई हैव अ टिप फॉर यू एंड द सिंपल टिप इज़ यू कैन टर्न ऑफ द नोटिफिकेशन प्रीव्यूज़. तो वहाँ पे वो जो मैसेज का कॉन्टेंट है वो लिखा हुआ नहीं आएगा.
Welcome back. Now, the BJP is preparing for the state assembly elections, the upcoming assembly elections, which are of Maharashtra, Haryana and Jharkhand. And now ministers have been given charge of these particular states. There are going to be an average of 2 ministers who will be in charge of Maharashtra. Dharmendra Pradhan has been made in charge of Haryana. For Maharashtra, it is Ashwini Vaishnaw and Bhupendra Yadav. And for Jharkhand, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. These are the names which have come out. So the BJP clearly preparing for assembly elections, and these are of course battleground states which they have already named ministers in charge for these states. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha for more on this. Vasudha, an interesting choice of ministers to take charge of these assembly for these states, for the assembly elections, the upcoming assembly elections. Do you see any surprises?
Absolutely, Tanima, and I think the reflection of continuity that we saw in the distribution of the cabinet portfolios last week has in some ways, been repeated here as well. And I think that is going to be the way forward. The party, BJP, with reduced numbers, remember that this time it has 240 MPs. It does not have a majority of its own. It's fallen short by 32 seats, 32 MPs. So clearly it wants to focus on tried and tested hands, experienced hands. And let me tell you, the specialty of some of these ministers who have been appointed as Prabharis and co-Prabharis. Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnaw were part of the crack team that are seen as responsible for turning around the situation in Madhya Pradesh Assembly polls, where the party swept in 2023. This is after the defeat that it faced in 2018, where it lost a large number of, tribal and ST seats. But of course, in 2023, the situation changed completely, and it was the BJP that actually swept to power. So that's an important thing. So I think the same crack team has been repeated for Maharashtra, where the BJP has been reduced to just 9 seats this time from 23. It's been quite a setback for the party, and this time with 6 factions. It will be, interesting, and it will be important for the party to have an experienced hand like Bhupendra Yadav. Ashwini Vaishnaw has been assisting Bhupendra Yadav in several elections. Bhupendra Yadav has also been responsible for Odisha, polls. He was seen as someone who sort of managed the campaign and all that, was there in Odisha for a long time. Similarly, Dharmendra Pradhan, who has handled important campaigns in the past, past for the BJP, including that in UP and Karnataka, has been named in charge of Haryana, and also Biplab Dev, who has been handling Haryana, is also going to be part of this. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who sees himself in an accentuated role with Rural and Agriculture Ministry under him, will be in charge of Jharkhand, where the BJP has lost all tribal seats, and Himanta Biswa Sharma will be assisting him. The tried and tested, experienced hands. It is in some ways predictable, but at the same time, this is a departure from the BJP, in some ways also giving chances to new people. This is the BJP following the MP 2023 model, Chhattisgarh MP 2023 model, where it's focusing on making these announcements earlier so that they can start preparations as soon as possible.
Right, Vasudha there, thank you so much for joining us and giving us perspective on that story. And on that note, we'll be heading into a short break, but stay tuned because coming up on the other side, we are taking a look at rising tax burden on the middle class. Karnataka has hiked its fuel prices once again, but what we are asking is how long will consumers will be haunted by inflation? Is this just an easy way out for governments? You can call us and share your views. Stay with us. We are coming out of this break onto that story. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Welcome back. Now, on this segment, we are looking at how tax burden is rising on the middle class. Now, we've seen Karnataka raising its fuel prices over the weekend, 3 rupees per litre hike. But that brings us to the question that we are raising in terms of how inflation is still haunting the middle class. And it's not just about fuel prices. If you take a look at some of the information that we have gleaned out for you, how there's, of course, fuel price hike taking place in, the latest being Karnataka, but the fuel prices are pretty high even in other metro cities like Delhi. If we look at the petrol costs, around 94.7 rupees per litre, diesel at 87.62, Mumbai at 104.21 paise per 104 rupees 0.21 paise per litre, diesel at 92, above 92 rupees per litre. Chennai above 100 rupees per litre once again, and diesel above 92 rupees per litre. Kolkata above 100 rupees per litre for 1 litre of petrol, 103 rupees per litre in fact, and diesel around 90 rupees per litre, and Hyderabad as well, again at 107 rupees per litre and diesel at 95. So out of this, at least in 4 metro cities that you can see, the price of petrol is above 100 rupees per litre. So clearly singeing the middle class there. But as I mentioned, it's not just fuel prices we are looking at. There's milk prices as well, and there's wholesale inflation is up, as well as the hike in toll taxes. We will be taking calls on this show, so please call in with your views, what you have to say about the rising tax burden on the middle class. But I'm also joined on the broadcast by Ms. Khushbu Jain, consumer rights lawyer. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us on the show. My first point, or question rather, to you is that we are highlighting how the tax burden has constantly been increasing on the middle class. Now, do you see this as an outcome of global headwinds, geopolitical reasons, or can this be managed better by the center, or even the states for that matter?
See, ideally, if you look into how fuel prices increase or these prices increase is because of geopolitical and at the same time, what taxes we are putting statewide. So here, if you or center-wise, but here, if you're talking about the current aspect which is there when it comes to Karnataka, we are looking into that's nothing to do with the geopolitical scenario, but it's to do with increase in the VAT, which is to do with the earning which state government needs to run or to implement its schemes, its social security schemes. And because of that shortage of the money where they can fulfill this, where this increase in the prices or the hikes have come up.
Important point. Khushbu, stay with us. I'm joined by a caller, Mr. Prakash Arun calling in from Chennai. Mr. Arun, please tell us what is your view on this story that we are doing, whether or not we are asking, is this an easy way out for governments just to hike tax burden on the middle class?
Yeah, just a small quick clarification. My name is Prakash Raghu, not Arun.
All right, beg your pardon, Mr. Prakash Raghu. Yes, go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, I agree with the panelist that it is more to do with the funding of the populist schemes, but and less to do with the geopolitical crisis that we are facing at the moment. I think NDTV has taken a very measured, considered view of this. I think now that the budget is going to happen anytime once the parliament meets, I think it calls for a rationalization in income tax. You must bring down the tax rates of the salaried employee. And number two, I think there must be a push from the media to bring the petroleum prices under the purview of the GST. That would reduce the load much on the common man. Now, regarding milk and other essential commodities, it has got to do with a host of other factors like labor, like fixed expenses, and operating capex expenses. There are so many things involved, and I think it calls for a greater debate. And yes, I think it is time that the media must put pressure, irrespective of the government in any state, to stop populist schemes and to push, massively give a thrust to have the petroleum products brought under the ambit of the GST.
Very important point.
Reduce the burden.
Very important point, Mr. Raghu. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast with your views. I am also joined by Mr. Shankar Chatterjee calling in from Hyderabad. Yes, Mr. Chatterjee, do you also agree with the same view that was being expressed?
Good evening, madam. A very nice topic. I'm a very senior citizen. I was a retired professor of Government of India, traveled widely India and abroad. The problem is that for vote purpose, easy freebies, easy getting vote bank, they are doing some freebies. West Bengal and many places. Now Karnataka hiking that fuel, they do not understand the post impact. But anyway, I suggest, I am senior citizen, 67 years age. I suggest senior citizens should not be filed income tax. I am facing lot of problems for this. I request through you that income tax should not be submitted, filing. And second thing, employment generation should be provided. Now there is no time. There is a program called R-SETI, DDU, GKY. This should be given more importance. This should at the district level, can be sub-district level where feasible, can be supported. And private companies should be asked to recruit more years, maybe consolidated pay. With this, I am concluding. Thank you very much to give me a chance.
Mr. Chatterjee, thank you so much for joining us with that. I'm also joined by Mr. Nishant Daswani from Mumbai. Yes, Mr. Nishant, please go ahead. Do you also see this as one of the reasons that they are saying, that the other callers were in fact saying that it is populist schemes in a way?
I am actually going to elaborate your debate a bit. You are talking very rightly about the price hike in Karnataka and the milk price hike in Gujarat. no one seems to be talking about the no change in price for the last 1 year, even though the price of crude has fallen down quite a bit. Just before the elections, the central government reduced it by 2 rupees on petrol and diesel. Secondly, the excise duty hike per liter, which was 19 rupees per liter or 9 rupees per liter with the central government, which has been increased to 31 rupees on petrol. No one talks about that. Why does the government not reduce that? And lastly, but not the leastly, ma'am, we are only talking about the products which are MRP available and it's in the news. What about the fruit prices, vegetable prices, the pulses, dals? It is strange that the government provides 5 kgs of muft ration to 80 crore people. That's a very noble cause. But then the shortage of that in the market leads to a hike in the prices of pulses, which no one covers. That also hits the middle class, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, we appreciate the fact that you have also increased the ambit in a way of what all we are discussing. It's not just about fuel prices. Again, we are also not saying that it's about milk prices. It's not about any particular state, A state versus B state. We are talking about how there seems to be a passing of the buck in a way which is taking place. How governments, whether it's the center or the state, seems to be passing the buck of the burden of all these prices on price rise on several whether it is one particular, whether it is fuel or whether it is energy resources for that matter, or whether it's about food inflation, the burden is in fact being passed on to the consumer. So please keep your calls coming in. We would appreciate all the views which are being shared on this discussion that we are doing right now. But for the moment, let me go across to Khushbu for a quick point. Khushbu, you know, a lot of callers were pointing out how that this is probably a byproduct of populist schemes. That several governments, whether it's state or center, is looking at populist schemes vis-a-vis actually prudent economic measures. Do you also see this a fallout of that?
See, yes, that's why one has to keep in mind that though we need social welfare schemes and they are very important for the long-term benefits, but all these government have to realize that implications is challenging and there has to be a balance, or there has to be a classic trade-off for the policymakers, that they need to navigate this space very carefully and they need to understand that there are some implications by providing social safety net, and at the same time they need to make sure that they ensure basic services for vulnerable sections of the society. And here we are talking about, like for example, if I have to put it across, on one hand, fiscal burden of those schemes can constrain the state's ability to invest into physical infrastructure. So whenever you're having a scheme in place, though it is for the populace, it is for your vote bank, or it can be for anything, but one cannot deny the underlying fact that these schemes are necessary. But one has to understand what schemes are necessary, and you need to make sure that what are the alternative financing mechanisms for the government, because it should not be that the government pockets becomes empty and at last a middle class has to pay via this way, because that's also another way of hurting the economy. So that balance has to strike off, forgetting your vote bank and forgetting other things in the system.
Exactly, a balance needs to be struck. Very important point there. I'm also joined on the broadcast, Captain Jagpal calling in from Rohtak. Yes, sir, go ahead with share your view on this story that we are doing right now.
Good evening. Let us play this by reverse flick. You see, Indian media had launched a very successful campaign on 2G, where the people watch 2G campaign on a television, and this television was provided by Dr. Karunanidhi, and he had bribed the voters with the television. But the voters are so sharp, they booted him out and brought Jayalalitha with full majority. The other reason for the middle class getting a case, they are not organized. While voting, they don't form a bloc. They don't ask for the right thing and right man, and hence they pay through their nose. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us on the show, sharing your views, Captain Jagpal there. And there we are getting a lot of callers. Please keep your calls coming in on this about inflation and how the state government and the central government, for that matter, are tackling with the situation. What exactly is the answer to handling the cost of inflation? In fact, let me go back to Khushbu for more on this. Khushbu, in terms of being a consumer rights advocate, what do you think a consumer can do in such a situation? You know, there had, in fact, been a time when we would see literally almost on a daily daily basis fuel prices being hiked. Now, at the time, of course, the government said that this was the best way possible for them to handle a geopolitical impact on energy resources, which is why there were frequent hikes being made. And when the government could, they slashed it down to the point that we are at today. But in terms of a consumer at the receiving end, what can be done to manage this situation? Are there any forums that people can approach?
See, these situations practically, I think instead of people to understand on what they can do, it should be that we should make sure that the policymakers are put to across, that they understand, and they understand what kind of implications a person will incur because of this, and at the same time what implications economy will incur. When it comes to people, I think all of us to be ready when it comes to situations like this, and there are a lot of social schemes but that are running. So when these kind of situations arise, we should be aware about how to manage funds, how to manage situations if these kind of situations come in place, to have that finances in such a manner that we are equipped and ready. But I would again go back on the point that it is not people, a general public or the one which is burdened or at the receiving end, but it is, I think, policymakers and us, via whom the public can raise these questions and this is challenged. And we keep in mind that the public should not be happy with just those, freebie schemes that come from the government, but at the same time they need to understand that if these kind of scenarios happen, then keep in mind that which government they want to bring in place or question them for that matter. But at last it would be a policy aspect, and till the time government doesn't bring in a proper policy mechanism where they can strike a balance, I'm repeating that again, it would be difficult even for government to run. We cannot squeeze the government for that aspect, but government has to understand that's where they are being tasked with it. It's not a normal thing that I've come in the power and I can do whatever I can, but it's a proper way of running the government, and that policy has to be orchestrated in a manner that it directly reaches to the people. Everybody is forgetting that aspect, that there has to be an aspect where you can diversify financing sources, explore public-private partnership models to leverage public sector to their expertise and their resources, get additional funding from them or somehow the way so that it can have co-payment mechanisms from those who can afford it while protecting the middle class and the poor, and so that these schemes do not have impact on their earning, and at last middle class is getting impacted.
Right, Khushbu, but if we talk about some specifics, let's say fuel prices and a few other things may be an exception, but if we look at something like toll tax, like these highways which have been constructed, of course, of a certain quality and people are using it, but we see that toll taxes are being, people are being asked to pay them up, and there's frequent hike in that as well, even when the infrastructure has been ready and in use for many, many years. Is that not something that anybody for that matter can raise a question on as to how many years will people keep paying up for these toll taxes? And, anybody who uses the highways or the roads would in fact tell you that there are several checkpoints where they are paying multiple times. So, for the benefit of what? The consumers have a right to ask these questions as to whether this is the best utilization of their tax money.
Absolutely. So I think this is the question that everybody should ask. And I think I have been to so many roads where the heavy toll is there and the condition of the road is poor, if I have to put it across, or below that level, and it's continuing and it's ending and it's never ending process, and paying such a heavy toll every day is something. At the same time, I'm paying taxes, the government is running, they're giving social security schemes, the schemes which do not even reach directly to the beneficiary. We have seen that happening, and a lot of schemes are not even meant for uplifting the society, but only for getting those vote bank politics which is being going on. Rather, that money should be put in for infrastructure, for development, and should not be for burdening us in paying heavy toll, because everybody is using those roads. And also we have to make sure that it should be a question raised by all of us that look at the condition. If the condition is bad, how many years this is going to continue, why this is happening, what is the money being utilized? That transparency is still very low. Very handful of people would get access to after filing an RTI and getting some or the other way of answers. But I think we have to make sure that that accountability and transparency come when it comes to running of the government by utilizing the kind of money and how this has been happening for what purpose. And these are the questions one should raise, when it comes to election manifesto, not those freebie schemes that come in place. But these are the things which should be the forefront as a question, because all of us are at the receiving end and we are entrusting them to run the government, not to just provide freebies or other aspects to it, but it's everyday life that has been affected. Getting a free electricity or getting some money somewhere is not what we are looking for, but making sure that our infrastructure, our country is getting there is a development when it comes to infrastructure. Our country is becoming more secure and it's been reaching towards that development that we are focusing on is what we are entrusting the government for. And for that is where they're asking for heavy taxes. And that money should be utilized for that purpose rather than you putting that money for other things. And at last we end up, all of us as citizens end up either paying taxes or fuel prices or toll taxes or, this never ends.
Hold that thought. I'm also joined by a caller, Mr. Amit Kumar, calling in from Odisha. Yes, Mr. Kumar, please share your views.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that as a middle class guy or a middle class person, as a family in the middle class, we always, it's not something which is happening now. It has always happened since since I've been 43 years. It has always happened. We've always faced the brunt of the policies, or I call it matrix, political, social, cultural. Middle class is always trapped and always more suffering than any other classes. Because, what I expect is that they should, like the way they treat, we are human beings at the end of the day. So like the way upper classes are treated, lower classes are treated, middle class should also get certain kind of benefits in terms of humanitarian. Because it becomes so much tough for the middle class that it is not possible. And there are so many things that are happening, right? So, and the price rise is so high that it's almost impossible to grow, to learn, to come out of that trap. So this is what I feel.
Right, and thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi, for joining, for calling us. And I hope some of these voices are actually being heard by government representatives, officials who are in decision-making positions, because people are, in fact, talking about the pain that they have to take. And, this kind of a price hike coming in just shortly after the elections, that is also something people would, it would raise eyebrows in a way, Khushbu, that while on one hand we can in fact see states and the governments actually trying to say, bring about these populist schemes, welfare schemes, so to speak, but right after elections, and it's not just about Karnataka, many others have done it as well, we can see this sort of a tax burning being imposed or thrown at the consumer shortly after the elections, which of course raises some of these questions that we have been discussing as to whether or not these welfare schemes, in a way, at the end of the day, have an illusory effect only.
I absolutely agree with you that this is something which is a serious concern, because again I would say that social welfare schemes can have important long-term benefit, but we also have to look into what short-term fiscal implications it is bringing in, and if it's leading to a situation that the government is left with no money to even fulfill the promises being given for 5-year plan, and it's just a 1 year, or other state government as well, is a cause of concern. And that showcases how poor management or a financial management a state is running into, and how much priority are they giving to populist schemes. I'm saying I'm not against the scheme, but I'm against how these schemes are being there. You can have aspects of prioritizing which schemes to do it, or phased manner of schemes that can come in. There are 10 different ways or 1,000 different ways to enhance your revenue generation, and at the same time, expand or put in money for social schemes. But if this is the situation, that's where it shows the poor management on the government. And I think these are the things which have to be kept in mind, and which should showcase in our election results, that how are you diversifying your finances? How are you making sure that the earning is equivalent to this? And it's not the middle class which is getting affected, and we are seeing it, that it is for the poor that we are bringing those schemes, which is required, the below poverty level income group. But at the same time, When you talk about middle income group, they don't even fit in anywhere. They pay high taxes, they pay toll taxes, they pay everything, and at the same time they are at the receiving end when these kind of prices, fuel prices go up or other things go up. So that's where I think we have to have that balance again, that's striking that balance. And if they are so poor in management, I think this is the question which should be raised before every election. A report should be put out that how much money for the scheme, how much money they actually had it, and what they're doing it, and how much loan or in the deficit they are into.
Right. Khushbu, stay with us. I'm also joined by another caller, Shrikant from Bengaluru. Shrikant, yes, go ahead, share your thoughts with us.
Yeah, hi. How are you doing, madam?
I'm doing well. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to understand one thing, ma'am. See, you are giving freebies to the general guys, right? Why the freebies are not for us also? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Freebies, I am giving 0 rupees electricity bill. I could pay the money.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
But why it is for us? You could have a level of this thing. And now you have increased the fuel rate and all. So in that case, everything is going to increase, ma'am. So now I am following the news also. So it is getting increased. The Amol rate, the milk rate and all those things are getting increased. So how you are going to get that thing into the concern? Because see, ma'am, one thing is that the central government has not increased the fuel rate. You have increased. I think because I have been speaking to some of my friends, because I am staying here in Bangalore since 2007. I am from Odisha.
Okay.
So this thing, it will be affecting.
Right. Thank you, Shrikant, for calling us and sharing your thoughts on this. So, Khushbu, once again, there we can in fact see this caller again raising that issue about welfare schemes and the impact it has, and how ultimately it is the consumers who have to pay up either ways. Kumar also calling in from Bengaluru. Yes, Kumar, go ahead.
Madam, my suggestion is GST is in vogue in the whole country from the last 8 years. But petroleum products and other things are not included in the GST even now after 8 years of GST in the country. Effort should be made to put petroleum products under GST so that all these discussions can be avoided. Thank you.
Right. Kumar, thank you so much for calling us. So those are, of course, the last two callers we got from Bengaluru. We have, of course, been covering the Karnataka fuel price hike, but we have expanded the debate and the discussion today, rather. Not the debate, but the discussion that we are having in terms of how the middle class is constantly being, the tax burden is being passed on to them. Khushbu, if I can have a last word from you on this, that we have heard all the callers today who have in fact very astutely pointed out that maybe the governments need to manage this better, especially in terms of welfare schemes or SOPs which are announced ahead of elections. At the end of the day, what is the point of that if there are several other ways in which the tax burden is being reimposed on the consumers again? So in terms of final thought, if we flip the question in a way, what can the government do better?
What can the government do better? I would say pick up the schemes which are absolutely necessary, balance out the aspect when it comes to look into your, you look into your kitty, if I have to put across in a layman language. And then after your kitty, you understand that how much spending you have to do and prioritize which are absolutely necessary. You can have social schemes to an extent or restricted to a part which in a way leads to development, in a way leads to an aspect that it makes the state self-dependent and self-reliant, or there are some society or sector which needs specific focus. And at the same time, make sure that you are left with the money so that you can run the government. These are the things every state has to prioritize in their own, what priority one state has to give in, but it cannot be closed eye that you bring in, promise 5 beautiful schemes, which are popular schemes, and forget that you're left with no money just in the first year. So I think that management, everybody has to understand. You and me also understand that if I'm earning this much money, this much is the expenditure I have to do, and this much is the is the savings I have to do, and I can spend on this much and I cannot spend on this much. I think this is the basic rule of running the house, and I think the government also has
Budgeting
to
basics in a
run
way.
run the state.
Right. Khushbu Jain, Supreme Court advocate and also a consumer rights lawyer there. Thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts there. And also I thank all the callers who called in on the show and shared their views. I hope, as I mentioned, that the government bodies and representatives in charge of these decisions are listening in to those voices as well. With that, we'll head into a short break, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Top Manipur officials. Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives, and the railway minister reaches accident spot, also meets victims who have in fact been hospitalized. The Bengal chief minister's finger to the Centre on Anti-Collision Devices. Maha war erupts on alleged EVM manipulation. In Mumbai, a row over unauthorized phone use at counting centres. Opposition says candidates' win is under suspicion now. BJP says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics fuels over the price hike in the state. BJP protests. Siddaramaiah calls it double-speak. Petroleum Minister says Congress-ruled states are being irresponsible.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Brief power outage at Delhi Airport. Power outage impacts boarding and check-in facilities. Delhi Airport says voltage imbalance. GMR backup was operational in just a few minutes. Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives. Railway Minister visits the accident spot. Ashwani Vaishnav says, not the time for politics. Focus is on restoration. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs meeting over Manipur security situation. Top officials present at the meeting. Rahul Gandhi to vacate Wayanad seat. Decision likely in the key Congress meeting. Buzz over Priyanka Gandhi contesting the Wayanad by-polls. Rahul Gandhi to retain Raebareli. Maha war of words erupts over EVM manipulation charge. Unauthorized phone use at counting centre. Opposition says candidates win now under suspicion. BJP meanwhile defends, says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics fuels over the price hike. BJP protests. Siddaramaiah calls it double speak. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. We are starting the 6 p.m. bulletin with this breaking news which is coming in at this moment on 26. Remember, the Lok Sabha Speaker election is going to take place for the 18th Lok Sabha. What we are learning from our sources is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will move the motion for the name of the Lok Sabha Speaker candidate in the Lok Sabha on June 26. After the election of the Speaker, Prime Minister Modi will introduce his Council of Ministers to the members in the House. This is the latest that we are getting at this moment. On June 27, the President will address the joint session of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as per the tradition. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, the Speaker's post is a coveted post. Last two governments in 2014, 2019, no problem for the BJP. They had the numbers. This time, the opposition also, with its renewed strength, trying to in fact put up some sort of a fight as far as the election of the Lok Sabha Speaker is concerned.
Absolutely, Ankit. And with the revised numbers, with the NDA standing at 293 and with BJP at 240, and of course, opposition also gobbling up numbers to actually put forward a very aggressive opposition, this is going to be the Speaker's election is going to be the biggest highlight of the 18th Lok Sabha session that, of course, begins on the 24th of June. 26th is what we hear, that the Prime Minister will himself move the motion for the name of the Lok Sabha Speaker. After the election of the Speaker, what I understand is that the Prime Minister will also be introducing his Council of Ministers, which is as per traditions of the Lok Sabha. Remember, the whole cabinet portfolios have been allocated. The whole cabinet is functioning now. Allies have also gotten about 11 berths. And on June 27th is when President Draupadi Murmu will address a joint sitting of the Parliament with both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs. And we are expecting the Prime Minister to speak, to reply to this motion of thanks of the President on the 2nd of July or 3rd of July. Remember, 3rd of July is also the last day of this first part of the Parliament session. Of course, the second part will also include the budget, which will basically be held in the second half of July. But clearly a very interesting Lok Sabha session ahead, with the opposition insisting that it will be raising topics of NEET and, this railway accident that has happened today. And of course, several other issues, including federalism and a couple of issues which have been making news in the last few months. I think all of that is going to really resonate in the Parliament this time, and with the numbers there, it could be interesting. But of course, the BJP also is putting forward a position, is speaking from a position of strength, and is preparing to ensure that this is basically a smooth session.
Vasudha, before I let you go, very quickly, the Prime Minister, in fact, putting forward the name of the Lok Sabha Speaker, that will also be the Bharatiya Janata Party trying to put forward their weight behind the Speaker's post. It will happen post the discussion in the NDA, and they would hope that the Prime Minister putting his name behind the Speaker will ensure that there are no defections as far as the votes of the NDA is concerned.
Absolutely, Ankit. And what I hear from my sources is that there could be a meeting that could be held this week towards the later part of this week, around June 23rd, of NDA allies, and the name is going to be discussed. And like a lot of us have been projecting BJP as this mountain of confidence with 240 MPs, but the BJP is
also wanting to make sure that it has its allies on the right side, because this is TDP and JDU that we're talking about. These are parties that have worked with the opposition in the past. So clearly this is something that the BJP is aware of, that there is no ideological, binding or limitation for these parties. They can actually go to the other side. But however, they have put on this, show of unity. They have completely assured the BJP of their support. So this NDA meeting that will take place will, of course, decide the consensus candidate. And of course, from there, we will see as to what really happens. Of course, because the Deputy Speaker's post is also going to be a point of contention. We've seen what happened in the last few years. In fact, it remained vacant in the last session. So we'll have to wait and see how the opposition allies also look at a position like this.
Important days ahead as the formalization of the 18th Lok Sabha begins on June 26. Thank you so much, Vasudha Venugopal, joining us with all those details. Moving on now, the power outage at Delhi airports created an impact on the operations. In fact, the power outage hampered the boarding check-in process, which resulted in delay for many flights. The Delhi airport has said that there was a voltage imbalance. GMR, the agency which runs the airport, has said significant voltage spike around 2 p.m. We had to switch on the generators, which happened in a few minutes. The backup was operational in a few minutes, is what GMR has said. GMR said that the grid stabilization took place by 3 p.m. What does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? And, how can it hamper the operations? And can it also create some issues as far as the safety is concerned with air travel? Let me bring in Vipul Saxena, aviation expert, who is joining us at this moment. Mr. Saxena, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, for a layman, for our viewers and for a lot of travelers, they don't understand what kind of an impact can this in fact create as far as their air travel is concerned. What does this voltage fluctuation mean, and how does this impact the operations that it impacts as far as the air travel is concerned?
See, the voltage fluctuation, basically what happens is suddenly there is a spike जो आपके current में आ जाता है, because extra current is thrown into the system because of various problems that can be a reason of poor cabling, poor earthing, or maybe extra current has been released by the distribution system. So there is a various reasons why it happens. But what actually happens is, because of this, various systems which work on very heavy load, like elevators, like your baggage carrying, the trays, and even the heavy lighting, big equipments. So they start behaving erratic, and they sometimes, if the spike is very high, some of these systems can become inoperational. And can damage the system permanently. So this is what happens in this case is, and to my knowledge, this part of voltage fluctuation happened in the terminal building. That is why nothing happened towards the operations side, the air side of the airport. But I'm sure this must have created some kinds of kind of paralysis of the services. But all the airports mandatorily are supposed to have backup power supply, which would take over the system within 1 minute's time. And to my knowledge, it has happened within the given time frame, and the whole system was restored.
Can it create any sort of safety issue as well?
Absolutely. Like suppose there's an elevator running, and at that time you have this fluctuation. So elevator can either go much faster, or may get blocked somewhere. So those kind of things can happen, which can create some kind of accidents.
But it has no impact. These kind of situations, I'm sure, are accounted for. In any sort of emergency, these scenarios are accounted for when there is this kind of a big operation taking place at the airports. So as far as the safety of the flights which are already in air, or flights which are taking off or landing, it has no impact as far as the ATC is concerned. Can you just clarify on that, sir?
Yeah. So there are two parts of it. One is the terminal building supply system, and another is the airside supply system. But by design, all these big equipment which consume a lot of power, they have inbuilt safety system. They have tolerance limits of these fluctuations. So mostly those tolerance systems do take care of it. But unless there is too high or too longer duration of this water fluctuation, normally the fluctuation exists for about a few nanoseconds. Okay, but to create an accident, it's good enough time also. So in this case, the current case of today, it happened towards terminal building, which affected only the passenger services, which includes your baggage trolleys, your elevators, your lounges, your common lighting systems and all that, or lift systems. So those systems are quite safe enough, and I'm sure they have enough people to take care of it immediately. And as far as air side is concerned, there we have ILS and lighting, runway lighting systems, the navigation system, communication system, and those systems are also quite robust. And they've got a surge mechanism which takes care of certain amount of fluctuations automatically. And only once it crosses that limit, that there is a erratic readings or erratic services,
right,
which happens. Yeah.
Mr. Saxena, thank you so much, sir, for giving our viewers a brief of how these systems work and about, of course, the impact on safety and their air travel. Thank you for joining us. Moving on now. 8 people, including, in fact, 9 people, including 3 railway employees, have died and about 50 others are injured after an express train collided with the goods train in Darjeeling of West Bengal this morning. The Kanchenjunga Express was travelling from Silchar in Assam to Sialda in Kolkata when a goods train hit it from the rear near the Rangapani station close to New Jalpaiguri. 2 coaches of the Kanchenjunga Express were derailed due to the impact. One, in fact, factor which limited casualties in the accident is that the rear part of the Kanchenjunga Express comprised of the cargo van and the guard coach, which took the maximum impact. Railway Minister Ashwani Vaishnav has reached the accident spot, and he said that the focus of the railways right now is on rescue and restoration. Railway says human error is suspected behind this, in fact, accident. The goods train disregarded a signal is what the sources are telling us. As per the latest, in fact, information, unaffected portion of Kanchenjunga Express has left the site towards Malda town in Bengal. Restoration work of the site is in progress. Railway Minister Ashwani Vaishnav also visited Kanchenjunga Express train accident site and visited the people, those who have been injured and are recuperating at the hospital.
उनके प्रति पूरे सभी प्रयत्न किए जाएंगे जिससे कि जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक हो। दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी, कमिश्नर रेल सेफ्टी के द्वारा दुर्घटना की जांच भी होगी और अभी हमारा सारा फोकस है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ है, अभी रेस्टोरेशन पे पूरा फोकस है, ये मेन लाइन है और किसी भी तरीके से इस दुर्घटना के जो कारण है उस कारण पे भी पूरा ध्यान देके उस तरह के कारण फिर से कभी ना हो वो व्यवस्था की जाएगी। ये पॉलिटिक्स का समय नहीं है, अभी सारा फोकस होना चाहिए रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन पे। पैसेंजर सेफ्टी के लिए बहुत बड़ा फोकस है, कंप्लीट फोकस है, जैसा आप स्वयं जानते भी हैं। मैं इसके बारे में बाद में डिटेल में चर्चा करूंगा। अभी मैं जरा पहले रेस्क्यू और रेस्टोरेशन ऑपरेशन का पूरा जायजा ले लूं और उसके बाद में पेशेंट की मिलने जाऊंगा।
25 बताया पर मे भी 50 के आसपास हॉस्पिटल में लोग हैं।
The railways, especially, they are saying that in the last 1 year there have been spate of rail accidents. How do you look at the acquisition by the opposition?
I would not like to get into that, but let me assure you that safety is the first priority of the railway organization, and we are doing everything to ensure that our train operations remain safe. और जहाँ तक इस दुर्घटना का सवाल है, प्राइमा फेसी लगता है ह्यूमन एरर, बट वी विल नो मोर अबाउट इट आफ्टर द इंक्वायरी एंड वी हैव टू कंट्रोल ह्यूमन एरर ऑल्सो, जिसके लिए कि कवच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग जो कि प्रोलिफरेट करना है। ये एक मिशन मोड में बढ़ाया जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी हमारा करीब 1,500 किलोमीटर पे ये चल रहा है और इस साल 3,000 और किलोमीटर पे कवच लग जाएगा। नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर 3,000 की और एक्स्ट्रा प्लानिंग है पर पूरे भारतवर्ष में लगाने के लिए ग्रेजुअली इसको बिल्डअप करना है, क्योंकि हमें जो ये सप्लाई भी करते हैं ये इक्विपमेंट, वो लोगों को भी अपना प्रोडक्शन रैंप अप करना है. सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हेल्प देम एंड परसुएड देम कि इसको बढ़ाइए आप, जितनी जल्दी हम इसको प्रोलिफरेट कर सके उतना ही अच्छा होगा.
Right. So, in fact, that was the briefing by the chairperson of the Railway Board, Jaya Varma Sena, speaking about the Kavach system. Remember the Balasaheb accident? At that point of time, also, there was a lot of discussion about the Kavach system and how much is the railways, in fact, spending and able to, in fact, provide security as far as the Kavach system goes. Remember, the opposition has continuously been raising questions about the railway being underfunded and understaffed as far as the safety is concerned for the passengers, for the common passengers. Remember, Indian Railways is one of the largest transport system for across the world for common people. Meanwhile, the government has announced ex gratia compensation. 10 lakh rupees will be given by the railways to the kin of the deceased, and 2 lakh rupees additional from the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us with more details at this moment. Saurabh, what's the latest as far as the number of fatalities are concerned? There are few news reports suggesting that it has gone over 9 as well. And has the rescue operation now completed?
Yes, the rescue and relief operations have been completed. Now, of course, the focus is on restoring of railway services. But the bigger question really is that what led to this? The Railway Board chairperson has, of course, blamed it on the 2 motormen. But obviously, and Board of Inquiry will look into whether it was a technical issue or whether it was a signalling issue or what kind of issue it was, or whether these 2 motormen jumped a red signal. All of these issues would be looked into. However, the Railway Board chairperson has blamed it on the motormen, saying, of course, that there was a signal that was jumped. So that is, of course, one of the reasons that is being attributed for this railway accident. But obviously, an investigation is also being ordered into the accident. Now, apart from that, what we know is that so far the focus remains on restoring railway services. That is an extremely crucial railway route. It is through that narrow Siliguri corridor, or the Chicken's Neck as it is known. Several trains to North Bengal have been cancelled, including Vande Bharat Express, including Sialda Bamanhat Uttarbanga Express. All of these trains that use that railway route have been cancelled as well. This accident took place at about 8:30 in the morning. The Kanchenjunga Express was believed to be stationary. A goods train that had pulled out of the NJP yard rammed into it from behind, leading to at least 3 coaches of the Kanchenjunga Express being derailed. Luckily, there were 2 parcel vans at the end of the train, which meant the impact of the collision was largely on these parcel vans. And the casualties have come from the 3rd coach, of course, which was the guard van and the passenger van. So, luckily, these 2 parcel vans took the impact and greatly perhaps reduced the loss of life. And the railways, of course, now focusing on restoring the rail route in that area.
Saurabh, thank you for joining us with all those details. But now, in fact, the opposition is raising questions on the focus of the government as far as the safety for Indian Railways is concerned. Remember, their accusation has been that the Indian Railways are understaffed and underfunded, and that is leading to the focus not being on the safety measures for the Indian Railways. 9 people have died in this accident and over 50 are injured. The opposition, in fact, led by Rahul Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee from the TMC, in fact, party chief and chief minister of West Bengal, have been leading the charge. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has on a post on X has said that I express my deepest condolences to all bereaved families and hope for the speedy recovery of the injured. The government should immediately provide further compensation to all the victims of or their families. The Congress workers are requested to provide all possible assistance in relief and rescue operations. The increase in railway accidents in the last 10 years is a direct result of the mismanagement and negligence of the Modi government, which results in loss of lives and property of the passengers on a daily basis.
অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হতেই পারে, অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট কারো হাতে নেই, এটা ফ্যাক্ট, কিন্তু সাথে সাথে এটাও ফ্যাক্ট অ্যান্টি কলিউশন ডিভাইস আমি তৈরি করে দিয়েছিলাম এই যত দেখছেন কলকাতা মেট্রো থেকে শুরু করে বেহালা
যোগাযোগ লোকালি করে দেওয়ার সমস্ত বন্দোবস্তই আমরা যতটা পারলাম করে গেলাম। সকাল থেকে পুরো ঘটনাটা আমি সকাল 9টা থেকে মনিটরিং করেছি এবং আমাদের অফিসাররা, স্থানীয় লোকেরা আজকে ঈদ থাকা সত্ত্বেও অনেক মাইনরিটি ছেলেমেয়েরাও তারা ছুটি না করে বাড়িতে তারাও কাজে অংশগ্রহণ করেছে। আমার জুনিয়র ডাক্তাররা, সিনিয়র ডাক্তাররা, নার্সরা
have also been coordinating rescue and relief. Junior doctors, nurses
যৌথ উদ্যোগে সবাই কাজ করে
have also been working to provide relief.
মোটামুটি যারা এখন আছেন এখানে আমি যেটা দেখলাম একটি কেস ছাড়া বাকি মোটামুটি স্টেবল আছে।
The people who are still at the hospital,
কাজেই সবাইকে ঠিকমতো
except for one case, the rest of them are largely stable.
বাড়িতে পৌঁছে দেওয়ার ব্যবস্থা করা।
Everyone has to be treated properly and they have to be sent to their homes. We are doing all of that.
নর্থ বেঙ্গল স্টেট ট্রান্সপোর্টের বাস দিয়ে আমরা পাঠিয়েছি যারা শিয়ালদার পর
We have arranged for 9 North Bengal state transport buses in the morning so that people can reach their homes. And even the mayor has been asked to be there at the Sialda station.
When nobody was aware the incident, I just got the information about 9 o'clock. Then I started my helping the people, and all the monitoring I did through my chief secretary, my home secretary, my district magistrate, and the police ADG law and order, and with the help of health department, we just sent medical van to disaster team, to our doctors, to medical personalities, to helping hands, to help the family and to restore the normalcy. And especially, you know, the rescue operation was over within few hours. And after getting the information in total, then I tried to come, but there was no communication. Just 4:30 there is a flight, and then I first came here to see all the patients, and patients also, there are some patients from Bardhaman, from Krishnanagar, from local also, and there are some patients.
Right, Mamata Banerjee there, in fact, speaking to the media. But let me bring in Saurabh at this moment. All right, let's just listen in once again to what Mamata Banerjee said.
I am sorry, एक्सीडेंट होता है, लेकिन बात ये है कि हमने जब रेल मिनिस्टर थे तब मैंने 2-3 इंसिडेंट देखा। उसका पहले नीतीश जी का टाइम में भी कई साल इंसिडेंट मैंने देखा, जो इंसिडेंट का थोड़ा ही नजदीक है। तो मैंने खुद जाके मुंबई में कोंकण रेलवे के पास जाके हम एंटी कॉल्यूशन डिवाइस उसको तैयार किया, उसको चालू किया। इसका बाद एंटी कॉल्यूशन जो होता है, जो कॉल्यूशन होता है, उसको हम रुक दिया था। लेकिन अभी रेलवे में क्या हो रहा है मेरे को पता तो नहीं है, लेकिन लोगों को अभी रेल छोड़ के बाइक लेने पड़ता है, साइकिल लेने पड़ता है। कभी कभी किसको मालूम ही नहीं होता कैसे घर जाएगा। कोई इंफॉर्मेशन छोड़ के गाड़ी छूट जाता है, गाड़ी बंद कर देता है, बहुत सारी दिक्कत होता है।
Mamata Banerjee there hitting out at the government, in fact, speaking about the time when she was the railway minister, and also Nitish Kumar before Mamata Banerjee took over. We are slipping into a very short break at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
High-level meeting over Manipur, in fact, has concluded at the Ministry of Home Affairs. This meeting was chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. In this key meeting, top officials were present. Home Minister met with the Army Chief, the DGP and the top officials of Manipur. As far as this meeting is concerned, remember yesterday he had met the governor of the state. Home Minister reviews the security situation in Manipur. Army Chief General Pandey, senior Manipur officials were present at this meeting. So what happened? What is the new protocol? Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Aishwarya, important meeting which has concluded now. Interestingly, the Chief Minister not part of this meeting, while yesterday the Home Minister met the governor and all the other senior officials today.
Well, what it hints to is something that remains to be seen, but we all know that it's been a year when we have witnessed the violence and unrest incidents in the state of Manipur, and recently as well there had been several incidents of violence that was reported, and certainly looking at that, this crucial meeting was called by Home Minister Amit Shah, in which top officials from the Assam Rifles, from the CRPF, from the army as well attended this meeting, and fresh directives had been issued by the Home Minister to reassure that there should be peace in the entire region. Remember, it was Home Minister Amit Shah who himself visited to the state of Manipur, and for those 3 days he met several of the individuals, representatives of both the communities in Manipur, Kuki and the Metis, and urged them that there should be peace, and also assured the people of Manipur that within 6 to 7 months there will be peace that would be restored in the state. Now, soon after that, there was peace committees that was constituted by the Home Ministry, and that the Home Ministry had clearly saying that after the peace committees holded several of the talks, there were violence that was reduced to almost zero in the valley. But recently we have seen how the Chief Minister's convoy was attacked. It was a fire incident that broke out just near the Secretariat, and also several violence incident that were reported from the hilly areas as well. Yesterday it was Manipur governor who was summoned, and she apprised Home Minister about the current situation. But now what are the fresh directives? Whether there is more requirement of the security personnel to be deployed in the hilly areas of Manipur, and what measures needs to be taken as far as the Home Ministry is concerned. To look at that, now the meeting just had concluded, in which Home Minister Amit Shah, Army Chief Designate, DG of the Manipur Police, the advisor to the Government of India for the state of Manipur, including several top officials from the security point of view, had attended this meeting, and directives had been issued. We'll get to know about what particular had been stated by Home Minister in a short while from now, but certainly at this point of time, a very high level of security meeting just concluded at the Home Ministry on the Manipur security situation.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
It's time to give you some interesting tip, because see, हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं, sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फ़ोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फ़ोन मांगा है फॉर जस्ट टू डू अ बेसिक टास्क, हो सकता है यू आर ट्राइंग टू शो समवन अ फोटो इन योर गैलरी और आपको डर लगता है कि दिस पर्सन माइट स्वाइप राइट एंड लेफ्ट, और लाइक समटाइम्स यूड वांट टू कीप आवर पर्सनल लाइफ्स पर्सनल टू अस। लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं, चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने, एंड आई मीन यू डोंट नो कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा। आई हैव अ टिप फॉर यू।
Brief power outage at Delhi airport. Power outage impacts boarding and check-in facilities. Delhi airport says backup was operational in just a few minutes. Bengal train tragedy claims 9 lives. Railway Minister visits the accident site. Ashwini Vaishnav says not the time for politics, focus on restoration. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an important meeting over Manipur security situation. Top officials present at this meeting. Rahul Gandhi to vacate Wayanad and retain Raebareli as the Lok Sabha MP. Decision likely in key Congress meeting. Buzz over Priyanka Gandhi contesting the bypolls in Wayanad. Mahavar erupts on EVM manipulation. In Mumbai, unauthorized phone was used at the counting center. Opposition says candidates opposition win, in fact, under suspicion. Meanwhile, the BJP defends the action, says opposition spreading false narrative. Under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister defends fuel price hike. Politics continues over the price hike. BJP protests. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah calls it double speak. It was a big question after Rahul Gandhi won both Raebareli and Wayanad. Which is the constituency that Rahul Gandhi is retaining, and which one will he let go of? Now, after long deliberation, it seems that Wayanad will be the constituency that Rahul Gandhi would be leaving as the MP and will continue to serve the 18th Lok Sabha as their Member of Parliament from Raebareli constituency. Now, there is an important meeting. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, along with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Priyanka Gandhi, have been part of this meeting at Mr. Kharge's residence. The decision on Wayanad is likely what the sources, in fact, are telling NDTV. But the big question then would be whether Priyanka Gandhi is going to bite the bullet and, enter the electoral fray in the bypolls of Wayanad. To try and make sense of all this, I'm being joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is with us at this moment. Sunil, it will be interesting to see who the candidate is. Can we say with certainty now Rahul Gandhi is going to leave Wayanad? And then, of course, the next question, will Priyanka Gandhi be the candidate from this constituency?
Well, so two things. Of course, Rahul Gandhi has a deadline of today. By tomorrow, it will be the last day. You have to do it within 14 days of the elections announcement, the results. So, which constituency you plan to take, either Raebareli or Wayanad? And what we have been reporting on NDTV since the 5th and 6th of June has been that he will keep Raebareli and give up Wayanad. So that formal decision is expected shortly, as you rightly pointed out. And ideally, they would like Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as we've been reporting earlier, to contest from Wayanad. The big question is, will that announcement be made immediately? Not likely, because there is still a lot of time. And this will be done with the consultation of the Wayanad people as well as the Kerala Congress before that formal decision is taken. But definitely the Kerala Congress unit, the state unit, is keen that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra contest from there. The big other question is who will be the leader of opposition, Ankit. And Rahul Gandhi had been requested by the Congress Working Committee to take up that task and do it. And he said he'll take and deliberate about it. But sources have indicated that he's not inclined towards that. And that leaves the big question mark on who will it be. Will it be Kumari Selja, who's a veteran parliamentarian? Or will it be Gaurav Gogoi? Or will it be Manish Tiwari, amongst others? So these are some things that will have to be now considered and finally decided, as well as how they plan to go about in terms of various other party affairs and matters of state which need to be discussed, apart from how the Congress hasn't done in certain constituencies well, prepare for the state elections and many other decisions.
That's right. Important meeting taking there, in fact, being at the residence of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Moving on to Sikkim, where 50 stranded tourists were evacuated in Sikkim. The tourists, in fact, are being evacuated in small batches. The process is underway in phases. Tourists were stranded since June 12th. The evacuation process of the stranded tourists have begun, and it is being done through roadways this afternoon, even as airlifting of the stranded tourists was not possible due to the bad weather and heavy rains. Despite incessant rains and multiple landslides that took over this entire area, the evacuation will take place in batches. A total of 50 tourists have been evacuated so far. In fact, from North Sikkim, among the other places with no road connectivity and major bridges which have been washed out by Teesta River. A rescue team had the foot march from Mangan to Laochung on Sunday to oversee the evacuation process. Initially, authorities had planned to evacuate tourists by airlifting them by the Indian Air Force, but due to bad weather conditions, tourists had to be evacuated on foot. The Indian Air Force helicopters are kept on standby at the Bagrogra airport. If the weather permits, they will in fact make these sorties. The political slugfest over EVM unlocking charge continues in Maharashtra. Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray has said that Waikar shouldn't take oath, as he has, in fact, remember, won the North West Mumbai seat by only 48 votes. Sanjay Raut has said Waikar's win is now under suspicion. He also said the complaint filed by the Vandrai police station, in fact, in this controversy over a mobile phone at the counting center is still being investigated. The BJP, meanwhile, has said that the opposition is spreading false narrative and the midday publications have now apologized after the Election Commission notice to the publication over their news report of the OTP being linked to the phone which was found with Mr. Waikar's relative.
अब ये फोन उनको विजय घोषित किया वाइकर को, टोटली इलीगल, वो हरा हुआ आदमी है। अब वो फ़ोन जब्त किया है हमारे दबाव के बाद। कोई सातारकर नाम का एक रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर जो वाइकर के रिश्ते में है, वो वहाँ 4 दिन से कुछ डील कर रहा था वंदराई पुलिस स्टेशन में। 100 या 1000 के दायरे में हार जीत हुई है। वो सभी क्षेत्र में उस प्रकार से चुनाव के नतीजे अपने कब्जे में लेने की कोशिश हुई है।
इलेक्शन कमीशन और सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि ये विश्वास न उठ जाए, अगर कंफ्यूजन हो तो क्लियर हो जाए। उसके लिए जो भी आगे जाते हुए रणनीति करनी हो, जिसके विपक्ष के लोगों को विश्वास में लेते हुए एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसीजर करके एक फैक्ट चेकिंग या क्रॉस चेकिंग करने की जरूरत है।
If you see the debate that has been joined by the Congress people, most of these people are people who are so happy with the narrative that the EVM can be had, that they don't want to understand the underlying logic or technology. And at least 85-90% of the people who are so, including Rahul Gandhi and his cronies, who are jumping on this debate, have absolutely no sense of what the EVM as a system is.
Moving to Karnataka now, after in the actor Darshan case, where the top star has been in fact arrested for a murder charge, he has now spoken out. In fact, another top star has spoken out, and Kucha Sideep says that he wants swift justice in this case.
Everybody's heart goes out to that family, and not only that family, sari plan ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಚೇಂಬರ್ನಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಹಿರಿಯರ ಚೇಂಬರ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರೋದು ನ್ಯಾಯ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾಳೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಡೆಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ. ಮೇನ್ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನೋವು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Concentration.
Right. In fact, the middle class is once again been hit by fuel price hike, not only in Karnataka, but now also milk prices and other essential commodities have their prices have also gone up. The BJP, meanwhile, held a protest against the Karnataka government for the fuel price hikes. Under fire, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended the decision. He said the fuel prices are lower compared to neighbouring states.
Raised on petrol, sale tax, 3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
Right. Let me, in fact, at this moment play out for you. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal spoke to Mr. Hardeep Puri, the petroleum minister, who has hit out at the Karnataka government.
Sir, Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is defending his move for freezing petrol and diesel prices by saying that the prices are still lower than that of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, which are which are equal, which are similar economy-sized states and which are also NDA ruled.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka has, I think, ma'am, made two basic points. One is that in their 10-year period, representative period, the hike was much less. And the second, that it's not his fault, it is the fault of the center, because the center is not devolving or is not passing on the required funds to the state governments. I want to take this opportunity, thanks to your hospitality, to respond to both of these things. They're both absurd, because I'll give you the figure, first of all, on what the hike was in Bangalore, Karnataka between 2004 and 14. Insofar as petrol is concerned, the hike was 84%. 2004, 2014, 84% increase. In other words, from 43 rupees 7 paisa, the price per litre went up to 79 rupees 24 paisa. For diesel, the hike means a hike from 28 rupees 41 paisa to 60 rupees 1 paisa. In our 10-year period, I mean the NDA's 10-year period, 2014 to 2024, our hike was 26%. It has gone up from 79 rupees 24 paise to 99 rupees 84 paise, 26%, as against 84% then. Even now, in April 24, it was only 99 rupees, as against the 79 rupees 10 years later. Okay? We didn't let it go up.
Quick break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer.
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has reacted after the opposition's, attack on him. The Chief Minister said needs to break the nexus between the drug mafia. The statement of the Chief Minister comes on 14 deaths in Punjab in the last 14 days. He said there is a need to start a social wave against drug abuse in the state. It has been found that outsiders in the village smuggle drugs in connivance with the local people. Now there will be a need to break this nexus. The BJP, meanwhile, has targeted the Aam Aadmi Party over the increasing drug menace in the state of Punjab. BJP President Sunil Jakhar has said that BJP this is happening because of the Chief Minister's deep slumber. Aam Aadmi Party has responded, saying BJP's claim of drug menace. He said Gujarat, Maharashtra are sending drugs to Punjab. So it's become a full war of words, in fact, at this moment in the state. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet China, who's joining us with more details on this story. Gurpreet, now, drug menace in Punjab, not a new phenomena, but the Aam Aadmi Party came to power saying that they will fix this problem.
Well, yes, we have seen for the political party, this was one of the main agenda during the polls. We have seen yesterday the BJP as well as the Congress leader, they targeted Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that somewhere down the lane, it seems the government had failed from all the front to control drug menace at the grassroots level. Today we have seen the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, has already assured and saying there is need to create a social wave against the drugs, and they are already aware of some nexus which is being run and prevailing in the state of Punjab, and they will definitely break this nexus which is still prevailing in the various pockets of Punjab. For the last so many days, we have seen in the 14 days, 14 drug cases have come up. After that, it has become a political issue in the state of Punjab. We have seen the Congress leader and leader of opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa has also attacked the Aam Aadmi Party government on this drug menace which is prevailing in the state of Punjab. So let's see that what type of strategy they are going to chalk out. We have seen yesterday also, today also, Punjab police is holding multiple raids at the multiple locations, and they are running operation against this drug menace, and a huge recovery has been made by on the directions of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann from the various locations of Punjab. So let's see that what type of a strategy they are going to form so that the Punjab will be able to come out of this drug menace. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. Yesterday, the Union Home Minister chaired a high-level meeting on the Jammu and Kashmir security situation after 4 back-to-back terror strikes were reported in a week. We bring you a ground report from the Poonch area in Jammu and Kashmir on how the security apparatus is now dealing with this new challenge.
A bustling marketplace in Poonch as people go about their daily lives and prepare for Eid. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The mountains overlooking the border town are hiding a troubling reality of Pir Panjal region. While the army intensifies patrolling after spike in terrorist attacks, searching these dense forests is a most challenging task. It's in these mountains highly trained Pakistani terrorists are hiding and carrying out attack after attack.
It was after a gap of 18 years militancy resurfaced in Poonch Rajouri region. The first major attack was carried out in these forests of Surankot in October 2021. Since then, attack after attack and troubling reality of Pir Panjal mountains has upset all the security calculations about Jammu and Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370.
The recent attacks and targeting of Yatra bus last week has evoked a strong response from the central government. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi asked security forces to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities, Home Minister called high-level security review meet on Sunday to deal with the challenge. On ground zero, the first major concern is the security of Hindu community in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley regions. It's in these areas terrorists had targeted and massacred many Hindus before they were eliminated 2 decades ago. After attack on Yatris, police say terrorists are trying to create situation like 1990s and vowed to finish them one by one.
फिर उसी तरीके का एक चैलेंज अगर हमारे सामने दुश्मन रख रहा है तो हम एकदम से दृढ़निष्ठ हैं, हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि हम इनको मुंह करारा जवाब देंगे, चुन चुन कर एक एक कर, हम ज्यादा तादाद नहीं हैं, हम इनको मार गिराएंगे.
As the terror threats looms, police have revamped the village defense guards. The civilian militias armed by the government to defend against terror attacks. Most of 2800 VDGs in both Doda and Poonch, Rajouri region are drawn from Hindu community. In this village in Poonch, police are sensitizing VDGs to remain extra alert after recent attacks.
हमें लगभग 20 साल हो गए हैं. इससे पहले भी हमने जब मिलिटेंसी पीक पर थी तो हम दिन रात जो अपना फ़र्ज़ निभाते रहे और शाना बशाना जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सेना के साथ खड़े रहे.
सर कुछ ऐसे हमले हुए हैं, कुछ बाहर हुए हैं, कुछ कहीं हुए हैं. इसकी वजह से हमको JK पुलिस ने एक्ट रखा हुआ है कि कभी भी कहीं भी आपकी ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, आपके गाँव में ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, कोई ऐसा दिखता है हमको फ़ोन करके बताओ.
उठाया सब देखते हैं. अब जैसे बार बार हमले हो रहे हैं, जैसे हमें पुलिस ने बताया कि आप अलर्ट रहो, हम अलर्ट हैं. सर इतने ज़्यादा ट्रेनिंग तो चलो पर इतनी हिम्मत रखते हैं, इतने तो कर लेंगे.
ट्रेनिंग से ज़्यादा हिम्मत
है अपनी सर, वो कर लेंगे.
देश की सेवा, अपने परिवार की सेवा, खुद की सेवा करने के लिए. जो यात्रियों पे अटैक हुआ है और भी 2-3 हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से हमें एक्टिवेट किया गया है सर.
In 2003, a successful joint operation by the army and police with the unwavering support of locals literally eliminated militancy. But since 2021, there's been a disturbing resurgence. The deadly attack that started in Poonch and Rajouri has now spread to Doda region. Syed Afadul Mujtaba, a former police officer who led the elimination of militancy in Rajouri in 2003, says resurgence of terrorism in the region can be defeated only if local population is on the side of the government.
We are not dealing with, as police officers, we are not dealing with the territory, we are dealing with the population. And if more of the population is on your side, the task becomes easier. So there was a need and there is a need to do a comprehensive policing in which you carry along all the people so that the flow of information comes to you.
June 9, 2024, 9 pilgrims were killed after attack on bus in Riyasi. May 4, 2024, attack on Air Force, 1 airman killed and 5 injured. December 21, 2023, an army vehicle ambushed in which 4 soldiers were killed. November 5, 5 soldiers including 2 captains killed in ambush. April to May 2023, 10 soldiers killed in twin attacks. In the year 2023, 18 personnel killed in 5 terror attacks. 39 soldiers killed since 2021 in the region. In May 2022, 4 pilgrims killed in terror attack on a bus. At least 20 civilians killed since 2021. Sources say at least 3-4 terrorist groups are operating in Poonch and Rajouri region, an almost equal number in Doda region. In November last year, army said that 25-30 Pakistani terrorists are operating in Poonch and Rajouri. None of them was killed so far in the region. The terrorists, who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare, are using state-of-art weapons including US-made M4 carbine and armor-piercing bullets. The micro-satellite communication system, which is hard to intercept, has also made it to terrorist wherewithal. Despite large-scale detention of locals after every attack, security forces appear to be clueless. After major attack on Army Special Forces in November, the Army said that the terrorists have been trained several countries including Afghanistan and Pakistan.
इनकी ट्रेनिंग कई देशों में हो सकता है हुई हो, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान हो सकता है वहां भी इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई हो, और ये काफ़ी ट्रेंड फॉरेन टेररिस्ट थे और इसलिए इनको खत्म करने में थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन हमारे बहादुर जवानों ने प्राणों की चिंता ना करते हुए भी ये सराहनीय कार्य किया.
Among the fallen commandos of Special Forces was Havaldar Abdul Majid. His family at Ajot village, right on the line of control in Poonch, say that they are proud of the sacrifice of their fallen commando for the nation, but they worry about the repeated infiltration.
उनकी इस शहादत पे मुझे फ़ख्र है. उन्होंने ये अपने देश को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान गंवा दी है. चलो इस पे मुझे फ़ख्र है.
ये कहीं कुएं से नहीं पैदा होते, कहीं दरख्तों से नहीं पैदा होते, ये बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके आते हैं. जो भी आतंकवादी आता है बाहर से आता है.
Officials say series of attacks on armed forces and innocent civilians in Jammu region is a clear intent to escalate situation and create communal strife. The cross-border drug trafficking, which has become a serious challenge over the last 4 years, is also seen as a major enabler of resurgence of deadly militancy. And dealing with this challenge is more complex than it may appear. In Pir Panjal, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है. आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है.
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो.
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई app store नहीं था. जी हाँ, there was no app store whatsoever. आपके पास में वही apps थी जो Apple ने फ़ोन में इंस्टॉल करके दी थी. Eventually अगले साल App Store का जन्म हुआ and we, I mean today all know that how popular this App Store is. और आपको कोई भी latest app अगर use करनी होती है, आप
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav and lots lined up on the show, including the political slugfest over fuel price hike in Bengaluru and the NEET controversy. But first, the headlines we're tracking this hour. Well, starting with that tragic collision between a goods train and the Kanchenjunga Express in West Bengal, which left 9 people dead. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav visits the site and says the focus at the moment is on restoration. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting over the Manipur security situation with top officials from the strife-torn northeastern state. Will Priyanka Gandhi contest from Wayanad as Rahul Gandhi vacates the seat and keeps Rai Bareli? Key decision likely at a high-level Congress meeting. Our top focus this evening, the political slugfest over fuel prices took centre stage in Bengaluru as BJP leaders dramatically rode on bullock carts to protest the state government's decision to increase sales tax on petrol and diesel, leading to an increase in petrol price by 3 rupees to 102 rupees and 84 paise, and diesel price to 88 rupees and 95 paise. While the BJP accused the state government of poor financial management, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah hit back and pointed out that Karnataka fuel prices are still lower than neighbouring states and even BJP-ruled states like Maharashtra. This face-off is expected to grow louder and sharper in the coming days.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah's decision to hike the petrol and diesel prices have affected the people of Karnataka. It has affected every section of the society in the entire state. So Bharatiya Janata Party has taken this issue. We are protesting across the state. We are demanding the Chief Minister to take back his decision of increasing prices.
3 rupees on petrol and 3 rupees on diesel. Still, we are less than the neighboring states' rates. We are less than the neighboring states. See, the BJP people, for political reasons, they are making this as an issue. They are making this as an issue. When Narendra Modi ji raised the additional excise duty on petrol and diesel, they are keeping quiet.
Well, so who's responsible for the high fuel prices in the midst of that deafening political exchange? Joining us for possibly a more tempered exchange, Sudha Halkai of the BJP and Lavanya Balal Jain of the Congress. Sudha, the argument of the state government is that the prices in Karnataka are still lower, much lower than Maharashtra or even at Tamil Nadu, irrespective of whether it is the BJP or an INDIA ally governing the state. So why accuse the state government at this stage when it is purely trying to revise sales tax to generate some revenue?
Veer Raghav, my question to the Karnataka state government is why they are increasing the prices of all the commodities. Starting from electricity, they have made it double. Take it to the liquor taxes, they have they have increased it by 3 times. Take it the property taxes, they have increased by twice. Take it the milk, they have increased. Take it the stamp duty, they have increased. They have increased the property prices as well. Why are they looting the people of Karnataka? Is this the return gift to the people of Karnataka to get them with a thumping majority? And why are they not leaving a single leaf unturned to increase the burden of the people of Karnataka? And what Mr. Siddaramaiah is saying that it is less than any other state in the south, let him not take this credit because it was Mr. Bommaiji who had reduced the taxes of the fuel in Karnataka. when the excise prices was excise duty was reduced by the central government, and they had requested all the states to reciprocate and decrease the prices. That time it was all the BJP government in the other states also they had decreased. Likewise, Mr. Bommaiji had reduced the prices, and the feather for this decision goes on his cap. It is not from Mr. Siddaramaiah. For everything, the prices are increasing.
Okay, let me take that question across to Lavanya Bala. Lavanya, Dr. Sudha is saying taka-tak, taka-tak, taka-tak. Once elections are over, you want to increase prices. The middle class is caught in the midst. Your response?
Good evening, Vera. Actually, the VAT on the fuel in Karnataka has been increased by a small percentage by Siddaramaiah government in the last couple of days. It is not the taxes that have been increased. Let me give the chronology. The double engine Sarkar of the Karnataka state, the then BJP government in the state and in the central, the double engine Sarkar, what they did was they collaborated and they kept reducing the VAT on petrol and diesel in Karnataka, while the central government kept on increasing the taxes, and that way, the profits major chunk would go to the central government. The resources of the state government kept reducing at that point of time. Now, the state government also needs resources to run a state, and everybody knows about that. Now, when we look at the comparative rates of the prices, the price of fuel is still less than Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. As of today, the price of fuel is higher in Gujarat than in Karnataka. Now, when we are talking about VAT and the taxes, of course, the BJP conveniently forgets the toll rates have increased and all of that stuff. We would like to focus only on Karnataka and say we are just ensuring that the Karnataka state has enough resources, because the central government, BJP-led central government in the previous term also, as everybody knows, has done everything to reduce the resources coming back in the form of GST taxes or GST revenues to the state of Karnataka. For every 1 rupee that we pay, we get less than 30 paise.
Can I interrupt?
Whereas more than 3 rupees goes to the state of UP, which pays less than us. So all of these disparity is leading to problems in our state.
Can I interrupt? The excise tax, they probably
this
they
is
have
a
forgotten
larger
that
economic
42%,
argument. Let's
that is
stick to fuel
42%
prices,
of the...
because for want of time, Dr. Sudha, let's stick to fuel prices. Who is responsible for fuel prices being high? The state government
because this is increased. This is increased.
Has enough responsibility to bring the prices down.
This is the state government's responsibility to get it down. And let me tell them that the excise tax, what is collected by the central government, 42% of it is returned to the Karnataka. Even this year, 1,42,000 crores has been sent to Karnataka for all the development of the infrastructures. Why don't they mention that?
Veera Raghav, a quick interjection, please.
Okay, go ahead, Lavanya.
Yes, we are all aware of why the Karnataka state government has gone to Supreme Court against the central government, because they have diverted and they have not sent the funds that is rightfully the Karnataka state's share. And that is why we are fighting it out in the Supreme Court of India. And while I would just like to remind people this. So, when fuel prices...
The Congress has a habit of going for court for everything.
Take it defense, take it Aadhaar, take it EVM, take it everything. Sudhaji, I didn't interrupt while you're talking. So while the fuel prices rose to 100 under Modi's second term, the BJP kept saying, we are willing to pay 500 rupees,
irrespective of this, are middle class easy targets, fuel price easy targets to generate revenue? First, Lavanya Balal.
Exactly. 3,000 crores is going to be collected by this, and this is going to be given to the Shakti Yojana.
The question was for me, Sudhaji. Question was for me, Sudhaji.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, please don't interrupt.
Yes, please go ahead, Lavanya.
So as I was saying, Veera Raghav, I would like to remind the BJP, when the fuel prices shot to rupees 100 under Modi's second term, they were the ones who claimed, you know what, we are willing to pay 500 rupees. If so be it, we will pay whatever the price for the fuel. Have they forgotten their own words? What are they talking about
Has Mr. Siddaramaiah forgotten what he had told when the prices have increased? Mr. Siddaramaiah has forgotten what all he had told?
Dr. Sudhaji, please have some decorum. I never interrupt when you're talking.
I have to interrupt because when you're talking about we have forgotten, I have to remind you. Please don't remind me of the madness. You people are looting the people of Karnataka. Don't question about all this. You people are looting the people of Karnataka today.
But the fact is,
Please continue with your rant, Ms. Sudhaji. I will do the same thing to you.
no,
I will not let you
this
talk, Ms.
requires a
Sudha.
far. No, let's end this conversation here. This is, this requires deeper economic understanding as well as, going beyond the political exchange. It seems like the middle class is caught in the midst. The question of who should keep the fuel prices lower is a very important question that needs to be addressed. But from that exchange to the murder case against Kannada actor and star Darshan Tugudeepa. While the police have now sent a notice to question famous Kannada comedian Chikkanna in the case, popular Kannada actor Sudeep spoke out on the case today. Sudeep and Darshan have had a strained blow-hot, blow-cold relationship, if we can call it that, in the past. He said a ban by the film chamber on Darshan was a secondary issue and the focus has to be on justice in the case. He said everyone is closely watching the investigations and ensuring justice prevails that's the key focus. Meanwhile, the police conducted more searches at the scene of crime and have sent notices, as we mentioned, to comedian Chikkanna, as he is supposed to have met Darshan on the day Renuka Swami was brought from Chitradurga, and they want to find out if he had any inkling of the conspiracy.
Everybody's heart goes out to that family, and not only that family, sari kaanistha ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಚೇಂಬರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದಿರೋ ಚೇಂಬರ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರೋದು ನ್ಯಾಯ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗುರುತಿನ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾಳೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ತುಂಬ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನೋವು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
From that crime now to former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa, who appeared before the CID for questioning in the POCSO case against him. Remember, Yediyurappa is facing charges of having molested a 17-year-old girl when she had visited the octogenarian along with her mother in February this year for seeking help in cases that the mother had filed against some officials. Yediyurappa had repeatedly maintained that he's being falsely implicated in the case and had only tried to help the victims. The mother of the alleged victim passed away due to health issues recently, but the CID had recorded statements of both the mother and the 17-year-old daughter and has also investigated several other possible witnesses in the case. They've also investigated some associates of Yediyurappa for allegedly tampering with evidence. It remains to be seen how the investigators proceed in this case after the questioning of the former Chief Minister. Now to our continuing focus on the NEET controversy. With several controversial revelations over irregularities in the examination process being unearthed, and the Union Education Minister admitting that there were irregularities and that officials of the National Testing Agency will be taken to task, sharp opponents of the NEET system, the political opponents we mean, are now questioning the continuance of the system itself. In a strongly worded post on social media, DMK Chief and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has asked the centre not to continue defending NEET for admissions to undergraduate medical education. In a strongly worded tweet, M.K. Stalin pointed out to the latest arrests made in Gujarat over tampering of OMR sheets and even accusations of bribes being paid to officials. He says in his tweet, this conspiracy implicating a school principal, physics teacher and NEET coaching centres underscores the urgent need for systemic change. He goes on to add, and I quote, the union government must stop defending this anti-student, anti-social and anti-poor NEET system. NDTV's Sam Daniel also spoke to DMK Rajya Sabha MP and lawyer for the Tamil Nadu government in the NEET case at the Supreme Court, P. Wilson.
How do you look at the Supreme Court's order today asking the 1,563 students to either accept the marks without grace marks or go for a retest?
No, that was a submission made by National Testing Agency to the Supreme Court that this 1,563 students who have been given this grace marks, either they can take the grace marks or they can go for an examination. Now, if they go for an examination, grace marks, no, not they are not entitled for the grace marks. That's what they say. Either they don't have the grace marks, or if those students, that is 1563 students, want to do examination, they will conduct a separate examination.
Right.
No, first of all, conducting a separate examination to 1563 students for one subject, how can this examination be accepted? That too for a limited purpose, limited students. So for X you will have different types of question paper, and for other students you will have a common entrance examination. What is the reason behind and object behind NEET? So therefore that is why our leader, Honorable Chief Minister Mr. M.K. Stalin, has rightfully said that we don't believe in NEET examination. NEET brings inequalities, not only inequalities but even illegalities. We stand vindicated by our way of bringing a bill to scrap this NEET.
Strong political statements from the DMK, but the question this evening, in the wake of such sharp political attacks and the controversy that's surrounding the NEET process, are the foundation of the NEET system under threat? Joining us this evening, Narayan Tirupati, Vice President of the Tamil Nadu BJP, educationist Dr. Latika Gupta, and DMK spokesperson Salem Dharanitharan. My first question to you, Salem Dharanitharan, while you can question the process and while there have been flaws in the process which needs to be addressed, is the DMK's position now again reiterating its stand of questioning the very foundation and the system of NEET for undergraduate medical admissions, because there are those who are also firmly in favor of the system?
Hi, firstly, thank you for having me in the show. We reject NEET for 3 reasons. The first and the foremost is any entrance exam is anti-merit, and second, because of the irregularities, and third, because it's anti-federal. Why anti-federal? Because all the governmental colleges in Tamil Nadu, medical colleges, are run on Tamil Nadu taxpayers' money, and Tamil Nadu is the best medical system. How can you come and say that we will have to write an exam which is forced on us? How is it fair, right? And first and foremost, anti-merit. Why is NEET anti-merit? It is not just in India. Across the world, the rhetoric is that any entrance exam is antithesis to the concept of merit. Across the world, a lot of research has been done. In fact, the Harvard professor, Mr. Standers, came out and wrote an interesting book, Tyranny of Merit. And then most Ivy League universities in the US also now stopped considering SAT for admission to undergrad program. This has now gone on to even universities in Europe. Because any entrance exam, let's say NIT, NITs in India, for example, before they became NIT, they were RECs. And when they were RECs in Tamil Nadu, 50% were from Tamil Nadu quota, 50% All India quota. And same thing continued after it became NIT. But when it became NIT, it was through AIEEE entrance exam. And before became NIT, it was through school marks. So when it were through school marks, 50% of the students were filled through Tamil Nadu quota, 80% came from urban areas. Sorry, 80% came from across Tamil Nadu, only 20% from Chennai. But when it became NIT through AIEEE exam, 80% came from Chennai, only 20% from rest of Tamil Nadu. And that too, the 80% were from select schools. That research shows that any entrance exam is anti-merit. And look at the irregularities. How can you randomly give marks?
You're making a point. I want to get Narayan Tirupati before we go forward, Salem Dharanitharan. Narayan Tirupati, the DMK is questioning again the very foundations of NEET, the concept itself in terms of going forward after these controversies.
Again, all these things, what all Salem Dharanitharan has put forward, these have been discussed in the court, Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has ordered for a NEET. So, if at all they have anything, they have to. Even the minister of Tamil Nadu government has said that they will not go to the court because they very well know what the court will say. But we have to understand that too, in order to clear all these things only, in the February month, we have brought, the Lok Sabha had brought a very serious bill, to strictly deal with the malpractice and irregularities in competitive examinations and provisioning, 10 years imprisonment and, 1 crore punishment. So we need to understand that the human errors have to be punished. And you cannot say the system is bad. In 2022, there was a 10th and 12th paper leak in Tamil Nadu. Have they banned the entire exams? 10th and 12th exams still running. For the past so many decades, thousands and thousands of 12th standard students and 10th standard students have committed suicide, fearing of exams or failure in exams. Have they banned 10th standard and 12th standard exams? No. See, even in these paper leaks, the government officials are involved, were involved. So what is that? You have to bring laws which should definitely stop it. That is the main thing.
No, both of you are making important points. Dr. Latika, you'll have to hold on because I believe we need to cut across to some live pictures coming of Rahul Gandhi along with Mallikarjun Kharge. Remember, there was a high-level meeting there to decide on the future course of action as far as who could potentially contest from Wayanad if Rahul Gandhi steps out.
वेकेट करना पड़ता है और एक सीट पे वो कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं और वो कल लास्ट डेट रहने की वजह से आज हम बैठ के सभी ने पार्टी ने ये तय कर दिया कि राहुल गांधी जी अपना रायबरेली का सीट रखना चाहिए क्योंकि रायबरेली ये पहले से भी उनके बहुत नज़दीक है। उस फैमिली के साथ बड़ा जुड़ाव है वहाँ से और पीढ़ियों से वहाँ पर वो लड़ते आए हैं। इसीलिए वहाँ के लोगों का भी कहना है और पार्टी के लोगों का भी कहना है कि पार्टी के लिए ये अच्छा होगा कि रायबरेली सीट वो रिटेन करे और इससे महत्वपूर्ण जो है जो वायनाड सीट पे वो लड़े हैं वहाँ के लोगों का प्यार भी उनको मिला है। वहाँ के लोग भी यही चाहते हैं कि राहुल जी वायनाड सीट पे वो रिटेन कर दे, लेकिन कानून क्या हो गया, कानून इसके लिए इजाज़त नहीं देती। इसीलिए वो बड़े दुख के साथ बड़े सोच समझ के हमने ये तय किया कि वायनाड से खाली सीट पे प्रियंका जी लड़ना चाहिए और इसीलिए हम पार्टी के ओर से और मेरे ओर से उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि हमारी बात को उन्होंने रखी है और माना है दोनों ने। इसीलिए मैं आपके सामने आके डिक्लेयर कर रहा हूं कि दोनों एक तो रायबरेली सीट रहेगी और वायनाड में भी वो प्रियंका जी रहने से वहाँ के लोगों को भी एक हिम्मत मिलेगी कि राहुल गांधी जी यहाँ से छोड़े तो भी वो छोड़ के तो जाने वाले नहीं हैं, छोड़े तो भी प्रियंका जी उन्होंने एक ये स्लोगन दिया है यूपी में जब ये हाथरस का ये हादसा हुआ था तो उस वक्त उन्होंने कहा था मैं लड़की हूँ लड़ सकती हूँ, तो वो लड़की लड़ सकती है वहाँ से और हमारे पार्टी की तरफ से मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ क्योंकि बहुत कठिनाई में भी उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया और मैं बहुत ही उनका आभारी भी हूँ क्योंकि उन्होंने इतनी कोशिश करके एक तो उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत सी जीत दिलाई, दूसरे जगह जो हम खोए हुए सीट थे अमेठी उसको पुनर्जीत उन्होंने किया और राहुल जी के सीट पे भी उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की और वो भी हमको जिताए। तो जीत बहुत उनके हाथ में है, इसीलिए ये दोनों काम हम करने जा रहे हैं और आप सबको धन्यवाद। आपको
कमेटी का फैसला नहीं मानेंगे तो मैं उनके ऊपर अनुशासनात्मक कार्रवाई कर दूंगा। ये आपका फैसला मान रहे हैं कि नहीं मान रहे हैं, ये सवाल।
अरे वो आगे की बात है, आज के दिन का ये निर्णय है। अगर ये मानने के बाद ही आगे का आएगा वो भी मैं बता दूंगा।
बट धमकी तो दी है, कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ने धमकी तो दी है।
जी
नहीं, मेरा 1 मिनट, सॉरी सर, मेरा रायबरेली से और वायनाड से इमोशनल कनेक्शन है। पिछले 5 सालों में मैं वायनाड का एमपी था और वायनाड के सब लोगों ने, हर पार्टी के लोगों ने प्यार दिया, तो उसके लिए मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं और पूरी ज़िंदगी उसको याद रखूंगा। प्रियंका वायनाड से चुनाव लड़ेगी, मगर मैं भी पीरियोडिकली वायनाड जाऊंगा और जो वायदे हमने वायनाड को किए थे उनको हम पूरा करेंगे। रायबरेली का पुराना रिश्ता है, काफ़ी खुशी हो रही है कि मैं उनको फिर से रिप्रेजेंट करूंगा, मगर आसान निर्णय नहीं था, मुश्किल निर्णय था क्योंकि जुड़ाव दोनों के साथ है। सो I have an emotional relationship with both Raebareli and the people of Wayanad, and the last 5 years as member of Parliament of Wayanad have been a fantastic experience, a very enjoyable experience. The people of Wayanad stood with me. The people of Wayanad gave me love and affection. Every single person, regardless of party, they gave me support, love and affection. They gave me energy to fight in a very difficult time. So I will never forget that. I want everyone in Wayanad to know that Priyanka is going to fight the election in Wayanad, but I am going to be a frequent visitor to Wayanad, and I am going to be available to the people of Wayanad, and the commitments that I have made, we will stand by them and we will try and deliver all those commitments. She's going to fight the election. I'm confident she's going to win the election, and she's going to be a very good representative for the people of Wayanad. People of Wayanad can think about it like this. You have now 2 members of parliament. One is my sister and one is me, and my doors are always open for you throughout the rest of my life, and I love every single person in Wayanad. Thank you. बहुत खुश हूँ मैं. I'm very happy to be able to represent Wayanad, and all I'll say is that I won't let them feel his absence. As he said, he'll come many times with me, but I will work as hard and I will try my best to make everybody happy and to be a good representative. और रायबरेली के साथ तो मेरा बहुत ही पुराना रिश्ता भी है और 20 सालों से मैंने काम किया है दोनों रायबरेली और अमेठी में, तो वो रिश्ता तो कहीं मतलब किसी भी तरह से टूट नहीं सकता. उसको कायम रखने के लिए हम दोनों हैं, और भैया की मैं मदद रायबरेली में भी करूंगी, और जैसे इन्होंने कहा हम दोनों रायबरेली में भी हम दोनों मौजूद होंगे और वायनाड में भी.
दोनों को 2 सांसद मिल रहे हैं. सिंपल सी बात है.
ये आपके पॉलिटिकल लाइफ का इलेक्टोरल डेब्यूट है. हर राजनेता चुनाव में जाना चाहता है, आप पहली बार चुनाव में जा रही हैं, क्या कहेंगी इस बारे में? किस तरह की आपकी जो इस समय भावना है?
एंड आर यू नर्वस?
Not at all. No. I'm not nervous at all.
बनना चाहिए इसको लेके पूरी पार्टी मांग रही है. आपकी क्या राय है अपने भाई को लेकर?
वो राय मैंने भाई को दे दी है.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
थैंक यू. आज 2 घोषणाएं कर दी, क्या नेता विपक्ष को लेकर कब तक फैसला होगा?
अरे जल्दी करूंगा.
Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. you can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Important Congress press conference there. Mallikarjun Kharge, the president of the Congress party, addressed a very important press conference today. He spoke to media persons along with Priyanka Gandhi and also Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal. And it has been decided by the Congress party that Rahul Gandhi will retain the family bastion of Raebareli, and Wayanad will be where Priyanka Gandhi will be contesting from. That's an important decision, was expected, but clearly let's understand the perspective behind a decision like this. We have with us Sunil Prabhu, who covers the Congress party for NDTV. Sunil, very interestingly, Rahul Gandhi says both Raebareli and Wayanad will have 2 MPs, and there's nothing that's going to change, but clearly a lot of things seem to be changing. Was this expected?
That's right. The most important thing, I think, is actually at this stage, the fact that, Priyanka Gandhi is making her political debut. So that's the big message. That's the big, important point at this present juncture. She is now going to make a political debut from Wayanad. So that's an important factor. Having said that, the second important aspect is that, Rahul Gandhi and Mr.